Follow the author Snake57575 on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. The moon shone brightly over the Land of Fire's village of Konohagakure. Within a dark rundown apartment we find the hero of this tale, one Naruto Uzumaki. A small, malnourished, scared, 6-year-old red-haired blonde boy throwing most of his most important things in a bag. The child wore a pair of green shorts and an orange shirt with blue sleeves, both of which were torn and ripped in many places. The young boy had blood oozing out of rapidly closing wounds, hissing violently as they sealed shut at an impossible rate. The rate at which his wound sealed was due in part to his own Uzumaki vitality, but was heavily augmented by the very reason he had the wounds in the first place. You see, Naruto was a Jinchuriki, or a container for a Biju, more specifically the Kyubi no Kitsune, and because Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing, was an almost lost art, most people assumed that Naruto was the beast itself and would attack him, trying to take revenge on the Kyubi for attacking the village. "I'm sorry Gigi, I can't take this anymore," muttered Naruto as he put another shirt in his bag before throwing the bag over his shoulder, quickly writing in a scroll. The blonde tossed the scroll on his bed before walking out of the bedroom into the main room of his apartment. Striding over to the sink, Naruto turned on the tap and cupped his hands under the now flowing water, before quickly splashing his face with the icy cold water and shaking his head. The blonde then ran his damp hand over his face, trying to get rid of the last of the blood on his face. Once he was satisfied his face was clean, Naruto walked out of the kitchen, making sure his bag was securely on his back before walking the door, not even looking back as he pulled the door shut before taking to the rooftops at speeds not expected of someone his age. With Naruto's impressive speed, he was at the gates of the village within minutes. Thankfully the gate guards were asleep, so it was no trouble for the blonde child to shoot out the gates at the speed it would take for someone to blink. Upon landing outside the gate, Naruto set off in a dead sprint, running as fast as he could. It took all of maybe 5 minutes for Naruto to leave the lights of Konoha in his wake, jumping from tree to tree away from the village. Well, looky what we have here," called a voice from above Naruto. The boy looked up to see a trio of men with Konoha headbands on, smirking evilly as they looked at the small boy. Knowing what those looks meant, Naruto rocketed off the tree branch he was on, taking off in the opposite direction of the ninja above him, who all turned and chased the boy. While Naruto's speeds were above average for his age, they were maybe Genin level speeds at best, meaning the three at least Chunin behind him had no problems keeping up with him. After allowing Naruto a few minutes to tire himself out, the three ninja pounced on the small boy, landing on the branch he was on and pushing him to the ground. Had Naruto have jumped down, he would have been able to land on his feet easily, but as he had been about to jump, the boy fell face first onto the ground. But before he could get up, he was once more pounced upon by one of the three ninja, who yanked the boy up by his shirt and threw him against a tree. "Thought you could just run away after tormenting us for years, did you, demon? Well, too bad," declared the man, kneeing Naruto in the stomach, making the blonde grunt and double over in pain. One of the other ninja grabbed Naruto by the hair, yanking his head up. The man slammed his fist into the child's nose, a sickening crunch ripping through the area. The last of the three shinobi quickly pulled out a pair of kunai, holding them between his index and middle fingers. With practiced ease, the man threw the weapons at Naruto, hitting him in both shoulders, making the blonde once more grunt, before throwing his head back but not letting the scream that so desperately wanted to escape from his throat out, refusing to give the three men the satisfaction. The beating continued for a while until Naruto had several dozen kunai embedded in his body, a dislocated shoulder, a broken arm, a busted kneecap, one eye stuck shut by blood, and at least a liter of blood covering his body. "Ha, you look almost pitiful, demon. I guess we should end you now before someone you've got under your control shows up and stops us," declared the apparent leader of the group, stepping forward with a kunai in hand. Naruto could barely move, but he did look up to see the glimmering blade of the weapon in the hands of the trained killer before him, and in one moment of weak will the blonde threw his hands up in defense while closing his eyes, accepting his end and just hoping it would be quick. A gut-wrenching squelch and an almost silent clang shot through the area. Naruto cautiously opened his one good eye to see the haunted faces of the three shinobi before him. The blonde watched the light leave the men's eyes before they all simply fell forwards, jagged spikes of ice sticking out of their backs. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, Naruto pushed himself against the tree and slid to his feet. Wobbling as he moved, Naruto took a slow step forwards, followed by another with a wince, but another step all the same. With nothing but grit and determination, Naruto pushed himself forwards and out of the area. He didn't know where he was headed, but he couldn't stay where he was. Next morning, Konoha. As the sun rose over the horizon, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi, and Naruto's surrogate grandfather walked down the road. The man hadn't seen his surrogate grandson in some time, so he was planning a surprise visit to the boy, planning to give the blonde child the good news that he had been accepted to the Ninja Academy in person. Walking up the road that led to Naruto's home, Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh at the destroyed neighborhood. He had hoped that by giving Naruto an apartment in the area people might start to see the boy as more than what he contained, but his plan had backfired as all of the people in the area moved away instead. The aged Kage sighed once more before stepping up to the door of Naruto's home. "Naruto-kun," spoke the man knocking on the door, only to receive no response from inside. Knocking again, Hiruzen was once more greeted by no response. Finding it strange, the old man grabbed the doorknob only to find the house unlocked. The Sandaime was alarmed to find the door unlocked and quickly threw the door open and ran inside. "Naruto? Naruto, are you here?" asked the man into the empty room. Finding no signs of the boy, he quickly moved into the bedroom where he found a scroll rolled up and placed neatly on the bed in front of the pillow. However, what put the old man on edge was the fact that the scroll had on it Hokage-sama, something Naruto had almost never referred to the man as. Quickly taking the scroll, Hiruzen unfurled it to see a note. "Gigi, I'm sorry. I can't take this anymore. I can't take the looks or the beatings, so I'm leaving. I may come back, I may not. I want to thank you for everything you've done for me, and if this is the last we hear of each other, then goodbye, old man, Naruto," Hiruzen read to himself, looking to the scroll. Sighing, the elderly Kage rolled up the scroll sitting on the bed. He wanted to send Anbu after Naruto, but he couldn't spare the manpower to look for a single child even if he was their Jinchuriki. Hiruzen hung his head in shame, before looking upwards. "Minato, Kushina, I'm sorry, I've failed the two of you this badly. I promise I will try to make it up to you," muttered the man. With Naruto. The blonde redhead dragged his feet along the ground. Pushing himself onwards, he refused to rest until he had some form of shelter. The blonde dead on his feet walked tiredly along the road before glancing up, only to see a large stone and wood building on a hill just ahead of him. Summoning up the last of his energy, Naruto pushed himself to move quickly. As the blonde drew closer, he saw that the building, while not looking like a pile of rubble, did have vines and moss growing all over it, but that didn't matter to him as he dragged himself up to the large open door. Stepping inside, Naruto found the building was apparently a temple of some sort, with one main room with several rooms off to the sides of them. However, what drew the tired blonde's attention were the masks lining the rear wall. Naruto moved forwards, looking at all of the demonic-looking masks as one in particular drew his attention. The blonde moved forwards at a slow pace, stepping up to the wall and reached out to the mask that held his attention. "Welcome, young one," spoke a voice from behind Naruto, causing the blonde to jump, turning around, coming face to face with a man. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude, began Naruto, ready to try and run if the situation called for it. "It's all right, child, calm down," declared the man. He had medium-length blood-red hair tied into a ponytail, violent violet eyes with 3 scars over his left eye, and a calming smile on his middle-aged face. "Who are you? What is this place?" asked Naruto, looking up to the man. "My name is Arashur Uzumaki, and this is the Uzumaki Shinigami Mask Temple," replied the man with a grin. Chapter 2. On a road in a forest just outside of Konohagakure, we find a pair of men walking down the road. One man was reasonably tall with waist-length, spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil on it. The man wore a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. This man was Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin. The other man stood just short of Jiraiya's shoulders. He had shortish blonde with a pair of bangs framing his face, with the rest tied into a short ponytail. There were however red streaks in his hair, and the tips of his bangs were a deep blood red. This man wore a sleeveless blue shirt, over the top of which was a black tattered-ish trench coat. For pants he wore a pair of blue pants taped down at the ankles. He wore a yellow belt with 3 pouches attached to the back of it. On his feet was a pair of the regular black ninja sandals. On his hands was a pair of fingerless gloves. Staining the young man's skin was tattoos ranging from Arctic foxes on his arm and back to the kanji for ice, which was on his chest, and strapped to his back was a large bandaged wrapped object with a yellow handle with a skull at the tip. This was his sword Samahata. This man was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, returning to Konoha a little more than 6 years after he left in the dead of night. "Come on, kid, I'm sure sensei's eager to see you're alright," said Jiraiya. "Yeah, I just hope the rest of the villagers aren't as eager," said Naruto in a flat tone as the two walked to the gates. "Don't worry, kid, they won't touch you while I'm around, and we timed your return just so that this time tomorrow you should be a ninja, so should they lay a hand on you you're allowed to use whatever means you deem necessary to defend yourself and they can't stop you," said Jiraiya. "Thanks, Aji-san," said Naruto, looking up at his godfather with a smile. Yes, the young blonde knew who his parents were. when Jiraiya found him a little over 3 months prior he had told him who they were under the promise that he not reveal it to anyone else until he reached at least Chunin. The two men walked through the gates and simply signed themselves in seeing as both gate guards were asleep, which made Naruto roll his eyes. It seemed they hadn't upped security since he fled 6 years ago. The two men quickly walked towards the Hokage Tower. It seemed the villagers recognized Naruto, but the blonde didn't care one little bit. He was however getting annoyed at the glares he was getting, so just as the two men entered the market district Naruto started shooting glares so cold they could freeze the fires of hell right back at anyone who glared at him. That made most of the villagers stop. The two men quickly made it to the Hokage Tower, however instead of using the door Naruto decided to run up the wall of an adjacent building before back-flipping and slipping straight through an open window landing on the floor beside the Hokage's desk. Jiraiya decided against following Naruto's lead for fear of breaking through the window and simply jumped to the roof of the building. Naruto backflipped off and then jumped onto the window before climbing through only to see Naruto smirking and Hiruzen's mouth agape. "Look who I found, sensei," said Jiraiya eerily calm as he stepped into the room, making Hiruzen jump and look at his student. "My godson who I was told was dead, I found him wandering the streets of the capital of the Land of Fire," said Jiraiya in same eerily calm manner. "Now Jiraiya, calm down, there's a perfectly good explanation," said Hiruzen, sweating bullets. "Ero-sanin," said Naruto, distracting his godfather from his task. "Oh right, before you go on sensei, Naruto is to be put into the genin class that's taking their exams tomorrow," declared Jiraiya. Hiruzen quickly nodded. "Thanks Jiji," said Naruto with a grin. "I'll see you later Aji-san," said Naruto, leaping through the open window onto the roof opposite the tower before taking off by rooftop towards the Hokage Mountain. Next morning, Academy. Naruto walked down the hallway towards the classroom he was told he needed to go to by his godfather, after apparently beating the Hokage up for lying to him about Naruto's fate, Jiraiya having been told Naruto perished in the Kyuubi attack. "Ah, 222 here it is," said Naruto, sliding the door open to see a grand total of 3 people in the room. One was a Chunin with a scar across his nose, with black eyes and dark brown hair tied into a fanned-out ponytail. The second was a boy sitting in the back of the room. He had spiky dark brown hair, with a pair of glasses leaving the boy's eyes indistinguishable. The last was a boy with dark blue hair spiked up into roughly shape of a duck's ass, and he had charcoal black eyes. "Take a seat," said the Chunin. Naruto nodded and walked up to the very back desk closest to the window and pulled Samehada off his back, sitting it next to him before take the seat next to the window. The blonde then kicked back and looked out of the window. Naruto observed the room as it slowly began to fill with students. First was a boy with spiky brown hair, with slits for pupils, in his otherwise bare eyes, and a dog riding his head. His cheeks bore a pair of red fang-like marks indicating he was an Inuzuka. The next person to walk in was a girl. She had short dark blue hair and pupil-less white eyes. Upon seeing Naruto, the girl nervously walked up to him. "Hello, you might not remember me BB, but about 6 years ago you saved me FF from some BB bullies," said the girl. "Yes, I remember," said Naruto, raising an eyebrow. "IW wanted TT to say thank you," stuttered the girl. "Oh, no problem," declared Naruto with a smile before looking away from the girl, who promptly nodded and walked over to the seat next to the dog boy. The next people to enter the room were a pair of boys. One was a lanky boy with black hair tied up in a fanned-out ponytail and brown eyes. The boy had a lazy air about him. He was talking with the second boy as the two of them entered. The second boy was a larger boy with light brown hair, black eyes, and a pair of swirls on his cheeks. He had a bag of chips in his hand which ate with a quick speed as the two of them walked up the stairs and took a pair of seats at the table next to Naruto's. Then other children just started pouring into the room, but by this point Naruto had just tuned them out and started reading a book. His attention was however drawn back when he heard what could only be described as a stampede outside the classroom. "I'm going to win Ionopig," roared a female voice. "Like hell you are, Foriad," declared another voice. Naruto snapped his book shut, interested to see what the two voices were arguing about. Just then the door was just short of ripped off its rollers and in slipped a pink-haired girl. "Ha suck it Ionopig, I get 2 sit next to Sasuke kun," screamed the shrill female voice, the owner of which was dancing around. "Really, they were fighting over a seat?" questioned Naruto, looking down, as a girl with bluish eyes and platinum blonde hair stumbled in. "What was that?" screeched the pink-haired girl, glaring at Naruto. "Oh, Sakura, shut up, you yelling is hurting my ears," said the dog boy, drawing the pink-haired girl's attention to him. "Who asked you, dog breath?" spat the girl. "All right everyone, let's just calm down, you two take your seats," declared the Chunin. The two girls quickly took the previously unoccupied seats next to the duck-but-haired boy. "In case any of you missed it, we have a new student joining us for the exams," said the Chunin, motioning to Naruto. How come he can just join on the day of the exams? I thought it was compulsory to attend classes, asked Duckbutt, in an annoyed tone. Training outside of the village for years will do that, and the Sannin vouching for my skills doesn't hurt either, said Naruto somewhat sarcastically. This caused the boy to turn back to Naruto and glare at him. Spin on it, said Naruto, flipping the guy the bird, the glare only intensifying. Alright, you two break it up, we have a test to begin, said the Chunin as another Chunin walked into the room holding a stack of papers. He began handing all of them out. Once all of the papers were handed out, the first Chunin spoke once more. Alright, turn over and begin, said the man. Naruto flipped the paper over and began reading the questions. This is what they want Genin to know. It's fucking pathetic, thought Naruto. Damn, this place has gone downhill since I last saw one of these tests, spoke a feminine voice inside Naruto's head. I didn't wake you, did I, Akane-chan? Asked Naruto. No, I woke up a while ago and now I'm susu bored, spoke the voice. You and me both, Akane-chan, replied Naruto, his hand on autopilot writing the answers to the questions. Why don't you come in here and we can entertain each other, slurred the voice in a sexy tone. Aerofox, muttered Naruto, looking back at the paper in front of him. Oh look, a question that's slightly harder, thought Naruto. Why don't you summon here so I can make you hard, spoke the voice in his mind. Will you please, just not, asked the irate blonde. Oh please, don't pretend you don't love it, declared the voice. Why did I even agree to that deal, questioned Naruto. Because from it you got a summoning contract and free use of up to 2 tails of my Yukai, declared the voice in his head. And if I'd known how much of a perv you are I would have thought more seriously about the deal, countered Naruto. Oh, Naruto-kun, you wound me, so why must you hurt me in such a way, questioned the voice dramatically. Oh, stop being a drama queen, ordered Naruto. His mind was then assaulted by an image of a woman with palish skin, long white hair with a pair of fox-like ears on top of her head, light blue eyes with slitted pupils, 9 fluffy tails, and dressed in a black kimono, pouting. That was me, Naokuen, said the voice in a baby voice tone. You're a sweet girl, I'm sure you can forgive me, said Naruto. The owner of the voice was feeling thankful that Naruto couldn't see her or her colossal blush. It was at this point Naruto finished the test. Quickly putting his pen down, he flipped the paper before putting his head down to take a short nap. An hour later. Alright, everyone, pencils down, test time is over, declared the scared Chunin. Okay, now we're going to take a break so I can grade you papers, so everyone outside and hand me your tests on your way out, said the man. Slowly but surely everyone in the room stood up and walked out of the classroom, handing the Chunin their papers on the way out. Naruto waited until everyone else had gone before picking up Samehada, then walking down and placing his test on the Chunin's desk and walking out of the classroom and outside, where instead of joining the rest of the class Naruto walked over to the nearest tree and simply jumped up onto the lowest branch, pulled Samehada off his back, putting it on his lap before leaning back against the tree trunk before closing his eyes. You fight me, came a voice Naruto recognized from the class he joined. Naruto just ignored the voice. You up in the tree, I'm talking to you, said the voice, making the blonde open his eyes and look down at the duck-but-haired boy glaring at him. Go away, said Naruto. I said fight me, ordered the boy. Leave me the hell alone, you're not worth my time, said Naruto, yawning. I said fight me right now, and while you're at it give me that sword, a worthless peasant like you doesn't deserve a weapon like that, said the boy. Naruto stood up and put Samehada on his back before a small snowstorm kicked up around him, and then he was gone, making Duck-but Growl having to look for him again. Naruto now sat on the railing on the roof of the academy, looking down on the kids in the yard, all running around like idiots. Half an hour later. The Chunin from the class walked out of the building, evidently having finished marking the tests. Alright, you lot to the kunai range, called the Chunin. Naruto waited until everyone was around a corner before dropping from the roof and followed behind the group stealthily to the kunai range, where he stood far enough away none of the class would notice him, excluding the Chunin, but was close enough to hear the explanation. Alright everyone, this is a test of your aim. You will each be given 5 kunai. Not hitting a target will result in no points. The outermost ring will be 1 point all the way down to the center ring being worth 10 points, said the Chunin. Bonus points will be allocated if you hit the targets from further away, declared the scar-faced man. Do we have to use kunai, or is this a test of true aim? Questioned Naruto, startling most of the students. What are you asking to use? Questioned the pineapple-haired instructor. With a flick of the wrist and a puff of smoke, a compound bow appeared in Naruto's hand. This, declared Naruto, holding the weapon up. A bow? Yes, that's an acceptable substitute, said the Chunin, getting a nod from Naruto. Is there anyone that wants to go first? Asked the Chunin. Duck-but raised his hand. Alright Sasuke, you can go first, said the Chunin. Sasuke walked back until he was about 30 meters from the targets, pulling out 5 kunai. before throwing all 5 at once towards the targets. All bar one hit dead center and the last was off just enough that it was in the second from the center ring. Good job Sasuke, 49 points plus another 30 for distance gives you 79 points, said the Chunin. Sasuke strode forwards arrogantly. Beat that blondie, declared Sasuke as he passed Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. Sure, said Naruto with a smirk, as Sasuke collected his weapons. So anyone want to go next? Asked the Chunin. Naruto raised his hand. Alright Naruto, you're up, said the man. Naruto turned around and walked towards the gates of the academy grounds. To everyone's surprise he walked out of the grounds, crossing the street into an alley where he walked halfway up the wall where he stood and faced back at the academy. Everyone's head snapped to the target as an arrow made of ice hit dead center of the target, and before any comment could be made a second arrow split the first from nock to tip, then another, and another, and another. Show off, declared a voice in Naruto's head. You always like when I show off for you, countered Naruto. It took the time for Naruto to return for Iruka to come to his senses. Well done Naruto, perfect 50 for aim and the max of 100 bonus points for distance, said Iruka, still somewhat dumbfounded. Naruto nodded and placed his hands around the arrows, squeezing them, causing the frozen arrows to shatter, before the blonde walked back to the shocked crowd of genin hopefuls. Kiba, you can go next, said the Chunin, snapping the kids out of the daze. An hour later. The group had finished with the target practice portion of the exams and had now moved on to the taijutsu portion, which was a simple task of either lasting 5 minutes in the ring with the Chunin or landing one decent hit on him. However, the Chunin fighting wasn't the scar-faced Chunin, it was his white-haired friend. So far the platinum blonde and pink-haired girls had barely lasted 5 minutes. The girl who thanked Naruto scored a hit within a minute despite her nervousness. The dog boy landed a hit within the second minute. The chubby boy landed a good hit in under a minute. The lazy pineapple-headed boy lazily avoided all attacks for the 5 minutes. The cloaked sunglasses boy scored a punch in under half a minute, as did Duckbutt, and finally it was Naruto's turn. Alright Naruto, you're up, said the scared Chunin. Naruto stepped into the ring. He could already see the Chunin was acting less lax, closing the openings in his stance. Great, one of the bastards who thinks I'm you, Akane-chan, muttered Naruto mentally. Kick his ass Naruto and I'll give you a reward, said the voice in Naruto's head. The only reward I need from you is to see your beautiful smile, responded the blonde, once more making Akane glad Naruto couldn't see her. And begin, called the scar-faced Chunin. The white-haired Chunin immediately charged at Naruto before throwing a punch at the boy, who leaned back into a bicycle kick, hitting the Chunin in the chin, knocking his head upwards. Naruto landed the flip on his 2 hands, and then in a blink of an eye he shot both of his feet forwards and buried them in the Chunin's gut with enough force to force the man back and out of the ring. Well done Naruto, stuttered the Chunin. Naruto simply stood up and smoothed out his trench coat before walking back over to the students. Alright, all of you head back inside for the ninjutsu portion of the exam, said Iruka. The students all slowly made their way back inside, all taking their seats again, before the scar-faced Chunin walked into the room. Alright, we will call you one by one into the other room where the ninjutsu portion of the test will be held, declared Iruka. And first up we have Shino, said the Chunin, walking out with coat and glasses boy following closely behind. Chapter 3. Naruto sat in his seat at the back of the room. He had spent the time analyzing the people in the class. Most were unimpressive, more than likely to die on the first mission out of the village. A few caught his attention. Dog Boy was one. He, from what Naruto had seen, would make for a reasonable sparring partner if he were paired up with another. The ones that Naruto thought could fill that hole were the apology girl and the glasses boy. Duckbutt was a maybe, but the blonde just knew the boy would never get along with anyone, and more than likely the Duckbutt idiot would say something stupid, planting a huge target on his head with the bullseye right between the eyes, and Naruto always hit the bullseye. The lazy kid struck Naruto as interesting company, as did the fat boy, but he felt he should wait until he was put on a team before trying to become friends with anyone. Naruto had watched as one by one people left the room, each of them returning several moments afterwards with a headband somewhere on their persons. Finally, after an hour of waiting, Iruka poked his head through the door. Naruto, you're up, called Iruka. Naruto nodded and strapped his sword to his back before walking out of the classroom and to the other open classroom, where he found within Iruka, the silver-haired Chunin who was scowling at him, and then several more Chunin. Alright Naruto, we need you to perform a Kawarimi no Jutsu, said Iruka. Naruto nodded, and then in a puff of smoke he was gone and replaced with a log, and then in another puff of smoke he was back. Good next henge, declared Iruka. Naruto nodded, and again in a plume of smoke he was gone, this time replaced with a man some of the Chunin were familiar with, but only due to his reputations in bingo books. The man standing before them was the monster of the hidden mist, Kisame Hoshigaki, and again once more Naruto was back in a plume of smoke. Good work Naruto, although I do have to ask why Kisame Hoshigaki, questioned Iruka. That is nobody's business but my own, declared Naruto, not really wanting to reveal to the Chunins he had been trained personally by Kisame, before the man's untimely passing, hence where Naruto got Samahata from. It wasn't that he was ashamed of his tutelage under the monster of the mist, far from it, he just felt they didn't need to know. Fair enough, alright Naruto, finally a Bunshin Jutsu, said Iruka. Naruto once more nodded, however this time he did some hand signs, however the signs themselves were unusual. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, said Naruto as the air near him froze into a solid form, creating an exact copy of the blonde. All of the people within the room looked at the two Narutos shocked. Well done Naruto, here, stuttered Iruka, holding out a black-clothed headband which Naruto quickly took and tied around his forehead before walking out of the room and back to the classroom where he found several people to be glaring at him. Several hours later. Naruto walked down the darkened streets. It was now early evening, about 8:30, and Naruto was walking back to his godfather's place. The two of them had gone out to Ichiraku Ramen for a congratulatory dinner for Naruto passing his test, Naruto having stayed longer than Jiraiya to catch up with the father-daughter duo who owned the stand, and Naruto was now on his way home. The blonde walked past the Hokage Tower when out of the corner of his eyes he spotted signs of movement. Turning his head towards the movement, he spotted the silver-haired Chunin from his test earlier. However, he was trying to be stealthy and on his back was a scroll. He was currently jumping towards the front gates of the village. Naruto narrowed his eyes and jumped to a nearby roof before following the man. Naruto took a careful look at the scroll on the Chunin's back and his eyes narrowed once more. It was the Scroll of Seals. Something no Chunin should be in possession of. His eyes narrowed further when the man bolted straight out of the gates past the two sleeping Chunin gate guards. Naruto growled at the laziness of the two men before following the Chunin. Dashing through the trees, Naruto tilted his head as he followed his prey. Mizuki was clearly defecting. Taking the Scroll of Sealing was obviously meant to be a bargaining chip, but if Mizuki was this prepared he would already have a plan on where to go, and for the life of him Naruto couldn't work out where that might be. From what Naruto had gathered of the man, Mizuki was clearly prideful, so that meant it was incredibly unlikely that he would defect to a minor village, especially if he was taking the Scroll of Seals. That would certainly paint a target on whichever village he joined, and most villages wouldn't risk it, so it had to be one of the major villages. Suna was out of the question as they were allies, rocky allies, but allies nonetheless with Konoha. Kiri was recovering from a civil war, so Mizuki was unlikely to go there. Iwa would kill him and take the scroll, and Kumo would more than likely do the same. Deciding it better to capture the man rather than speculate, Naruto threw his left hand forwards, a glowing golden chain shooting out of his open palm and wrapping around Mizuki's ankle, yanking the man backwards. What the hell? Questioned Mizuki as he grabbed a tree branch as Naruto leapt forwards, catching up to the man. Chunin Mizuki, as a shinobi of Konohagakure, I hereby place you under arrest, declared Naruto as he landed in a clearing. Arrest? For what? Questioned the man, an innocent smile and confused look spreading across his face. Don't play coy Mizuki, I know that's the Scroll of Seals, you're trying to defect, and I'm going to stop you here, spoke Naruto. What's a genin like you gonna be able to do to me? Questioned Mizuki, arrogantly glaring down at Naruto, clearly forgetting the beating Naruto dished out not hours ago. This, declared Naruto, ripping his blade off his back with his right hand. Leaping forwards at the silver-haired Chunin, who pulled one of the two Fuma shuriken off of his back to block the blade, Naruto swung Samahata down on the giant shuriken. Mizuki expected the blade to be stopped by his giant shuriken, but no, Naruto's strength had greatly increased from their spars and the shuriken was forced out of Mizuki's hand lest it break, his hand that is, not the weapon. I was holding back most of my strength during our spar Mizuki. I didn't want to cripple a comrade no matter their opinion of me, but now I know you're a traitor I can go all out, declared Naruto, a smirk crossing his face, sitting the sharkskin-like blade on his shoulder. Mizuki was about to speak only for Naruto to hit him in the gut with the Samahata, and at the same time Samahata sucked out some of his chakra. What the hell did you do to me? Growled Mizuki, clutching his slightly cut stomach. Naruto said nothing but ran forwards, one hand around Samahata's handle, the other clouded by an icy mist. Mizuki flipped back to avoid the blade of Samahata, however he landed within range for Naruto to lunge forward with his mist-covered hand to grab his arm, making the temperature of the limb drop. Let go of me, growled Mizuki, kicking Naruto, who jumped back to avoid the attack. Fine, you wanna be like that Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja art hidden mist jutsu, called Naruto, mist forming around the area hiding him from Mizuki's sight. Where are you, demon? Ordered Mizuki, looking around for the blonde, only for his leg to become impaled by what looked like a foot-long glowing kunai covered in blood. Alright, I was going to toy with you but now I'm going to murder you, roared Mizuki, trying to rip the weapon out of his leg only to realize that the weapon was attached to a glowing chain. Once Mizuki realized that he couldn't pull the chain through his leg, he pulled out a bottle of liquid which was quickly uncorked and he downed the contents in one gulp. Mizuki then stood up standing on the chain before pulling his leg forwards, ripping the kunai blade out of his leg, before the wound stitched itself shut. Mizuki's chakra skyrocketed, its signature changing, becoming vile and inhuman. Mizuki's body began growing hair all over, turning him into what looked like a bipedal tiger. Really, this guy had to be working for Orochimaru, didn't he? Muttered Naruto, concealed by his mist as he watched the transformation. Naruto jumped forwards to once more slice at Mizuki with Samehada, but the tiger man ducked below the strike. Ha, not so tough now are you little fuuuuuccccckkkkk, said Mizuki, ending in a scream as Naruto slammed his mist-coated hand into Mizuki's chest, freezing the immediate area before slowly spreading out as Mizuki fell to the ground dead as Naruto literally froze his blood and heart. A little over the top for you, Naruto, came the voice of Akane. That was a modified curse mark, there's no telling what he could have done, replied Naruto. The blonde then walked over to the downed Chunin and picked him up before throwing him and the scroll over his shoulder before walking back into the village. It took longer than normal but not by much for Naruto to reach the Hokage tower, ignoring the secretary who was nose deep in work anyway. Naruto walked up the stairs only to see the doors of the Hokage's office shut. Who would steal the forbidden scroll? Questioned a voice from within. Naruto opened the door and stepped inside, where all eyes fell on him. I believe you may be looking for this, Hokage-sama, said Naruto, throwing the scroll to the aged leader. How did you come by this, Naruto-kun? Asked Hiruzen. I was walking home past the tower and I saw this little shit, said Naruto, gesturing to the body slung over his shoulders, sneaking away from the tower, so I followed him. When I noticed the scroll strapped to his back I caught up and engaged him. After disabling him I returned here to return the scroll to you, said Naruto. Well done, Naruto, you will be given B-rank pay for this. Leave the traitor and you are dismissed. Remember, you are expected to be at the academy tomorrow by 8, said Hiruzen, getting a nod from the young blonde. Naruto dropped the traitor before turning on his heels and leaving the room. #street #. Naruto was walking down the street once more on his way home when he spotted something out of the corner of his eyes. The blonde walked over to an alleyway when at the end of the alleyway he saw something that made his ice-cold blood boil. Halfway down the alleyway there were two men standing there, and between them was a woman who, from the looks of it, was drunk and drugged at the same time. Both men were slowly undressing the purple-haired woman. Just relax, Snakehor, we'll make this fun for you, declared one man, pulling down the woman's skirt while the other man fondled the woman's tits. You two need to learn to respect woman, said a voice from behind the two men before both were quickly knocked out, just as the woman passed out as she fell to the ground only to be caught by Naruto just before she hit the ground. That's when his eyes locked on a mark on her neck. Akane-chan, I need your help, said Naruto in his mind. Small amount of Yukai coming up, declared the voice from in Naruto's head. That's when he felt a warm chakra flood into his system before he put the woman down on the alley floor and quickly changeling chakra to his finger he drew an intricate Fuinjutsu matrix which centered on her neck. That should about do it, muttered Naruto to himself. Tamashii Kusaru Kai, Soul Rot Release, said Naruto, placing his hands on top of each other over the mark on the woman's neck. The area around the mark began to warm up quite a bit, as the Fuinjutsu matrix all crawled towards the woman's neck. Once the entire matrix had crawled up onto the woman's neck, Naruto removed his hands and the mark on her shoulder was gone. Naruto smiled. I hope this helps you, Anko-san, said Naruto as he did what he should have done first and pulled up her skirt. Alright, now what to do with you two? Questioned Naruto, turning around to face the attempted rapists. I'll deal with you in a while, muttered Naruto as he tied them up together in ninja wire before once more picking up the unconscious woman, who snuggled closer to him as he jumped to the roof of one of the nearby buildings before heading to the hospital, hoping to just leave her outside, knowing they wouldn't treat her if she was brought in by him. As Naruto jumped, his mind floated back to the two men tied up in the alleyway, thinking of suitable punishments. Without even noticing Naruto was at the hospital, quickly dropping to the ground, Naruto stealthily walked up to the doors and gently placed the woman down before quickly holding his hand out and molding his chakra just above his hand where a white rose formed, slipping the chakra construct into the woman's pocket. Naruto jumped back to a roof across the street, just watching, making sure the woman was taken into the hospital. Fortunately, within moments of getting into a good viewing position, the purple-haired woman was taken inside. Naruto nodded to himself and began his trek back to the tied-up men, still trying to think of a punishment. Oh, that's an evil idea, muttered Naruto as an idea popped into his head. You sneaky little, that is evil, came the voice from inside Naruto's mind just as Naruto dropped into the alleyway with an sadistic smirk plastered on his face. He picked up the two men and quickly ran to the TNI department headquarters before pulling out a piece of paper and writing something on it before putting it in the wire used to tie the men up before knocking on the doors and running. Within a moment a man with a heavily scared face wearing a black trench coat and bandana opened the door before looking down at the two men. "We know all the secrets of IWA," questioned the man with a confused look. Glancing around, the man shrugged before he reached down and yanked the two men up by the wire that bound them, dragging them inside. The next morning. One Anko Mitarashi sat up in fright only to notice she was in the hospital. She absent-mindedly ran her hand over her neck as she tried to work out how she got there, only to notice something. It's gone," said Anko, her eyes shooting open wide as she ran her hand over where her curse mark used to reside. She jumped up and ran over to the nearest reflective surface and made sure she was right. It was then Anko heard the door open. She turned around and saw a woman with long black silky hair and blood-red eyes. This woman was Kurenai Yuhi, one of Anko's oldest friends. Nai-chan, it's gone, it's finally gone," said Anko excitedly, running up to her friend. What's gone?" questioned Kurenai, never seeing her friend this excited. Anko pulled her shirt aside, showing Kurenai her neck. "That fucking cursed hickey," declared Anko. Kurenai gasped and traced her finger along Anko's neck where the curse mark used to be. "Who removed it?" questioned Kurenai. "I have no idea. Last thing I remember last night is almost getting raped again, when someone saved me," muttered Anko, looking down, sticking her hands in her pockets before a confused look spread across her face and she pulled something out of her pocket. "A white rose?" questioned Anko, looking at the flower. #at the academy. Naruto sat at the back of the classroom. The last of the ninja had entered the room. And the bell had gone. "Alright people, I will now reveal the Kunoichi and Shinobi Rookies of the Year," said Iruka with a smile, looking out over the genin who were all looking at him with all of their attention. "Okay, for Kunoichi of the Year we have Hinata," said Iruka, giving a moment for everyone to clap for the shy Hyuga heiress. "Good job Hina-chan," said the dog boy from beside the blushing girl. "Thanks Kiba," muttered the girl. "Alright, everyone settle down," said Iruka, and in an instant the entire class became deathly silent. "Now for the Shinobi of the Year we have Naruto," called Iruka, drawing the blonde's attention down to the front. The class was silent for a moment before the dog boy began clapping, followed by Hinata, the dark coat boy, the lazy boy and the swirly-cheeked boy. Naruto nodded his head with an awkward smile, ignoring the glares from the others. "Okay, everyone, now onto the bit I'm sure you've all been waiting for, team placements," said the Chunin. The class burst into whispers. Naruto just looked at the genin around the room before rolling his eyes before putting his head on the table, tuning out everything until his name came up. "Team 7 Naruto Uzumaki," said Iruka, making Naruto sit up and listen. "Ino Yamanaka, and Shino Aburame, and your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake," said Iruka. Naruto smirked to himself. Paired with a clan heir and heiress, under an A-ranked shinobi, he could deal with that. The red-haired blonde looked to his two teammates who were looking back at him. He nodded to them with a smirk on his face. Shino nodded back while the Yamanaka sighed before nodding back to Naruto. Chapter 4. "Where the hell is this guy?" shouted Ino. She along with her two teammates had been awaiting their sensei for the better part of 3 hours and each of them were growing irritated. Naruto sat in his chair writing in a notebook, occasionally glaring at the door. Shino sat quietly, bugs occasionally running out of his jacket and onto his finger so he could observe them, and Ino had used the time to whine. "Naruto, come in here, I'll keep you entertained," came Akane's voice in a purr from inside Naruto's head. "Aerofox," replied Naruto. "You know you love me," spoke the woman. It was at this point thankfully the door opened, revealing a silver-haired jonin with a mask covering the lower half of his face and his headband covering his left eye. "You three Team 7? asked the man, getting a nod from the genin. "My first impression of you is, you guys are boring, meet me on the roof," declared the man, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. "I don't know about you, but the last 3 hours waiting have made me hungry," said Naruto as he stood up with a thoughtful look on his face, snapping his notebook shut before turning to his teammates. "I don't know, he could have been in a meeting or on a mission or something. We shouldn't just leave," spoke Ino timidly. "Weren't you just bitching that he was late? And besides, he won't have been on a mission for the last few days. Hokage-sama would see to that," replied Naruto. "But you," stuttered Ino, not sure what to say. It would seem logical for prospective sensei to not go on missions so close to graduation so situations like this don't arise. "However, I don't believe it's fair to waste our sensei's time. He may have simply been testing our patience," spoke Shino in an even tone. "Do you want lunch on me or not?" asked Naruto, rolling his eyes. "You know what, after all that, why not?" muttered Ino, standing up, shaking her head a bit. It would be unwise to go but, I can't deny I'm hungry, spoke Shino standing up as well. Naruto nodded before he walked out of the room with his two teammates in tow. The three of them left the academy and headed to Ichiruaku Ramen. It only took the trio about 5 minutes to get to the eating establishment. Naruto held the curtains aside, ushering his teammates inside. Hello and welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, how may I help you, spoke a female voice from behind the counter. Oh hey Naruto, I didn't realize it was you. Who's this? asked Iam, motioning to Naruto's two teammates. I am Nichin, these two are my teammates, Shino Aburame and Ino Yamanaka, declared Naruto, introducing the individuals. So what will you all have? questioned Iam, pulling out a notepad as the three sat down. I'll just have the usual, spoke Naruto, getting a smirk and an eye roll from Iam as she wrote something down on her pad. Could I please get a vegetable ramen please? asked Ino, politely, getting a nod from Iam, who quickly wrote it down before turning to Shino. I will have the chicken please, spoke Shino. Iam once more nodded, writing it down before getting to work. Hashtag with Kakashi hashtag. The silver-haired Jonin had been waiting on the roof for more than 5 minutes for his genin to show up. He had actually got a good feeling about this group of genin. He figured they might be the first team to ever pass his test. Where the hell are they? asked Kakashi, peeking over his book at the doorway where he had expected them to come running out of maybe a minute after he had spoken to them in the class, but they were yet to arrive, and he was beginning to worry. I'll just go see if I can find them, muttered Kakashi, snapping his book shut, creating a shadow clone to leave there in case they showed up while he was away. The silver-haired Jonin then walked down the stairs like a normal before making his way to the classroom, where upon opening the door he found the classroom empty. Strange, where could they be? questioned Kakashi, scratching his head. He then walked out of the academy building. Hashtag about 2 hours later, Ichiraku Ramen hashtag. The genin were sitting at the ramen bar quietly talking, waiting for their sensei to show up. Here you three are, muttered the man as he walked through the flaps of the ramen stand. Why didn't you three come up to the roof like I asked you? questioned Kakashi. Payback, declared Naruto, not even turning to face the man. Well, alright, I deserved that. Given we're all here we might as well get to know each other, so why don't we talk about ourselves, said Kakashi, taking a seat next to his genin. Like what, sensei? asked Ino, looking to Kakashi. Names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, that kind of thing, said Kakashi. Alright, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like ice, snow, my sword Samehada, Arctic animals, ramen and learning new things. I don't like arrogant people, people who waste my time, traitors, and rapists. My hobbies, well, I don't have too many of those, but I guess training would be a hobby, and my dream, I'm not really sure, I just want to help people in need, said Naruto. Good Naruto, good, said Kakashi before pointing to Shino. My name is Shino Aburame, I like insects, my family and winter melon. My dislikes are numerous, however the most prevalent are those who mistreat insects, and those who betray others who had faith in them. My dream is to discover new insect breeds, declared Shino in an even tone. Okay Shino, and last but not least, spoke Kakashi, pointing finally to Ino. My name is Ino Yamanaka, I like Sasuke-kun, flowers, my family and shopping. I don't like Sakura, the hussies trying to steal Sasuke-kun from me, and bullies. My hobbies are well shopping, and working at my family's flower shop, although that's more of a job. Anyway, my dream is to be a powerful kunoichi and marry Sasuke-kun, declared Ino, blushing when mentioning Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes at the fangirly attitude of his teammate, before looking back to Kakashi as he spoke. Alright, I guess I should give you lot a little insight into me. My name is Kakashi Hatake, my likes I have a few, my dislikes there's a couple of those as well. My hobbies you lot are too young and innocent for that, and my dream is something again you lot are a little too young for, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Young and innocent my ass, muttered Naruto under his breath loud enough that he was certain Kakashi heard him. Well, my cute little genin, tomorrow you three are to meet me at Training Ground 7 at 7 for a little survival exercise, said Kakashi. Are you going to show up, or are we not going to start this exercise until sundown tomorrow because you came late and we left? asked Naruto, rolling his eyes. Fine, spoil sport, make it 10, said Kakashi. And you'll want to have all of your gear, as this won't be just any survival exercise, said Kakashi with an eye smile. What kind of exercise is it, sensei? questioned Shino in a vaguely curious tone. You don't want to know, trust me, just show up with your equipment and be ready for a fight, as this exercise has a 66% failure rate, and if you fail you go back to the academy, said Kakashi. What, but we passed the exam, exclaimed Ino loudly. Did you honestly think that knowing some history, how to aim, how to throw a punch and 3 jutsu was all you needed to become a ninja? No, that is a test to weed out the ones with absolutely no hope of becoming ninja. This will be your true exam, said Kakashi with an evil glint in his eye, getting up and walking to the exit. Oh, and I wouldn't eat breakfast if I was you, you'll just hurl, declared Kakashi as he stepped out of the stand before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Well, I've got to go. I'm just going to say, if you want to pass this test tomorrow, ignore the advice of Kakashi-sensei and eat, said Naruto standing up. It would seem logical to do so, even if Kakashi-sensei shows up on time. A survival exercise on an empty stomach sounds like a bad idea, spoke Shino. Exactly, he wants us distracted by hunger, replied Naruto, putting a small wad of bills on the table before he too left the stand. He had places to be, one of which was the Hokage Tower. Hashtag 5 minutes later, Hokage Tower hashtag. Naruto walked into Hiruzen's office, having seen the door open, and ignored the secretary's calls for him to stop. Naruto-kun, I wondered when I'd see you again, said Hiruzen, his pipe hanging from his mouth as he blew out a breath of smoke. I would like my mother's scrolls on Fuinjutsu, said Naruto very seriously, before he pulled a pack of smokes out of his pocket, flicking one out and lighting it while Hiruzen sat in deep thought for a moment. There was no real reason to deny him at least that much. It was clear to aged Kage that Naruto knew of his parents from the beating Jiraiya gave him the previous day. All right, said Hiruzen, standing up and walking over to the pictures of the previous Kage before pulling Minato's off the wall, revealing a safe. All of your parents' belongings were sealed after their deaths to prevent them being stolen. You'll be given your father's belongings and the deed to your parents' home when you reach Chunin, declared Hiruzen. Naruto nodded, blowing out some smoke as Hiruzen opened safe, revealing 2 scrolls. The Kage pulled out one of the scrolls and handed it to Naruto, who took the scroll with a smile and a nod, turning to leave when the door flew open. Prepare to die, old man. Today I'm going to take that hat, declared a boy as he ran into the room, only to trip over his obscenely long scarf, falling flat on his face in the process. The boy pushed himself to his knees, rubbing his face before looking around the room. You tripped me, didn't you? Declared the boy, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. You tripped over your scarf, idiot, said Naruto, taking a long drag from his cigarette. No, it was you, you big idiot, said the boy, only for Naruto to yank him into the air by the collar. You tripped on your stupid scarf, you little brat, growled Naruto. Once more the door was ripped open. Put him down, you miscreant. That is the honorable grandson of the Sandaime, said the man to Naruto. The boy just smirked, figuring he was off the hook now. Hoopty fucking do, said Naruto sarcastically, looking back at the Jonin before turning back to the kid. Accuse me of bullshit again and I'll freeze your legs, and dangle you by your ankles from the nose of the Hokage monument, declared Naruto, dropping the kid unceremoniously on his ass before walking out of the room. Hashtag about an hour later hashtag. Naruto was now sitting atop the Hokage monument on his father's head. He had come straight there from the Hokage Tower. Unfortunately, at some stage during the trip he'd gained a follower. Naruto sighed and once more looked over his shoulder towards the box with a pair of eyes poking out of it, looking at him. Does he honestly think I can't tell that's him, thought Naruto. Just scare him off, it's getting a little bit creepy now. He's just been watching you, declared Akane from inside Naruto's mind, and he was half tempted to listen to her and scare the kid off, but all of the ways he could think of either ended up with the kid scarred for life or wounded, and that was something he didn't need. Naruto sighed and rolled up his scroll. He really hadn't wanted to spend the rest of the day in the compound, but there was nothing else Naruto could do, so he stood up and walked to the edge of the stone face of his father, before casually stepping off and falling down. While falling, Naruto shunshined to his and Jiraiya's house, landing outside before jumping up into one of the trees, where he pulled out his scroll and once more began to read. Why you here, Gaki? I'd have thought you'd still be out with your teammates, said Jiraiya. No, we finished after introductions. I went and got Kaa-chan stuff from Gigi and then have spent the last couple of hours trying to ignore Gigi's grandson, who was just short of stalking me, said Naruto nonchalantly. Well, good for you, declared Jiraiya awkwardly before walking back inside. He had lady friends to entertain. Naruto decided it was time to go and see his prisoner face to face. Closing his eyes, Naruto moved into a meditative position. Naruto felt the world around him distort and change. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw the wide expanse of flat plains, mountains, and giant forests. Before Naruto could get up to look for his tenant, he felt 2 arms slip around him. Hey there, handsome, whispered the voice of Akane into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Hey there, Akane-chan, spoke Naruto, turning to the woman. You haven't come to visit me in months. I was starting to think you don't want to see me anymore, muttered Akane with a pout. I'm sorry, Akane, I've been busy. Can you forgive me? Asked Naruto, in an almost sarcastic tone. Humph, not with that attitude, replied the 9-tailed fox woman, standing up, turning her back to him. Please, Akane, spoke Naruto, standing up, moving over to her, going to put his hand on her shoulder, only for her to shrug it off. Akane? Asked Naruto, only for the woman to turn her nose up at him, making Naruto's eyes go wide. Please, Akane, not the silent treatment, begged Naruto. No response. Please, Akane, don't do this again, said Naruto. Again nothing. Please Akane, I don't know what I'd do without you, please don't do this, pleaded Naruto. This finally got a response from the vixen. Then make it up to me, ordered the white-haired vixen turning to face her container. What do you want? Asked Naruto with a sigh knowing that the vixen was playing him like a harp. You to stay in here with me till the sunset, declared Akane smiling a strikingly beautiful smile. All right, replied Naruto with a half smirk and half laugh. Great, come on, replied Akane grabbing Naruto by the wrist and pulling him away. Within a few moments Naruto found himself under a tree, Akane between his legs leaning against him, her tails pressed against his stomach. No cheating either, spoke Akane leaning backwards looking back at Naruto. Didn't even consider it, replied Naruto smiling, wrapping his arms around the vixen. As he sat beneath the tree his mind began to wander, flickering back several years. #flashback#. An 8-year-old Naruto groaned, his eyes flickering open, looking around. The blonde was confused. Why the hell am I in a sewer, muttered Naruto pushing himself up off the watery floor. It had been a week since he had left his third sensei behind him and he had fallen asleep lying on a tree branch. Hence why the blonde was so confused to find himself within a sewer. Looking up and down the hall, Naruto saw one way had less light than the other, deciding that the end with the light seemed more inviting. He headed that way. The blonde walked for what felt like hours, traversing a labyrinth of halls. Eventually he found himself within a large chamber. Large enough that it could contain the Hokage monument several times over. However, what confused Naruto was the fact that there was a set of bars, each one as wide as he was tall, splitting the room in two. But Naruto had no time to contemplate the bars as he heard a tiny splash and saw a ripple emanating from within the barred-off section of the room, followed quickly by another and then another coupled with a sniffle. Hello? Naruto cautiously called into the darkness. Naruto heard a sharp intake of breath before some shuffling and sloshing, the latter clearly from the water, before something emerged from the darkness. And Naruto, muttered a shaky female voice as the shape became clear. It was a woman. She had snow-white hair with a pair of fox-like ears atop her head. The blonde couldn't see her eyes as they were cloaked in shadows from her hair. The white-haired woman wore a midnight black kimono with a white obi holding it closed, the garment, nor the position of her arms, her right arm crossed over her stomach holding her left arm, did anything to hide the woman's sizable cleavage. Swaying behind her to an unknown rhythm, and obviously sticking out from under her kimono were 9 snow-white tails. It was the Kyuubi. Chapter 5. Naruto quirked a brow as he looked at the white-haired woman behind the bars. He knew who she was, but her stature didn't match up with what he would have figured, nor did her behavior. I'm sorry, muttered the woman looking down, drawing a confused look from Naruto. What for? Asked Naruto, making the woman look up at him. It's all my fault. It's my fault that you've grown up alone. It's my fault that the villagers hate you. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, begged the Kyuubi looking to Naruto, her ice blue eyes stained with tears. There's nothing to forgive, Kyuubi. None of it is your fault. You're not the one who told everyone that you were sealed in me. You're not the one who looked at me as if I were a stain on humanity. You're not the one who chased me on my birthday. None of that was you, declared Naruto with a small smile. TT, thank you, muttered Kyuubi, her hands coming up to her face as more tears formed and began to fall. It seemed like she would have thrown herself at Naruto and hugged him if the bars weren't in the way. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Questioned the voice of Akane, drawing Naruto out of his trip down memory lane. Just remembering how I met my favorite vixen, replied Naruto, squeezing the woman leaning on him, earning a blush from said vixen. You were such a naive softy, spoke Akane joyfully. And you were a timid apologetic mess, Naruto shot back with a grin. Because it was and still is my fault, began Akane, only to be silenced by Naruto placing a finger to her lips. I've told you 1,000 times I don't blame you, said Naruto with a sincere smile on his face. I know, I just can't help it, I still feel it. Once more began Akane, only to be stopped by Naruto. Shush you, it's not your fault, demanded Naruto. Akane smiled before leaning into the blonde shinobi's warm embrace. The two sat together under the tree as the sun set in his mindscape, painting the sky a bright yellow, red, orange and pink. Naruto sighed as the sun set, looking to the vixen in his arms. He found her eyes closed and the woman gently snoring. Smiling, Naruto kissed Akane's forehead before gently laying her down, conjuring a pillow to lay her head on. Standing up, Naruto smiled as the vixen curled into a ball before he vanished from his mindscape. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself still seated on a tree branch. Glancing up at the sky, he saw that the sun had set at least an hour ago. Standing from the branch, Naruto dropped to the ground, however before hitting he was engulfed in a small snowstorm and vanished. #next morning. Naruto leant against a tree, Samahata leaning beside him, his eyes closed. It was 10 past 10, Shino and Ino both stood around the clearing Naruto found himself in. As he leant against the tree, Naruto's hands twitched, a small cloud of frost forming around both of them. Both Shino and Ino stood away from Naruto as they saw him twitching. As a swirl of leaves kicked up in the middle of the clearing, Naruto in an instant formed a kunai of ice and threw it at Kakashi as he appeared. "Wow, nice aim you have there, Naruto-kun," spoke Kakashi condescendingly as he sidestepped the weapon unnoticed by Shino and Ino. The weapon sliced part of Kakashi's uniform. "You're late," snarled Naruto, grabbing Samehada with his left hand, Samehada's scales scratching against each other indicating the sword wasn't happy either. "I got lost on the road of life," declared Kakashi, getting a glare from Naruto, whose right hand was engulfed in an icy mist. "Alright, it's good to see you're all so eager. I'll just quickly explain the test and then we can begin," declared Kakashi as he pulled out a pair of bells and held them up. "Your objective is to get these bells from me within the next few hours. You have until 1 o'clock to get a bell from me. You may use any means you deem necessary. Those without a bell go without lunch," declared Kakashi, expecting to hear growling stomachs, but to his surprise nothing. "Never hurled from training, and I've trained with training monsters," declared Naruto, still glaring at Kakashi. "Anyway, the ones who don't have a bell once time is up are sent back to the academy," declared Kakashi, hoping to scare the genin a bit. He got the reaction he wanted from Ino and to a lesser extent Shino, but Naruto rolled his eyes. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," said Ino. To this Kakashi nodded. "Yes, only a maximum of 2 of you can pass this test," declared Kakashi with a sadistic grin. "And with that bit of information I believe we'll start," said Kakashi, and with that Ino and Shino ran off into the forest. "Naruto, I said start," said Kakashi, thinking Naruto hadn't heard him. "Oh, I heard you quite well, Kakashi, but you've wasted my time, so I'm a little pissed right now," declared Naruto. Before Kakashi could even get another word in, Naruto ran his thumb along his sharpened canine before he quickly flipped through hand signs. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu," yelled Naruto, slamming his hand on the ground, creating a plume of smoke from where his hand landed, and as the smoke cleared, a 4-tailed white fox sat there looking around. "Naruto-sama," said the fox, meeting Naruto's gaze. "Raiko," said Naruto, looking down at the fox. "What have I been summoned for, Naruto-sama?" asked the white fox. Naruto simply pointed at Kakashi, who was watching on with a smile on his face under his mask. "I would like to wipe the smug grin off his face," declared Naruto. "Well, it has been a while since we hunted together, not since that snake's ponds," said the fox. "Hayatan Kori Saraisa no Jutsu, Ice Release Ice Slicer Jutsu," called Naruto as the water in the air around him froze into several discs that in an instant flew at Kakashi, who for his credit schooled his features quickly before jumping to the side to avoid all of the discs. However, as he landed, Raiko was on the jonin in a flash of fur and teeth. Kakashi barely had time to get a kunai out before the fox's teeth were upon him. Naruto meanwhile had finished a short chain of hand signs. "Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu," said Naruto quietly as a clone formed and ran off into the trees. "Are you sure you're right, Naruto-kun?" questioned Akane from inside Naruto's head. "Sure? No. Reasonably certain?" "Yes," replied Naruto as he pulled Samehada into one hand while the other was covered by the icy mist as he charged forwards at Kakashi, who was still holding off the quick kitsune. Naruto jumped up and over the fox and flipped over, bringing his sword down on Kakashi, who just in the nick of time kicked the fox in the gut, pushing him back enough to bring his kunai up to block Samehada. Naruto brought his icy hand forwards in a claw-like strike to Kakashi's side as the blonde landed on the ground, only for Kakashi to be replaced instantly with a log. "Behind you," said Akane, giving Naruto time to roll to the right to avoid Kakashi, who was in a crouched position with a tiger hand sign. "You escaped my Sennin Goroshi, 1,000 years of death, this time, Naruto," said Kakashi in an overly dramatic fashion. Naruto rolled his eye as he swung Samehada over himself at Kakashi, who jumped out of the way of the blade as it hit the ground. Naruto flipped to his feet only to once more not see Kakashi. "Bello," called Akane, making Naruto jump just as a pair of hands burst out of the ground to grab where his ankles were just a second ago. Raiko once more charged at Kakashi as the silver-haired shinobi as he quickly pulled himself out of the ground, while his summon lunged at Kakashi. Naruto kicked back, launching himself into a tree, sheathing his weapon on his back as he quickly pulled his bow off his back and formed an arrow of ice, and the next instant letting the arrow fly towards his possible sensei, who was fending off Naruto's fox summon. At the last possible instant, Raiko jumped back from Kakashi, who was forced to substitute with a nearby log that was quickly sliced neatly in two. Kakashi looked to the shattered log, shocked only to have to duck out of the way as yet another arrow of ice was shot at him. As Kakashi moved to leave the area, Naruto jumped out of the tree and ran towards him. "You're not getting away, Kakashi," snarled Naruto, forming a trio of arrows in his hands, holding them by the arrow head. Once the arrows had formed, Naruto knocked them all at the same time and let all three fly at the same time. However, to Kakashi's confusion, the arrows landed around him. However, his sixth sense told him he was in danger. He began to move. Too late, spoke Naruto with a smirk, holding his hand in a half-tiger sign, and in an instant the 3 arrowheads exploded in large plumes of fire and smoke. However, Naruto's eyes narrowed as the smoke began to clear, only to see a hole in the middle of the crater created by his 3 arrows. He's not nearby, he must have gone off to test the other 2, spoke Akane. Let's just hope the clone got to them first, replied Naruto as he moved to follow Kakashi. #with Ino and Shino #. The 2 genin hopefuls found themselves hidden within a bunch of trees. Alright Naruto, you've got us both here now, talk, ordered Ino. I'll overlook the rudeness for now, Ino, but know that if you try to boss me around again and you will end up with limbs frozen together for a week, declared Naruto, glaring at the blonde woman, making her shiver. Now on to the actual reason I came to both of you. This test is a farce, spoke Naruto, drawing a confused look from Ino and an intrigued look from Shino. How so, Naruto-san? Asked Shino, genuinely curious. Let me ask you both something. Have either of you heard about a team from Konoha with only 3 people on it? Questioned Naruto. No, spoke Ino simply, while getting a simple head shake from Shino. Next question, have you ever heard of a fresh out of the academy beating a jonin in a fight? Questioned Naruto, getting a head shake from both of his teammates. Exactly, there's something fishy about this test. Why would the academy put us in teams of 3 only then to knock one of those members out after a day? Questioned Naruto. The test isn't about the bells, suggested Shino, catching on to Naruto's train of thought. I think so, declared Naruto, nodding. I think this test is actually about teamwork. The number of bells is to distract us from the real objective of getting the bells, said Naruto. So you're saying we should work together to get the bells? Questioned Ino, getting a nod from Naruto. I agree, declared Shino simply. So do you have a plan, Naruto? Asked Ino, looking at their temporary leader. Naruto's smirk told the Yamanaka heiress whatever he had, it was good. #with Kakashi. The silver-haired jonin dug himself out of the ground. He had managed to survive his fight with his student by quickly digging underground at the last minute and was now carefully making his way towards his other students. His strategy hadn't left him unscathed. His burnt pants and slightly singed leg was proof of that. However, before Kakashi could get too far, he had to duck low, as Raiko jumped at the man diving over him as Kakashi moved. As Kakashi drew a kunai to defend from the creature, he quickly jumped back from Naruto, who slammed his blade down on where Kakashi used to be. Before the jonin could even move to counter-attack, he had to quickly block a flurry of kunai sent at him from a tree branch. Kakashi turned and raised his kunai above his head to block the downward attack from Naruto with Samehada, who quickly threw his legs forwards. Kakashi moved his free arm to block the attack, only for Naruto to spin, swinging Samehada backwards, and brought his fist up into Kakashi's chin. The silver-haired sensei was unable to move away from the attack and was forced to take the hit to his chin. Naruto, seeing his attack connecting, he jumped back, a swarm of bugs curving around him towards Kakashi, who quickly rolled backwards, quickly forming hand signs and breathing out a fireball towards the bugs. But to his shock, they didn't even pull back. But as the fireball drew close to the bugs, 2 chains shot out of the ground to the left and right of the bugs, and a thin barrier of chakra formed between the chains, blocking the flames from hitting the bugs. As the flames dissipated, the bugs flew through the barrier towards Kakashi. The jonin was forced to jump back as the bugs drew closer. However, he spotted Naruto standing off to the side with a smirk on his face and was about to substitute when Naruto raised his hand in a half-tiger sign and Kakashi was suddenly unable to move. Before Kakashi could substitute with a log, Ino quickly ran past him and the jonin heard a jingle indicating that the Yamanaka had the bells. Kakashi saw Ino join her 2 teammates as the bugs flew back to Shino, and Naruto sheathed his sword as Raiko moved over to the blonde male side. Well done, Ino, you got the bells, but who will get the second bell? Asked Kakashi, quirking a brow. No one, nor am I keeping a bell. We all pass or none of us pass, declared Ino, trying to sound sure of herself, but inside she was terrified. Is that your final decision? Questioned Kakashi, narrowing his eye, trying to shake the genin's resolves. Yes, declared Naruto, simply stealing the resolve of the 2 genin beside him. Very well, in that case, began Kakashi, stopping in order to build suspense. Pass, declared Kakashi with an eye smile. Ino let out the breath she didn't know she was holding. Shino gave a sigh of relief, and Naruto just rolled his eyes. Chapter 6. It had been a month since the genin test, which had been won by a paralysis seal Naruto had apparently prepared in advance the previous night. 1 month since the team had been introduced to the wonders of D-rank mission. Now standing in the Hokage's office with Shino holding Tora, the cat belonging to Madame Shirjimi, the wife of the Fire Daimyo. The cat was the bane of Team 7's D-rank experience. At least half of the D-ranks were catching the damn cat, and the cat would always scratch Naruto and Ino, hence why Shino was holding the cat, otherwise his teammates might feel the need to slit the cat's throat. Tora-chan, squealed Madame Shirjimi as she entered the room and took her cat from Shino and squeezed the poor animal tightly. Ha, serves your right, cat, was the shared thought of Naruto and Ino as the cat screamed from being squeezed too tight. Well done Team 7. Well, we have several D ranks available. A member of the council needs his garden weeded, a nobleman needs his son watched. Tora, capturing Tora, said Hiruzen, interrupted by a scream from Madame Shirjimi. No, growled Naruto interrupting Hiruzen. No, questioned the aged Kage. No more of this bullshit. We're ninja trained from the moment we could walk, not 5-year-olds desperate for pocket money, snarled Naruto, narrowing his eyes at Hiruzen. Well Kakashi, what do you think, are they ready for a C rank? Questioned Hiruzen, looking at Kakashi. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious, these three have been genin for less than a month, said Iruka, only to stop as he felt the temperature drop. Iruka, shut up, I have been trained for a combined total of 3.5 years by S-rank ninja, and these two have spent their whole lives being trained by at least A-rank shinobi, and we have spent the month training under an A-rank nin who we almost beat the first time we spared. You know nothing of us or our progress. And Hokage-sama, asked Kakashi-sensei. Not you, growled Naruto, glaring at the Chunin instructor, who recoiled slightly at the disrespect and was about to reprimand the genin. He's right, Iruka, these three are now soldiers of the village, not little academy students you need to coddle. And in answer to your question, Hokage-sama, these three have been ready for a month now, said Kakashi. Right, well, I have a C-rank mission that I can send you four on, said Hiruzen, pulling out a scroll, tossing it to Kakashi, who unrolled the scroll and quickly read through the contents of the scroll. Alright, you three, we're headed to Taki, so meet at the North Gate in half an hour and pack for a week, said Kakashi. All three of the genin nodded and left the room. Here you go Kakashi, said Hiruzen, handing Kakashi another scroll, which Kakashi pocketed, before nodding to his leader before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Are you sure about this, Hokage-sama? Questioned Iruka, looking to the elderly Kage. Yes, said Hiruzen simply. Hashtag half an hour later at the North Gates. Hashtag. Naruto walked up to see Ino and Shino already at the gates, both with backpacks on. Where's your stuff, Naruto? Surely you have to have at least a change of clothes, questioned Ino, looking at Naruto. Naruto pulled the neckline of his shirt to the left, revealing part of his tattooed chest. A tattoo of an arrow crossed a scroll tattooed just below the neck. Most of the tattoos on my skin are not purely decorative, most of them cover seals I have tattooed onto my skin. This one holds any and all of my supplies, said Naruto before letting go of his shirt, letting it fall back in place. What kind of seals do you have, Naruto-san? Asked Shino, curious. I mostly have storage seals for various things. I have a summoning tattoo here, said Naruto, motioning to his right arm with a white furred kitsune on it going down to an open mouth on his wrist. I'll let's see, gravity seals and weight seals, but they're mostly covered by my tats, said Naruto. Truth be told, he had a lot more seals tattooed to his skin. He just was nervous to reveal all of the seals to his teammates, as revealing what some of the seals he had would bring up questions that he didn't really want to answer. Luckily for Naruto, Kakashi chose this moment to appear. Alright guys, we're headed to Taki, which even going the max speed you guys can go is still about a day and a half, but there's no rush, so let's take a leisurely pace and we'll be there in 2 days, said Kakashi, getting a nod from the three genin. Alright guys, Delta formation, said Kakashi. The three genin took a triangle formation with Kakashi standing between Ino and Shino with Naruto at the front before heading out. Hashtag sunset. Hashtag. Alright guys, we can stop here for the night, said Kakashi as he stopped tree hopping. The three young ninja nodded. You guys set up your tents, I'll collect some wood, said Kakashi. I don't need to set up a tent, Kakashi-sensei, I sleep in the open, but I do kinda need to go hunting, said Naruto. Well, if you can bring back enough for everyone, said Kakashi with a nice smile. Sure, but I make no promises, I have no idea what's around here, said Naruto with a shrug, before he then walked into the woods. Pulling his bow off his back and formed an arrow of ice that he notched and held at the ready, and walked far enough into the forest that a small pulse of Biju chakra would go unnoticed by Kakashi and Naruto's two teammates. Akane, said Naruto mentally. On it, replied the woman before discreetly sending out a tiny pulse of her yukai. Even if she was sending out the smallest amount possible, it was still enough to get all of the information within a kilometer. Alright, you have lots of small birds in the area and even some small creatures, but there's 3 boars 200 meters west, a doe half a click north and 2 bucks fighting 270 meters to the northeast, declared Akane. Naruto thought about it for a moment before heading towards the 2 bucks, forming another arrow of ice which joined the first, ready to be shot at the fighting bucks. Naruto, as he ran towards his targets, quickly took to the trees and hopped silently towards the area he was told the bucks were. Within moments Naruto reached the edge of a clearing where the bucks were fighting. Looking to the animals, he formed 2 more ice arrows and gently notched them before quietly pulling back the bowstring and taking aim at the 2 animals, hoping to hit each with a pair of arrows. Naruto took a deep breath and steadied his breathing and let the string go, launching the arrows forwards, and before the bucks could even stop their fighting, the 2 animals fell to the side as the blood drained out of them. Naruto dropped from the tree and walked forwards, channeling chakra to his left hand. As he did, a knife appeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto knelt down beside the 2 downed animals that were good and dead and set about cleaning his kills, doing it here rather than in front of Shino and Ino. About an hour later. Naruto walked back into the campsite to see his teammates and sensei sitting around a crackling fire. Did you not get anything? Questioned Kakashi, being first to see Naruto. No, I just thought it would be better to clean the carcass and harvest what was usable away from these 2, said Naruto, motioning to his 2 teammates. Ah, makes sense. So what did you actually get? Questioned Kakashi. I killed a pair of bucks and a pair of boars, said Naruto, unsealing half of the harvested material from said animals, which did include all of the pelts which the meat was lying on. Take as much as you want, I'll share this lot, but the other half is mine, said Naruto. The other 3 nodded. It was understandable. He did kill and clean all 4 of the kills, and the meat from 1 buck and 1 boar was more than enough for all of them, and with that the 4 of them began to cook up the meat over the fire. After everyone had eaten their fill of the meat Naruto provided and their own food, they sat by the fire quietly. All right, we have to organize watch shifts, declared Kakashi. I'll keep watch, said Naruto, leaning back, stretching his arms above his head. All right, Naruto can take first watch said Kakashi, only to be interrupted. I meant all night, said Naruto. Kakashi turned to Naruto with a raised eyebrow. I've spent almost a month in a constant state of awake before 2 days in a row is nothing, said Naruto. Kakashi shrugged. If you okay with that then sure, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded before pulling Samehada off his back as he jumped up into the nearby trees. The next morning. As the sun rose on the horizon, so did Konoha's Team 7, or at least Kakashi, Shino and Ino. Naruto was still very much awake from his watch shift. As the sun rose, the 3 Konoha nin packed away their tents while Naruto cooked a fish for each of them for breakfast, the fish caught from a nearby river. After eating, the 4 ninja set out towards their destination Taki. Several hours later. After running for hours, the 4 ninja arrived outside the village of Taki. As they walked towards the village, they were greeted by 2 people. One was a man. He had long brown hair and dark eyes. The second figure was a girl who looked to be younger than the genin by a year or 2 and was half hiding behind the man. She had mint green hair and orange eyes. That girl, she got Chome sealed in her, said Akane from inside Naruto's head as the Konoha team walked up to the 2 figures. You sure? Questioned Naruto, shocked to see another container. Absolutely, declared Akane. Hello there, I'm Kakashi and you must be Shibuki, declared Kakashi, stepping up to the man, who nodded to the silver-haired jonin. So you are the team the Hokage sent with his reply, said the man, getting a nod from Kakashi, who pulled out the scroll from his pocket and handed it to the man, who opened it and began to read. Naruto took the opportunity to walk up to the girl. Hello there, Amato-chan, you don't mind if I call you that, right, Nana-chan, said Naruto. The girl looked at Naruto, terrified, only then to calm down a bit when she saw his genuine smile at her. And not at all Qnii-san, stuttered the girl as she stepped out from behind Shibuki, who was now looking wide-eyed at the boy while Kakashi was staring wide-eyed at the girl, who stepped forward into Naruto's waiting arms, and the 2 shared a hug and the girl began to sob. Shoo, it's all right, Amato, said Naruto soothingly as he ran his hands down her back in a calming fashion. I knew I made the right choice in transferring her to Konoha, muttered Shibuki, but both Naruto and the girl heard the man. Why you transferred me to Konoha? Questioned the girl, slightly scared and at the same time looking at him with hope. Yes, and this is the reply from the Hokage accepting the transfer, said Shibuki with a smile down at his surrogate sister, who smiled and ran over to hug him. Thank you, declared the girl, hugging Shibuki. Just promise me one thing, Fu-chan, said Shibuki, making Fu look at him. Live happily, he said, and Fu nodded vigorously. Before anything else could happen, a Taki ninja come running up to Shibuki. Shibuki-sama, the village is under attack, said the ninja. What? Questioned Shibuki, looking at his ninja. Sir, it's Suian, and he has the help of 3 missing nin. He's saying he'll kill as many villagers as it takes for you to bring him the hero water, said the ninja. Damn it, growled Shibuki, glaring at the ground. Let me help, Shibuki, said Fu. No, we can't have you fight, for the villagers will just as likely attack you as the enemy, said Shibuki. Then let us help, we can't leave our allies out to dry while we're here, said Naruto, stepping forwards, getting a nod from Shino and a slightly hesitant nod, but still a nod from Ino. Kakashi? Questioned Shibuki, looking at the Konoha's team leader. Up to you, Shibuki-sama, said Kakashi. Shibuki then nodded to the Konoha team. Alright, you can help, but you four have to keep Fu safe too. Alright, said Shibuki, getting a nod from the Konoha nin. Naruto pulled Samahata off his back as the 6 people set off into the village. Once they made it into the village, it became apparent how bad Fu's treatment was within the village, as even during an attack on their village the people were glaring at the mint-haired girl. As they ran, Naruto put his open hand on the girl's shoulder. It's okay, Yamato, this time tomorrow we'll be so far away from here that this will all seem like an ancient memory, said Naruto with a small smile. Thanks, Nisan, said Fu with a gentle smile, only to then dodge a rock thrown at her. Get out of here, you damn demon, you're not welcome here, growled the person who threw the rock. Shut your damn mouth, you piece of shit, before I rip all of your limbs from your fucking body, snarled Naruto, glaring at the man who flinched back from the hostile frosty glare. This isn't going to work, Fu. I'm going to make a Kage Bunshin to take you out of here and guard you until we get back, okay? Questioned Kakashi, getting a hesitant nod from the girl. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, called Kakashi, creating a second one of himself. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, called Naruto, the ice next to him, forming another one of him that followed Kakashi's clone's lead and followed with Fu. She seemed a little scared. I thought it would be for the best, said Naruto as Kakashi looked at him before getting a nod. Alright, you four, I need to go and get something, said Shibuki, diverting from the path the ninja were following. The Konoha nin continued running down the street towards the commotion at the center of the village. Shibuki, I'm getting impatient, bring me the hero water or I will start killing these people, yelled a man with spiky brown hair standing in front of a group of people tied up. Naruto growled as he saw the man with 3 others, all 3 from AIM. One was a brown-haired woman wearing a semi-revealing outfit. The other 2 were men. One had silver hair and a blue mark running across his nose, while the other had brown hair covered mostly by his bandana headband with a mask covering the lower half of his face. Naruto put down Samahata and pulled his bow off his back and quickly froze the water in the air into 4 arrows, all of which were notched into his bow, which he brought up and aimed down the shaft, and all 4 arrows were aimed at each of the 4 people. Naruto took a deep breath and steadied himself and then let the arrows go. For a moment all was silent as the arrows flew the several hundred feet towards the ninja, but as they looked like they were going to kill the targets, the arrows were either deflected or shattered. Oh ho ho ho, what do we have here, said the spiky-haired man, looking up towards Naruto and the Konoha nin, who all ducked when they saw the arrows deflected. You 3 go and check it out, ordered the spiky-haired man to his 3 companions, who all nodded and jumped towards the roof. Scatter, you 3, meet back here in 20 minutes, only engage if you have no other option, said Kakashi to his team, who nodded, and all 3 of them, and then Kakashi himself took off in 4 different directions. The 3 former AIM nin arrived atop the building not a moment later before they saw 3 of the nin and gave chase. Chapter 7. Naruto crouched on a roof not too far from their original position, but far enough that it wasn't a risk. Naruto, however, watched in horror as Shibuki was impaled on a sword made of what appeared to be water. As Shibuki fell to the ground, a bottle fell out of the man's shirt, but Naruto barely noticed it as he vaulted over the edge of the roof, falling to the ground using his chakra to cushion his fall before once more pulling Samahata from his back and charging at the spiky-haired man that just attacked Shibuki, who was now downing the water from the bottle that fell from Shibuki. When Naruto got close to the man, he exploded with chakra, sending Naruto back. As Naruto flew through the air, he let go of Samahata. I feel so powerful, said the spiky-haired man with a sadistic grin. Oh, so the big man has more chakra, big deal, more for Samahata to snack on, growled Naruto as he pushed himself to his knees, then to his feet. The blonde ninja then began to run towards the man, who just stood there with a sadistic smirk on his face. As Naruto ran, he passed his sword from his left hand to his right before his left hand became encompassed in an icy mist. The blonde ran forwards, and just before he got to the spiky-haired man, he spun around, sending himself careening into the man. Samahata first. The giant sharkskin-like blade slammed into the guy's stomach, cutting it up like nothing else while simultaneously sucking out the man's chakra at an alarming rate. Just as Naruto's blade began to pull away, he spun around more and his frosted hand flew around and slammed into the man's side, making the immediate area freeze from Naruto's hand. It was at that point that the man melted into a puddle of water. Water clone, damn it, thought Naruto as he looked around for the real one. Naruto-kun, behind you, came the voice of Akane. Naruto spun around just in time for a fist to slam into his face, throwing the blonde into the ground. Naruto rolled to the side before jumping up as a foot slammed into the ground where he had just been. You're quicker than I expected. Well, no matter, I got you, declared the spiky-haired man with a smirk. Naruto narrowed his eyes, readying Samahata for whatever came next. The former Taki nin quickly pulled out a handful of kunai and shuriken before throwing them at Naruto, who easily deflected them. Is that Aug? Spoke Naruto, interrupted as the thrown weapons apparently turned around in the air and shot back towards Naruto, hitting him in the back, making him stumble forwards right into a knee courtesy of his opponent, once more throwing the blonde backwards. Naruto growled as he landed, glaring at the man who was smirking, holding up more throwing weapons, which were quickly thrown at Naruto. The blonde dropped to the ground, slamming his hands into the ground, palms flat, forming chakra chains that swiftly tunneled through the ground and shot upwards in front of Naruto, a barrier forming between them, blocking the weapons. However, instead of bouncing backwards and falling to the ground, the weapons curved around the chains and continued onwards towards Naruto. The blonde rapidly backpedaled, jumping up and leapt backwards as the weapons flew at him, quickly forming a half-tiger sign. Naruto held his hand out in front of him, barely forming a sheet of ice between him and the weapons before they buried themselves within the ice almost hilt deep. The blonde ducked below a kick from his opponent before kicking him in the knee before rolling away. Bastard, that is the Otodeba no Jutsu, Tracer Knife Jutsu, thought Naruto. He must have been taught it by a missing nin. They were very protective of that jutsu after all, spoke Akane from within Naruto's mind. True, but Chojuro did let slip that it only has so much chakra in the kunai, which means a barrier should be able to stop them, but my chains are too difficult to manipulate and I don't think I can manipulate ice fast enough, thought Naruto. No, you can't use that, Naruto. You agreed that you wouldn't. You and I both know it's close to no longer obeying you, declared Akane. I don't have a choice, muttered Naruto, standing up, sheathing Samehada before holding his right hand out, palm upwards. With a twitch of his hand and pulse of chakra, a small plume of smoke obscured his hand. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto's spiky-haired opponent pulled out 3 times as many kunai and shuriken as he had before, throwing them all at Naruto. The blonde quickly brought his right hand upwards out of smoke, bringing the now closed hand down on his left hand, which was in a half-tiger sign, before letting go and putting his left hand forwards, palm facing his opponent, revealing a ring now on the blonde's finger. Not caring what the ring was, the spiky-haired Rouge-Taki nin threw his weapons at Naruto. With a pulse of chakra, a golden 6-foot-wide 4-foot-tall wall of chakra shot out from Naruto's hand, before the blonde flipped backwards, pulling his bow off his back. Drawing the weapon, Naruto created a trio of ice arrows and let the ice projectiles fly towards the barrier. The kunai and shuriken hit the golden barrier, deflecting sideways before looping back around and once more hitting the barrier. Naruto's ice arrows, on the other hand, hit the barrier and easily went through the chakra wall, actually speeding up as they did so, shooting out of the other side twice as fast, hitting Surin, making the man grunt and take a step back before shattering the arrows. You son of a bitch, growled the man running towards Naruto, throwing a handful of kunai out to the side as he charged forwards, forming a water sword. Naruto pointed his ringed hand out to the side and with another pulse of chakra another barrier shot out from the ring as Naruto once more drew Samehada. Surin, either not knowing the reputation of Naruto's blade or not believing it was the real deal, jumped up, bringing his weapon down on Naruto as he fell the water sword with Samehada, who then quickly ate the chakra from the weapon as his weapons once more bounced off Naruto's barrier. The spiky-haired man falling towards Naruto, who punched the man in the face, sending him back about 20 meters. That hurt, you little shit, growled the man. This will hurt a lot more. Hayaton Shimo Burisu, ice-style frost breath, called Naruto, spitting out a cloud of icy mist that flew towards the missing nin, who quickly jumped out of the way of the cloud. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu, called Naruto, bringing in a cloud of mist around the two. Well, aren't you full of surprises, said the man as he stood still trying to locate Naruto, quickly pulling out another handful of throwing weapons before letting them fly into the mist. Do you think the Kiri nin so stupid to allow one of their jutsu to cancel out another? Questioned the voice of Naruto as 3 arrows of ice came flying out of nowhere at the back of the man, who turned just in time and destroyed them with a kunai in hand. Suetun Suikoden no Jutsu, water-style water shark bomb jutsu, called Naruto from inside the mist as a shark made entirely of water came flying out of the mist once more at the spiky-haired man, who jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Suetun Suidan no Jutsu, water-style water bullet jutsu, called Naruto, spitting out a wave of water towards the spiky-haired man, who was hit in the gut by the technique and shot back 20 meters, but got up and shook off, making Naruto's attack look like nothing. Fine, then try this on for size. Hayaton Hyoga Ryu no Jutsu, ice-style glacial dragon, called Naruto, creating a giant dragon out of ice that flew towards the spiky-haired man, who jumped up over the head of the dragon only to be hit in the chest with Samehada, which sucked out chakra from the hit, and as the man fell towards the ground, Surin rolled to the side and pushed himself into a flip as Naruto's free hand lashed out in a claw-like strike with an icy mist-coated hand. Seeing as his attack missed, Naruto faded back into the mist. The spiky-haired former Taki nin growled, looking around him, before another volley of ice arrows came flying out of the mist towards the man, who quickly dodged around them, or at least tried to. A pair of arrows hit him, one in the chest, the other his thigh. Surin snarled, snapping the ice arrows, before pulling out as many kunai as he could, throwing them all around him, hoping to hit Naruto with at least one of them. However, Naruto wasn't a simpleton and thus was easily able to avoid the weapons dropping to the ground. Naruto took very loud steps, his opponent quickly spinning around and tossing a kunai at the blonde. Surin smirked as he heard the sound of metal piercing flesh. The only problem was as the mist parted to reveal Naruto with a kunai in his chest, the blonde in front of him fell to the ground, shattering into several blocks of ice. Before Surin realized his mistake, Naruto, the real one, appeared from the mist, one hand holding Samehada, the other coated by an icy mist. Before Surin could blink, the blonde was upon him, slamming his open hand into the man's knee, freezing the joint solid. "Kami, damn it," yelled the man as he landed on the ground. "Kami, damn you indeed," said Naruto, spinning back around and slamming Samehada into the frozen part of the limb, once more sucking out chakra while also shearing the lower half of the missing nin's leg off. However, before he could scream, Naruto ran his weapon across the man's neck, ripping his throat out, spraying blood all over the place in the process. Naruto flicked the blood off his weapon before once more sheathing his sentient weapon. Naruto then walked over to the downed Shibuki and pressed his fingers to the man's neck, not believing that he would find a pulse, but his eyes shot open when he felt a weak pulse from the man. "Samehada, take my chakra, I need enough to be able to control precisely," said Naruto. The sword on his back began sucking out his chakra, leaving Naruto with no more than about an eighth of his original reserves. Naruto began to sweat, as his chakra vanished from his system. When he felt the right amount, he flipped through a short chain of hand signs before his hands glowed green and he put his hands to Shibuki's chest over the open wound in his chest. It was at this point that Kakashi, Shino, and Ino showed up, all looking a little worse for wear, clearly having faced off against their various opponents. All three saw that the spiky-haired man was dead, and from the looks of it Shibuki was too, but Kakashi looked at Naruto with shock clear on his face. "Naruto, you know medical ninjutsu?" questioned Kakashi, getting a nod from Naruto, who was concentrating on the man in front of him. Just as the last part of Shibuki's wound closed up and he shot up, taking a deep breath, Naruto fell to the side unconscious as chakra exhaustion hit him like a truck. Just before he hit the ground, a blur came out of nowhere to catch him before his head hit the ground. "You did good, Nisan, thank you," said Fu after catching her adoptive brother. #Naruto's Mindscape #. Naruto appeared in his mind only to, the instant he became aware of himself, be slapped hard. "You complete idiot, you know that ring is close to not obeying you anymore. You could have died," growled Akane, tears in her eyes as she looked at the blonde. Hey, I'm still here, Akane-chan, it's alright," spoke Naruto calmingly as he pulled Akane into a hug. "No, it's not, promise me you won't do something so reckless again," ordered Akane, pushing back from her Jinchuriki. "Samehada still obeys me and I've had her as long as I've had the ring," spoke Naruto. "You and I both know damn well that's because she's chosen you as her true wielder. Promise me, Naruto, promise me you won't do that again. Give the ring to Fu, lock it away in your compound, throw it into the ocean, just don't use it again yourself," begged Akane, looking at Naruto with pleading eyes. "Alright Akane, I won't use it myself again, I promise," spoke Naruto, hugging the Biju. "Good," declared Akane, burying her face in his shirt as tears spilt from her eyes. Naruto simply resting his chin on her head. Chapter 8. Naruto groaned as he pushed himself upwards into a seated position, rubbing his eyes. He noticed he was in a bed. Blinking, the blonde looked around the room. He was clearly still in Taki. The structure, the architecture, and view from the window were all dead giveaways. "Ah, Naruto-san, you're awake," spoke a voice from to his left. In an instant Naruto turned, a kunai of ice forming in his hand as he turned. Upon seeing Shibuki, Naruto allowed the kunai to melt, taking a quick breath. "How long was I out?" asked Naruto, looking to the Taki shinobi. "Half a day, and as I understand things I owe you a thank you," said Shibuki. Naruto simply waved off the man. "The shinobi that attacked," spoke Naruto. "What of them?" asked Shibuki, looking to the blonde, confused. "Were any captured alive?" questioned Naruto. "No, why do you ask?" inquired Shibuki. "Because I suspect they were working for someone," spoke Naruto, looking down. "What makes you say that?" "They were Taki shinobi at one point," pointed out Shibuki. "Because Surin used a jutsu that is a very closely guarded secret in Kiri," declared Naruto before the door opened and in walked Kakashi. "Good to see you up, Naruto," spoke Kakashi with an eye smile. "I'm sorry, Naruto-san, how do you know it's such a closely guarded jutsu?" asked Shibuki. "Because I was briefly taken as an apprentice to a Kiri shinobi," said Naruto, causing both other men present to raise an eyebrow. "Kisame Hoshigaki," spoke Kakashi, causing Naruto to let out an irritated sigh. "Fine, two Kiri shinobi, one who I wasn't what he was looking for in an apprentice and the other who promised to teach me everything he knew. I asked both of them about the jutsu and they told me that not even Missing Nin taught the jutsu to anyone unless they originate from within the land of water," replied Naruto. They could have stolen a scroll on the jutsu, pointed out Shibuki. Well, they could, if it had ever been written down. Like I said, it's a closely guarded jutsu, declared Naruto. That is troubling, but there is nothing that can be done about it now, declared Shibuki. The doctors here say you're suffering an acute case of chakra exhaustion, but should be okay to leave by tomorrow, declared Kakashi in a somewhat nervous tone. Naruto could understand why. The man was a jonin and as such was always on guard. He clearly wanted to leave as soon as possible despite the fact they were in an allied village. Give me a minute, then call the doctors. I should be fine, spoke Naruto, swinging his legs out of the bed, drawing confused looks from the two elder shinobi. Naruto wobbled slightly as he stood before walking over to his blade that was lying against a nearby wall. Wrapping his hand around the hilt of Samehada, he felt chakra flood his body, easily refilling his reserves to safe levels, the healing power of his own chakra and Akane's making short work of the side effects of chakra exhaustion. The blonde quickly flicked his weapon up and over his shoulder before the weapon slipped into the sheath on Naruto's back as he turned back to Kakashi and Shibuki. Well then, I'll just go get the doctors, declared Shibuki, confused at what just happened before leaving the room. Kakashi, however, raised an eyebrow at Naruto. You looked a little anxious to leave, spoke Naruto, simply getting a shrug from Kakashi, who then too left the room. Are you sure about telling him that? Asked Akane within Naruto's mind as Kakashi left the room. Yes, that way when what happened in Kiri comes to light I shouldn't be linked to what happened immediately, spoke Naruto mentally. I know you don't want to let people know what you did away from Konoha, but you are playing a dangerous game, Naruto. I've seen ninja turn on each other for a lot less, replied Akane seriously. I know, declared Naruto. About an hour later. Thank you, for your kindness won't be forgotten anytime soon, said Shibuki as he stood outside his village seeing the 4 Konoha ninja and Fu off. Of course, Shibuki-sama, we're allies, we couldn't just leave while you were in trouble, said Kakashi. Shibuki nodded, then turning to Fu. Remember your promise, Fu, said Shibuki, getting a vigorous nod from the girl who was standing next to Naruto. And you, Naruto, better look after her or I will hunt you down, said Shibuki, glaring at Naruto, who glared back. I would sooner run myself through with the dullest and rustiest blade under the sun, declared Naruto. Good, said Shibuki. Alright, you two break it up, we should probably head off, right Kakashi-san, questioned Fu, looking towards Kakashi, who nodded to the girl. She's right, break it up you two, said Kakashi, pushing the two glaring men apart. Naruto then nodded to Shibuki, who nodded back, before the blonde then turned and began walking away. Fu quickly smiled to Shibuki before running after Naruto, who waited a moment for her. With that, the rest of Team 7 nodded to the leader of Taki before following Naruto and Fu. Several hours later. The 5 ninja had been walking for a few hours, Fu and Naruto bonding while the others just watched on, but eventually the inevitable question was asked. So Naruto, since when did you have a sister and why was she in a different country? Asked Ino, not entirely sure of the situation. We're not actually blood related, said Fu, not really wanting to go into much more detail. Then how are you two siblings? Questioned Ino, pressing for the information. She and I share a burden that links us together along with several others around the world, and that's all you need to know, Ino, said Naruto, not at all ready to reveal his tenet to his team nor wanting to reveal Fu's at all. Luckily for the two Jinchuriki, at that moment a messenger hawk swooped down to land on Kakashi's outstretched arm. The silver-haired jonin took the scroll attached to the hawk's leg and began reading over it. His eyes widened at what he read. Alright, you 4, Hokage-sama has another mission for us. A team was sent on a mission and are requesting backup, so we are head towards the Land of Waves to meet them and back them up should any trouble arise, but from here on out you 4 will need to listen to exactly what I say when I say it, got it? Questioned Kakashi, getting a nod from the now nervous genin, excluding Naruto, who reached down and squeezed Fu's hand reassuredly. She looked at him, nervousness etched onto her face. I won't let anything happen to you, I promise, declared the blonde shinobi, making Fu nod at him, smiling gratefully at his comment. Thanks, Nisan, said Fu. With that, the 5 ninja changed their direction and ran towards the Land of Waves. The next day, midday. Team 7 plus Fu had been running for several hours now at high speeds to try and make it to where they were needed to back up Team 10. The 5 of them ran out of the tree line where they came to a coast, where 4 ninja, 2 civilians and 1 boat were situated. Kakashi, questioned one of the 4 ninja. Asuma Hokage-sama sent us as backup, said Kakashi as he and his team walked up to Asuma and his team. Please, as if any of you could help us, snorted Sasuke. What the hell is your problem? Growled Fu, glaring at the Uchiha. Imato, ignore him, he's just an arrogant bitch with a stick up his ass sideways, said Naruto, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder, as everyone around them snickered at Naruto's comment. Even Ino let out a snort at the comment. As fun as this conversation is, my boat won't be able to hold all of you, maybe 4 of you plus Tazuna and myself, said the rower before Sasuke could retort to Naruto's comment. That's okay, me and my team will follow along behind, said Kakashi before turning to his team. You guys remember the water walking exercise, right? Questioned Kakashi, getting a nod from Ino, Shino and Naruto and a confused look from Fu. It's okay Fu, I'll carry you across and I'll teach you water walking, said Naruto, putting his hand on Fu's shoulder. Well, if that's the case, let's go, said Tazuna, getting a nod from the ninja minus Sasuke, who was brooding. Naruto knelt down in front of Fu, who jumped on his back piggyback style, while Asuma's team won the boat before it pulled out into the open waters, and as they said, Kakashi and his team followed behind the boat on foot atop the water. You ninja will never cease to amaze me, said Tazuna, looking back at Kakashi and his team. The ninja, despite either sitting in a boat or walking across the water, were all still vigilant, looking out for threats. However, after about half an hour of walking, the mist parted to reveal a huge structure. Wow, said Fu in awe of the bridge. Everyone else wasn't doing much better, excluding Asuma, Kakashi and Naruto. Another 10 minutes passed with no change, but then the boatman shut off the engine and started to paddle his boat into shore. Why did you stop the motor? Questioned Choji, munching on his chips, looking back at the now rowing man. This is as close to shore as we can get with the motor, as Gato has many people on the lookout for anything, so keep it down, whispered the boatman. Naruto grit his teeth as he glared down before he began to stride forwards with more purpose, and within several more minutes the boat and Team 7 landed at the shore of the Lands of Waves. Naruto let Fu down as everyone got off the boat. This is as far as I can take you. I hope you finish your bridge, Tazuna, but this is all I can do, said the boatman. You have already done more than enough, old friend, said Tazuna as he waked towards the forest, followed by the 9 ninja as the rower paddled back out before then vanishing into the mist like a phantom into the darkness. The 9 ninja walked along behind Tazuna, keeping a vigilant watch around for trouble. Naruto had his senses enhanced with chakra. While not the best, his tracking skills with Samahata he were reasonable. Which is why when he heard a twig snap, he on reflex froze water in the air into a kunai which was flung at the twig snap. The ice kunai flew into the bushes. Naruto quickly walked over to the bushes and parted the leaves, revealing a terrified white rabbit sitting less than an inch from the ice kunai. Don't scare me like that, kid, declared Tazuna as he spotted the terrified rabbit. Everyone get ready, we have company, said Naruto, ignoring Tazuna's comment before pulling Samahata off his back with one hand while the other hand became coated in an icy mist. Before anyone could question Naruto, down, yelled Kakashi as he heard a sound. Everyone bar Naruto dropped to the ground. A blade as big as Samahata flew through the air, passing over everyone at roughly the height of where their necks were previously. Naruto, however, jumped back as the blade embedded itself in the tree Naruto has just been standing beside. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, A rank missing Nin, former village of Kiri, wanted for a failed attempt on the Mizukige's life, spoke Naruto, glaring up at the man who now stood on the hilt of the blade in the tree. So the brat knows who I am, I'm flattered. And what do we have here? Kakashi of the Sharingan and Black Smoke Asuma, you two have quite the bounty on your heads, said Zabuza sarcastically when he was talking with Naruto, turning serious when he spotted Kakashi and Asuma, only for his eyes to lock back onto Naruto and his weapon. Where the hell did you get that blade, brat? Growled Zabuza, glaring at the blonde. From my dead sensei's hands, before I buried him, growled Naruto, glaring back at Zabuza, who had just forced Naruto to remember a rather painful memory. Don't even start, Naruto, he died happily because of you, came the voice of Akane, equal parts angry and understanding in her tone. I know, Akane, it just gets to me, I had to bury the man I called Toussaint, replied Naruto. So Kisame's dead, ha, serves the fish bastard right, laughed Zabuza. Hayatan Hyoga Ryu no Jutsu, Ice-style glacial dragon, snarled Naruto as he created a 50-foot-long dragon of ice with teeth a foot long themselves, and said dragon lunged at a surprised Zabuza, who only just managed to jump out of the way in time. Don't you dare insult my Tousan, roared Naruto as he began to leak a bubbly red chakra that began to form the rough shape of a fox. Both the comment and the fox-like cloak shocked both Jonin, while the cloak terrified all of the genin minus Fu. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu, called Zabuza, pulling the mist in around him before fading right into said mist. You think my Toussaint didn't teach me this, Zabuza, you insult him, declared Naruto before he too faded into the mist, and a second later a sound of metal hitting flesh rung throughout the clearing and both Zabuza and Naruto reappeared, Zabuza with a wound on his side from what looked like Samahata. Lucky shot, brat, growled Zabuza, holding the wound. If that was a luck shot, then what's this? Growled Naruto, flipping through one-handed hand signs. Hayatan Kori Saraisa no Jutsu, Ice Release Ice Slicer Jutsu, called Naruto, freezing the water in the air around him into disc shapes that then flew at the former Kirin who blocked them with his sword, only for Naruto to then appear beside the blade and slam his free hand onto the blade, freezing the blade where his hand laid. Naruto was kicked in the chest and sent flying backwards towards the rest of the nin, but he blonde landed on his feet just in front of them before bolting forwards once more, bringing his blade over his head and slamming it down into the Zabuza's blade as he blocked as Samehada hit Kubikura Bocho where the ice had formed a crack in the blade spread to both sides of the butcher's cleaver, making Zabuza growl and go to kick Naruto, who jumped back before Zabuza could. "You'll pay for that, brat," said Zabuza before running the blade along his hand, making it bleed. The blood flowed down the blade and slid into the crack of the blade, sealing it up before it broke. Zabuza then ran towards Naruto, his sword in one hand, as Zabuza lunged forward, swinging his blade downwards at Naruto, who brought his own blade up to block the blade, only for Zabuza to slam one foot on the ground before swinging his other leg around and slamming it into the side of Naruto's head, launching him into the nearby trees. "Hayaton Hiryu no Jutsu, Ice-style Ice Dragon Jutsu," yelled Naruto, a dragon of ice flying out of the trees at Zabuza, who jumped to the side of the dragon only to then have to raise his blade in defense as Naruto slid down the back of the frozen dragon and attacked the Kirin with Samehada. Naruto jumped off his ice dragon, landing about 20 feet from Zabuza, facing the swordsman glaring at him. Both men lunged forwards, their blades eager to clash once more. However, Zabuza jumped to the side as a glowing kunai-like blade on the end of a chain flew at him. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Naruto, seeing the chain coming from the boy's hand. Zabuza once more pushed off the ground, running forwards, flicking a trio of kunai into his open hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Zabuza threw the kunai out wide. Knowing what the man was planning didn't help his situation, as Naruto was forced to bring his blade up to block Zabuza's own weapon. Thankfully, as the kunai curved around and flew back towards Naruto, the glacial dragon moved behind Naruto, taking the kunai hits. Naruto pushed Zabuza's blade to the side before spinning around the man and leaping a small distance away from the swordsman. The two sword-wielding shinobi stood opposite each other, glaring. As a cool wind blew between them, they launched from the positions forward, swinging their blades around with an arm each. When the two reached the center of the clearing, their blades once more clashed. Naruto, using the blade lock to his advantage, lunged forwards, fingers curled into a claw-like shape. He struck Zabuza in the gut with his mist-coated hand. "Son of bitch," growled Zabuza, jumping back and clutching the wound as he felt the temperature of the area around the wound drop. "Narukuin, there's someone else in the area," came the voice of Akane. "Where?" questioned the blonde, looking around. "In the trees to your 10 o'clock, declared Akane. Naruto's eyes locked onto the position, but then was forced to block a strong downward swing of Zabuza. Naruto mentally shaped his chakra as before, a chain shot out from his back into the ground, Zabuza jumping away just in time as the pointed end of chain burst from the ground beneath the man. "Hayaton Shimo Birisu, Ice-style Frost Breath," called Naruto, spewing out a cloud of ice that flew towards Zabuza, who quickly jumped out of the way of the attack before jumping and slammed his blade down on Naruto, who quickly disappeared and was replaced with a leaf. "Where the hell are you, brat?" snarled Zabuza, looking around the clearing. It was only Zabuza's experience as a ninja that saved him as Naruto flew at Zabuza from a high tree branch. Zabuza ducked under the genin's foot, and as Naruto sailed over him, the former Kirin shot his own foot up, hitting Naruto in the gut, making the boy flip backwards. Luckily, Naruto flipped far enough to land on his feet and once more lunge at the missed nin. "Suiton Suryuden no Jutsu, Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu," called Zabuza as Naruto began to lunge, sending a dragon made of water from the nearby lake towards the blonde. Naruto swung his blade down, hitting the dragon as it flew towards him, and the second the water touched Samehada, all of the chakra was sucked out of the attack, making the water drop to the ground in a puddle. Naruto then bolted forwards, his free hand once more becoming coated in an icy mist. Zabuza swung his sword down on Naruto, who blocked the blade with his own, and using his forward momentum he slipped into Zabuza's guard and slammed his free hand into Zabuza's gut, making the immediate area freeze. Naruto once more appeared before Zabuza, who could do nothing before he was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying backwards, pumping chakra into his back, the being the only thing that saved his back from snapping as his back hit a tree behind him. "Who are you?" questioned the now semi-delirious Zabuza. "Naruto Uzumaki Yuki, second monster of the mist, and you're going to die by my hands," declared Naruto, about to attack the man once more, only for a pair of Sanban to fly out of the tree line where Akane pointed out a chakra signature earlier. "I thank you for tearing him out, he was a most tricky capture," declared a voice from behind Naruto. The boy turned around to see a person who looked to be about his age, wearing a Kiri issue Anbu mask and the standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit, which stopped at their knees. Over this they wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around their waist a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around his waist twice. The hunter Nin also wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as their kimono and nail polish on his fingernails and toenails in matching blue-green color. The person's long hair was gathered in a white bun holder, while 2 locks of their hair fell loose framing the person's masked face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends. Had Naruto not caught her scent would have no idea as to the gender of the newcomer. Naruto knelt down and checked Zabuza for a pulse, finding none. He once more turned around to face the Nin. "All yours, Hunter Nin-san," declared Naruto, stepping away from Zabuza's body, and in a flash the hunter Nin appeared in front of the body, throwing one arm over his shoulder. The Nin vanished in a swirl of water. Naruto turned and took a step before he fell to one knee. "Naruto," called Ino, Shino and Fu, rushing over to their teammate. "I'm good, just some chakra exhaustion again," said Naruto, trying to push himself up only to stumble a bit before Shino pulled one of the blonde's arms over his shoulder. "Thanks, Shino," muttered Naruto, looking at the Aburame heir, who simply nodded in response. "How far is your house to Zuna?" questioned Asuma, looking back at the man. "Not far, just on the other side of town," declared the bridge builder. "All right, we better get going," said Kakashi, getting a nod from everyone else before the lot of them began walking towards Zuna's house, Sasuke silently glaring at Naruto the whole way. Chapter 9. We find ourselves within the forest surrounding the land of waves. Deep within these trees we find a hideout, housing one bedridden Zabuza Momochi. The swordsman was currently grumbling about being beaten by a genin as his adoptive daughter Haku made a salve to help his wounds heal, not that it would do anything for his wounded pride. "Oh, stop your complaining, you big baby," he said. "He was trained by Kisame until he died. He obviously isn't a normal child," spoke Haku, walking into the room. "That he isn't," declared a distinctly male voice from behind Haku, instantly drawing the young girl's attention along with that of Zabuza, both of them drawing weapons and instantly throwing them at the intruder. However, the red-haired man simply drew his demonic-looking katana and deflected the weapons before once more sheathing his weapon. "That was unnecessary," declared the man, crossing his arms and leaning on the door frame. "What do you want?" demanded Zabuza, glaring at the man. "Well, while I would like to rip your head from your shoulders for bringing up horrible memories for my nephew, I will instead settle for informing you that you have been called back to Kiri by the Godame Mizukage, and pardoned of all crimes. But before you leave I must ask you to give Kubikiribocho to me," spoke the man, pushing himself up from the doorway. "How stupid do you think I am?" asked Zabuza, narrowing his eyes at the man. The red-haired man rolled his eyes before reaching into his jacket, causing both Kiri shinobi to tense, only for the man to pull out a scroll and chuck it to Zabuza, who quirked a brow at the missive before opening it. As Zabuza's eyes traveled further and further down the scroll, they became wider and wider until he dropped the scroll in complete shock. "Zabuza-sama," exclaimed Haku, quickly moving to her master's side. "We can go home, we can finally go home," muttered the man, not even hearing Haku before she too quickly picked up the scroll and read it, her own shock matching her master's. "Why is he giving you my sword?" asked Zabuza, narrowing his eyes at the red-haired. "Because I was there, I helped with the rebellion, and asked for nothing but the returning of my clan's property stolen after the Second Shinobi War," declared the man. "The Kubikiribocho being one of the things stolen from the Uzumaki," muttered Zabuza, looking down. "Catch," said the red-haired man, making Zabuza look up, catching a scroll thrown to him. "What's this?" asked the bedridden swordsman. "A replacement blade I made as part of my deal with the Mizukage," spoke the purple-eyed man. "Fine, take it," declared Zabuza, nodding to the weapon leaning on the wall beside him. "Thank you, Zabuza," replied the redhead, stepping up to the blade. Taking the blade, it was quickly sealed away, and with that the red-haired man turned to leave. "Oh, and Zabuza, when you see the Mizukage, do tell him doing business has been a pleasure," spoke the man before he vanished in a swirl of water. #earlier with Team 7 #. The group of 4 genin and 1 jonin found themselves outside Tazuna, not having enough room in his house for all of the ninja, with Naruto volunteering to stay outside, Fu and Shino quickly following the blonde, and Ino reluctantly agreeing to join the rest of her team. "Naruto," spoke Kakashi, drawing the blonde's attention to the man. Naruto nodded, indicating he was listening. "I have left you alone about your past, but began Kakashi. "You want to know about me and Kisame?" questioned the blonde, getting a nod from the man. "And I take it that Asuma is here too, so he knows as well?" questioned the blonde, once more getting a nod from Kakashi as Asuma walked into the clearing. "Fine, but you can wait until Ino and Shino are finished. Those two have earned at least that much of my trust, and Fu deserves to know as well," declared the blonde. The 2 jonin nodded. After about 5 minutes, when the 3 members of Team 7 had set up their tents while Naruto explained to Asuma he didn't need one, when the blonde noted the confused look on the jonin's face. "Alright, you two come here," I asked Naruto to explain his connection to Kisame, and he said you two can know, said Kakashi to his 2 other genin as they all walked over to Naruto. "Alright, you might want to sit down, this isn't exactly a short story," said Naruto. It all started about 3.5 years ago, declared Naruto looking at the ground. #flashback#. A 9-year-old Naruto was walking in the forest with a katana strapped to his back along with his bow and arrows. He had been on his own for about a week now and was now heading towards Uzushiogakure. As the blonde walked into a clearing, he noticed another person in the clearing. This man had blue skin with gill-like parts under his shark-like eyes. Naruto took note of the giant sword on his back that was turned to the blonde as the man was doubled over coughing. "Hey buddy, you okay?" questioned the young blonde, hoping the man was okay, or if he wasn't, the blonde might be able to help him with his above-average knowledge of medical ninjutsu. The blue-skinned man turned and looked at Naruto, no longer coughing. "Yeah kid, fine as daisies," said the man somewhat sarcastically as he wiped the blood from his chin. "Well okay then," said Naruto, turning to leave. "Kid, where's your parents?" questioned the blue-skinned man, only half sounding concerned. "Don't have any," said Naruto, looking over his shoulder at the man. "Then what's a kid your age doing out here in the middle of nowhere with a blade and a bow?" questioned the man. "I'm training to be a ninja," said Naruto. "A ninja, huh?" questioned the blue-skinned man. "Yeah, why?" said Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the man. "Well, I'm looking for an apprentice. You interested?" questioned the man. "That depends. What would you be teaching me?" questioned Naruto. The blonde watched as the blue-skinned man reached into his jacket and pulled out a bingo book before tossing it to the blonde. "Turn to page 5, declared the man. Naruto did as instructed and opened the book to the suggested page, and lo and behold, a picture of the man standing before him was on the page marked S rank. As Naruto read the page, his eyes grew wider and wider until he dropped the book and looked at the man. "I'd be teaching you everything I know," said Kisame. "Hell yeah, I'm interested," said Naruto. "Good, but before I make this official, I got 2 tests for you, runt," spoke Kisame, pulling the sword off his back before putting the blade still wrapped in bandages on the ground. "This is Samehada. She's gotta accept you as a wielder, and then, well, we'll get to that if you get past this first part," said Kisame. Naruto nodded and began to reach out for the handle until the handle of the sword itself grew and wrapped around Naruto's arm, sucking out some of the blonde's chakra before the bandages were ripped off the other end and a mouth opened up at the tip of the rounded weapon, out of which a tongue came and began licking Naruto's face, making the blonde laugh while the sword made excited sounds and the blonde giggled. Okay, stop it," said Naruto, giggling while the sword licked him. Were he not preoccupied by the sword, he would have seen the look on Kisame's face. "I've never seen her this excited, not even when she chose me. Just who are you, kid?" thought Kisame to himself as he stepped forwards and took the sword from the blonde. The sword whined as the blonde took deep breaths, trying to regain his breath. "Alright kid, you passed the first test. Before we move on to the second one, you got a name? It's not every day Samehada accept a wielder, and I'd like to know the name of a potential wielder," declared Kisame. Naruto nodded, and after taking another few deep breaths, he pushed himself up and looked at the man. Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto with a grin. Kisame quirked a brow at the boy. "Well, Naruto Uzumaki, get ready for the second test," said Kisame, adopting a rough stance with Samehada in his hands. "Careful Naruto, that book wasn't lying. He has enough chakra to be considered a Biju," came the cautious voice of Akane from within the blonde's mind. "I'm fairly sure I know what this test is, but just to be safe, could you clarify, Kisame-san?" questioned Naruto, pulling the katana on his back out of its sheath. "Your second test is to cut me," declared Kisame with a sadistic grin plastered on his face as he sat Samehada on his shoulder. "I swear I will pass this test of yours," declared Naruto, dropping into his sword stance. "Well then, come at me," taunted Kisame, his smirk spreading wider as the blonde began to charge. #flashback and "I passed Kisame's test and he trained me with Samehada and died 3 years ago from an incurable disease, or at least that's what he told me," said Naruto, looking down at Samehada, which was sitting in his lap. After a moment, Naruto felt a pair of arms wrap around him. He looked up and saw Fu. "Thanks Imato," said Naruto, hugging the girl back. "No problems Nisan," said Fu with a sad smile as she sat down next to Naruto. "Well Kakashi, we still need to actually organize who does what when," said Asuma. "Well, we might as well just make it one day one team guards Tazuna while the other team trains and leave it at that," said Kakashi. "That sounds like a good plan," said Asuma. "Well, as it's your team's mission, you can take the first guard shift," said Kakashi, getting a nod from Asuma, who stood up nodding to Kakashi before walking back to Tazuna's house and his team. "Alright guys, given we have a few hours before the sun goes down, we might as well get some training done," said Kakashi, getting a nod from the 4 genin in front of him. "Okay, I've been training you guys except Fu for about a month now, and in that time I have come to know you guys and how you fight, and I have some suggestions regarding your strengths and which of the ninja arts you would excel in should you wish to hear them," declared Kakashi, getting curious looks from all of the genin. "I'll take that as a yes. Alright, then we'll start with you Naruto. You have a huge control problem, but then with the reserves you have, that's not really a problem. you have your ninjutsu and weapons, and from what I understand Fuinjutsu, there isn't really a whole lot I can actually eat you, said Kakashi, about to continue when Naruto held up a hand. You can stop for now, Kakashi-sensei, as while on this mission I'd like to spend my time training Fu and perfecting the skills I already have, if that's alright with you, said Naruto. I was just going to say I can at some point teach you some water jutsu I know, and maybe a wind one or two, but for the time being I need to help your teammates more than you, so actually that works out great, said Kakashi with a nod. Naruto turned to Fu. Does that work for you, Amato? Questioned Naruto, getting an excited nod from the mint-haired girl, who then wrapped Naruto in a hug. He just hugged the girl back with a smile. Alright, let's get started, declared Naruto before he and Fu left the clearing. Naruto and Fu walked away from the rest of their team. After walking into another clearing they stopped. This should be far enough that they don't hear us, spoke Naruto, turning around. Why don't you want them to hear us, Ni-san? Asked Fu, looking to Naruto confused. Well, there are some things the others don't need to know about, at least not yet, declared Naruto before he quickly flashed through a quick series of hand signs. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, muttered Naruto, water in the air around him quickly forming a clone. Once the clone was formed, the two Narutos nodded to each other before the clone vanished in a swirl of ice. Now before we get started on anything else, there is something I want you to have, Amato, said Naruto, walking up to the girl, who tilted her head as Naruto pulled a ring off his finger. A ring? Questioned Fu, confused. Not just any ring, Fu-chan, this is one of my clan's relics, all sentient to a degree, having had souls sealed into them, and very powerful, but all with possible drawbacks. This one is called the Ring of Defiance. Now it may sound ominous, but this is one of the lower tier relics, so the drawback is life-threatening but still avoidable, spoke Naruto. Life-threatening? Questioned Fu, becoming scared. Calm down, let me explain first, said Naruto, placing a calming hand on the mint-haired girl's shoulder. Fu took several calming breaths before nodding to Naruto. Alright, to start with, the drawback will only happen if you use the power too much and you lack compatibility with the ring. Like Samahata, she is another of my clan's relics, but I have perfect compatibility with her, so I can use her all I like. The drawback will never happen, continued Naruto, getting a shocked look from Fu as she glanced at the sword on her brother's back. Now the ring, the power of this ring is a defensive one. You may have seen me creating barriers in my fight with Surin, declared Naruto, getting a nod from Fu. Is that the power, barriers? Asked Fu curiously. Yes and no. Yes, it does revolve around the barriers, but there's more to it than simply manipulating barriers. The Ring of Defiance grants the user the ability to create powerful barriers capable of stopping tidal waves, but the most impressive power of the ring is that the barriers it creates have two differing effects based on which side of the barrier is hit by something, spoke Naruto, looking to Fu, who seemed enthralled by what he was saying. From one side, it can stop anything that comes into contact with the barrier depending on how much chakra is put into the barrier. However, if something hits the other side of the barrier, it becomes enhanced, declared Naruto. How so? Asked Fu, confused. Well, for example, if a kunai were to hit it at a normal speed, the speed could be doubled, tripled, even quadrupled, but if a fire jutsu were to hit the same side, the flame's intensity and heat could be driven up, explained Naruto. Wow, that sounds amazing, spoke Fu in awe of the power Naruto was simply giving her. It is, however, before I give you this ring you need to know of the possible drawback that comes with it, began Naruto somewhat ominously. What can happen? Asked Fu. If the ring gets to the point of not obeying you, the sides of the barrier will be inverted with no way for you to counter the inversion, like trying to make the barrier opposite to how you actually want it. So if the ring were to stop obeying you in the middle of combat and you used it to block an incoming jutsu dash, spoke Naruto. It would instead be enhanced, completed Fu, getting a nod from Naruto. That could be harmful, said Fu nervously. It can be, but don't worry, even with minimal compatibility you should have several months before it stops obeying you, declared Naruto, getting a nod from Fu as she took the ring. Also, if possible, I would prefer if you didn't use this in front of Kakashi-sensei, spoke Naruto. Why? Asked Fu, completely confused. The thing is, I got that ring from one of my previous sensei, who retrieved it from the temple where it resided, but he wasn't the only one who wanted it, said Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, he, spoke Fu, trailing off as Naruto shook his head. Not him specifically, Konoha, or at least someone in Konoha, wanted it, so they sent a team of ninja to retrieve it. Kakashi was the leader of the team, and the only one to return not crippled. Erasure, my sensei, is wanted by Konoha for ending the carriers of 2 ninja from that team and ending the life of the 3rd member, declared Naruto. Chapter 10. The sun had just begun to go down and Team 7 was just about to begin cooking their food when a kid wearing overalls and a bucket hat walked into the clearing, gaining the attention of the ninja. Yes? Questioned Kakashi, looking at the kid. Kaa-chan says food's ready if you guys want to come in, said the boy before walking back towards the house of their client. Naruto turned to Kakashi who shrugged and got up following the kid. Eating with the family might prove useful in the long run. Shino and Ino Shorty followed after. Naruto turned to Fu who was looking at him. Are you going to go? Questioned Fu. I was going to ask you that, said Naruto. Fu shrugged and got up, Naruto deciding to do the same, and the two walked towards the client's house. Dinner was quiet, mostly just Tazuna answering a few questions posed by the Jonin and occasionally one from the Genin. However, as the dinner drew to a close, Inari spoke up for the first time since Team 7 had entered the house. Why do you even try? Questioned the boy. I'm sorry, replied Naruto, being the one who heard him the clearest. Why are trying so hard? You're all just going to die. Go back to your easy lives in a village far away from the suffering here, yelled Inari. Inari, yelled Tsunami, yelling at the boy who was now glaring at Naruto, whose hair was down, shadowing his eyes. The temperature of the room began to drop slowly and everyone began to feel an oppressive presence flood the room. By the time the temperature had dropped to the point that everyone's breath was visible, Kakashi had moved to next to his blonde student, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, making him look up at his silver-haired sensei who shook his head. Naruto turned to Fu, whose hair, like his, was shadowing her eyes. He grabbed the girl's wrist and her head snapped to face him, her orange eyes locked with his now frosty silver eyes, before he pulled her up and walked to the door. Good night all, said Naruto before he and Fu walked out the door, Naruto slamming it behind him. What are their problems? Snorted Inari. Kakashi and Asuma literally had to hold Ino, and to a lesser extent Shino, back from beating the shit out of the kid. After it was clear that Asuma and Kakashi weren't going to let them go, the two decided to follow their unofficial team captain's lead. Good night, declared Ino before walking out the door, Shino not saying anything as he followed his teammate. #with Naruto and Fu #. The two Jinchuriki stomped into the forest away from their camping area, not wishing to destroy the area in their rage. Once they were what Naruto decided was a safe distance, he let red bubbly chakra cloak his arm before he ran forwards and slammed the limb into a tree. FUUUUUCCCCKKKKK, roared Naruto as the tree broke like a twig before being launched backwards towards more trees. Naruto dropped to his knees, his head hanging as Futu took her anger out of the flora around them. Red chakra began to flow out of Naruto, cloaking him in it. Naruto, calm down, came the voice of Akane. Naruto ignored her and let the chakra continue to flow. Naruto, once more Akane tried to speak with him but he ignored her. Naruto, yelled the woman, and still Naruto didn't respond, so with no other option she yanked his consciousness and dragged him to his mindscape. Naruto had blacked out and woke up on a grassy hill overlooking a lake with a home next to it, with a path leading away to a stone temple and behind that a giant mountain range. He was very familiar with the landscape, having constructed it himself for his tenant the Kyuubi no Vixen, or as he knew her, Akane. Naruto was about to get up from his position under a sakura tree to go and search for the Biju when he felt a pair of arms wrap themselves around him. It's okay Naruto, whispered Akane into the boy's ear, and with that Naruto lost it. He broke down and cried. He clung to Akane and let all of his negative emotions flow. The two had no idea how long they sat there, Naruto crying with Akane whispering words of comfort to the blonde, but then again Naruto had many years of bottled up emotion he let go all at once, as he had been alone with at most one person for 6 years, and all that time he had to maintain a facade of calmness. Inari pushing his buttons with that little speech on him not knowing suffering, and Akane's comforting gestures just broke him. After the last of Naruto's tears were shed, he stood up. I'll be back in a little while, Akane, but Amato needs me now, said Naruto, once more applying his calm and collected facade. Akane sighed as he left his mindscape. You need someone too, Narukuin, thought the Biju sadly as she waited for the blonde to return. Outside, Naruto found that at least half an hour had passed, and while he was out, Fu had gone a little nuts and semi-destroyed half of the clearing and passed out. Deciding he was feeling too drained to face his teammates and more than likely some form of inquiry, the blonde pulled Fu into a hug, watching the pained expression on her face fade to one of mild comfort. Naruto then leaned back against a tree before closing his eyes and returning to his mindscape while his body slept. The blonde boy was met with Akane, who sat much like Naruto for Fu back against a tree, her 9 white tails dancing to some unknown rhythm around her. Naruto stepped forwards into the Biju's embrace. It's just so, began Naruto until Akane silenced him by putting one of her fingers to his lips. I know, spoke the white-haired fox lady as she wrapped Naruto in her tails while gently hugging him. Akane just smiled softly to herself as Naruto relaxed in her arms and even went so far as to hug her back. Akane gently began to run her hand through his blonde locks, looking down at the tear-stained face of the boy who had his eyes shut. Once she heard a snore from the boy, she leaned down and planted her lips on his forehead. Sleep well, Narukuin, said Akane as she too closed her eyes and began to fall asleep. #next morning. Naruto woke up with a groan. Looking around, he saw he was in a destroyed clearing. As he blinked, memories of the previous night came back to him. With a sigh he stood up, gently laying Fu against the tree behind him. As he stood, Naruto looked to his left to find Kubikurabocho leaning against the tree he had been sleeping on. Not even blinking, Naruto took the weapon in his hand and gave it a few swings, smirking slightly as he did. After testing how the blade felt in his hands, the blonde moved to the other side of the clearing from Fu and placed the blade on the ground as he began to carve a seal into the ground. After a few moments of silence, Naruto heard a slight groan and the crunching of leaves, wood, and grass underfoot. "Morning, sleepyhead," spoke Naruto in a teasing manner, not even looking back to the now awake Fu. "Morning," muttered Fu in response, rubbing her eyes. "So what are you doing?" questioned Fu, looking at Naruto. "I am recombining Samehada and Kubikurabocho to recreate the original blade," said Naruto, concentrating on the task at hand of creating the seal. "How did you get Zabuza's sword? And how do you know they combine, and even how to combine them?" questioned Fu, leaning back against a tree. "Because like I said when I gave you the ring, Samehada is an Uzumaki clan relic. I just neglected to say that in actuality she is only half of the relic. Kubikurabocho is the other half. They were originally one blade. I am just using a seal to recombine them. As to how I got the weapon, I have my ways, but I do ask that you don't tell Kakashi-sensei about this, please," explained Naruto. Fu nodded to her adoptive brother. After the explanation, the two fell into a comfortable silence. "You sure do know a lot about Uzushio," spoke the mint-haired girl, breaking the silence. "Well, I should, I spent enough time there," said Naruto. "But wait, if Samehada and Kubikurabocho were originally one blade and you need a seal to put them back together, how did they become two blades?" questioned Fu. Naruto smirked. "Well, from what I understand, the Gate of the Center, one of the 5 guardians of Yuzu, who wielded the blade, if they were really at one with the blade, it could show them how to split the blade into two, and it was said that the blade supposedly was basically duplicated 2 smaller blades with the same powers as the original. However, one wielder tried to teach the next chosen wielder how to do it, but he failed. That failure in turn split the blade into the 2 fragments here, which the best seal masters in Uzushio then spent months, even years, on trying to reforge the blade. That's how the seal came to be. They figured out how to remerge the blades, but they were at war when it was finished, so they had no time to reforge the blade," declared Naruto with a sad smile, thinking of his fallen kinsman. "How do you even know about all of this?" questioned Fu. "I was in Uzushio for months. I gathered every book, scroll, and journal of any and all Uzumaki, so I found out many things from different journals, including some of people who immigrated to Uzushio, like several members of the Yuki clan, hence my Hayaton and Yuki blood. There were a few Kagaya, some Senju, a couple of Uchiha, even a Hyuga or 2. They just left their villages for varying reasons, some wanting to live peaceful life, some married into the Uzumaki, even some were just banished from their villages for various reasons," said Naruto before he put the 2 giant blades down on the seal Samehada on top of Kubikurabocho. Naruto stepped out of the seal, making sure not to disturb the seal. Naruto then knelt down next to the seal before channeling chakra to his fingers and slammed his hands down at the same time, making the seal and 2 swords glow bright white. The light was so bright that Fu had to cover her eyes. Naruto, however, just channeled chakra to a seal next to his eye, which darkened his vision, making the bright light a normal brightness, but everything else around him much darker, and with his enhanced vision Naruto saw that both blades pulsed twice before slowly Samehada started to sink while Kubikurabocho rose up from the ground. Once the 2 blades merged into one, the whole thing pulsed gold before the light died down and Naruto let the chakra dissipate from his eye. Seal and Fu uncovered her eyes. What they saw shouldn't have been that surprising, but it was. The blade had the basic shape of Kubikurabocho with scales like Samehada on the flats of the blade. There was no hole in the middle of the tip of the blade, nor was there a notch in the cutting edge of the blade. The handle of the blade was the same one that once belonged to Samehada. Naruto leant forwards and grasped the sword by the hilt. "Samanakuya, Shark Butcher, is once more whole," said Naruto, grinning. "Thank you for bringing me together once more, Naruto," came a womanly voice from inside Naruto's mind. "It's nice to finally hear your voice, Samanakuya," said Naruto, looking at the sword in his hands. "As I am glad to finally be whole once more." "Thank you, Naruto-kun," declared Samanakuya. Naruto rolled the blade in his hand a couple of times before sheathing it in the large strap on his back. "Naruto-san, Fu-san, come on, we have guard duty," spoke the calm voice of Shino as he walked into the clearing. "Well, time to go, Fu-chan," said Naruto, offering the girl a hand, which Fu took, gently pulling his adopted sister to her feet. The 2 of them began to walk towards the bridge following Shino. However, as the trio walked through the streets, they noticed something off with the people of Wave. Ignoring it, the trio continued towards the bridge. "Shino, Naruto, Fu, you 3 need to see this," called the shocked and somewhat scared voice of Ino as she ran up to the trio. "What is it, Ino-san?" asked Fu, looking to the girl, confused. Just come with me, sensei wants us all there anyway, replied Ino, turning around and running back the way she came. Naruto shrugged and followed her, the other two quickly doing the same. As the young ninja came closer to what could only be assumed as their destination, they saw a huge crowd of people, and it also became apparent what the problem, or in actuality lack thereof, was. Quickly making their way to the front of the crowd, they found Kakashi, Asuma, and Asuma's team standing at the front of the group, all of whom were looking up at Gato. Muttered Naruto, looking up at the man. The short business tycoon was very clearly dead. His throat had been slit, also making it obvious he was killed elsewhere, as there was little to no blood on the ground around them. But the more shocking part about the man being dead was the fact that he was hung upside down by his ankles from a building with a long length of chain and a black rose clenched between his teeth. "He's here," muttered Kakashi lowly to himself. "Who's here?" asked Asuma, glancing to his fellow jonin. "Erasure Uzumaki," declared Kakashi in a low growl. Chapter 11. Erasure Uzumaki? Related to you? Asked Ino, looking from Kakashi to Naruto. "Yeah, he's my uncle," declared Naruto with a shrug. "Do you know where he is now?" asked Kakashi, turning to Naruto. "No, last time I saw him was years ago," spoke Naruto calmly. "Damn it," growled Kakashi, looking back to the body of Gato. "You seem annoyed by this, sensei?" questioned Ino, looking to Kakashi confused. "He's a wanted man," declared Kakashi, narrowing his one visible eye. What did he do?" asked Ino, scared. "He crippled 2 Konoha shinobi, and killed another," spoke Kakashi in a low tone. "In self-defense," declared Naruto, narrowing his eyes, glancing at Kakashi. "What do you mean, Naruto-san?" questioned Shino, looking to the blonde. "Well, Kakashi-sensei and his team attacked my uncle after demanding something that was his, that they had no right to, so he did what he had to do to get away," spoke Naruto with a shrug before glancing to Kakashi, almost daring the man to dispute what he said. When nothing but a growl was forthcoming, Naruto turned and began to walk away. "Where are you going, Genin?" questioned Kakashi, clearly in a bad mood with his student. "We still have a mission to complete. I'm going to the bridge to make sure none of Gato's thugs pull something," spoke Naruto, not even glancing back at the group of ninja. "I'm surprised you didn't tell them the other reason you attacked the Konoha shinobi," spoke Akane from within Naruto's mind. "They don't need to know everything," replied Naruto, narrowing his eyes, pulling a box of cigarettes out of his pocket, flicking one out of the box and placing it to his lips. "This is a dangerous game, Naruto-kun, please, just be careful," pleaded Akane. "Always, Akane-chan," replied Naruto, lighting the cigarette. A week later. Naruto stood with the rest of the Leaf Shinobi on the wave end of the now complete bridge. The two jonin were evidently sorting out what was to be the payment for the mission. Tazuna had been a little bit nervous that Zabuza would attack them after the shinobi left, but Kakashi eased those fears, having searched around the island nation looking for the Kiri shinobi and had found nothing before suggesting that he had heard the news of Gato's death and left, as he would have had no reason to stick around. Kakashi had kept a closer eye on Naruto after his behavior upon finding Gato's body and being questioned about his connection to Erasure. The jonin had even asked about the recombined Samanikuya, under the illusion it was still Samahata, and its sudden change. Naruto had told the elder shinobi a half-truth, saying Samahata is sentient and capable of changing her form to a limited degree. There was still some tension between Kakashi and Naruto, but a lesser amount than the day of the incident. Naruto looked to Fu, who was currently talking with Shino and Ino, the mocha-skinned girl, having developed a decent friendship with both of Naruto's teammates over the time they had spent together, which he was thankful for. "I think the Uchihas love you," came the voice of Akane within Naruto's mind, causing the blonde's eye to twitch as he had been trying to ignore Sasuke. "Yeah, with the amount of attention he's been paying to me recently, I think you might be right," replied Naruto, annoyed as he glared at Sasuke, who was looking at the blonde with narrowed eyes. "Take a photo, Uchiha, it will last longer," spoke Naruto tauntingly. "Fight me," ordered the brooding Uchiha. "No, we are just about to leave. Besides, why would I fight such a self-centered little prat?" questioned Naruto. "What's the matter, dope, scared?" replied Sasuke, hoping to taunt the blonde shinobi into a fight. "Of you hardly," replied Naruto, turning away from the Uchiha. "All right, you lot, time to go," spoke Asuma as he and Kakashi walked over to the genin. 2 days later. "It's my pleasure to welcome you to our ranks, Fu," declared Hiruzen, handing the girl a Konoha headband. "Now, Fu, you have been offered a place in the Aburame compound should you choose," said Hiruzen, looking at the girl tying the headband around her upper arm. She turned to the aged Kage and shook her head. "No thank you, Hokage-sama, for now I wish to stay close to my Nisan," said Fu, stepping closer to Naruto. Hiruzen nodded. "Well, alright, for now you will be assigned to Team 7 until I can find another team to put you with," declared Hiruzen. "That works for me," stated Fu with a grin. "Okay, well then, that's settled, dismissed, except for you, Naruto," said Hiruzen, waving both teams away. My team, I'll see you guys at our regular training ground in 2 days. Until then you have off, said Kakashi, getting a nod from Team 7. You lot, same deal, see ya in 2 days, said Asuma before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi did the same thing. All of the genin minus Naruto and Fu walked out of the room, leaving the two Jinchuriki alone with the Hokage. I'll meet you outside, Amato, spoke Naruto, nodding to Fu. The green-haired girl nodded nervously before walking out of the room. So what's up, Gigi? Asked Naruto, turning to the elderly Kage. Anbu, leave us, ordered Hiruzen before simultaneously 3 spots within the room shimmered and a flare of chakra could be felt. I would like the truth about the wave mission from you, declared Hiruzen, leaning on his hands, looking at the blonde seriously. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto. Come now, Naruto-kun, what kind of fool do you take me for? Asked the Hokage with a semi-dangerous air about him. Just out of curiosity, what gave it away? Questioned Naruto. Kakashi may have never seen her, but I will always remember seeing Samanikuya wielded by the Uzumaki. I could never forget that weapon. You were given Kubikirabocho and recombined the blades, I presume, spoke the elderly Kage. I was given the blade, declared Naruto with a nod. By Zabuza, continued Naruto, getting a shocked look from Hiruzen. How on earth did you get him to give you the blade? That man was said to be as close as they come to his blade, spoke Hiruzen. Arashiaji-san, last time I saw him gave me a copy of a letter he said was from the Mizukage to be given to Zabuza should I ever run into the man, and I was told I would be given the Kubikirabocho to recombine the blades, said Naruto. So I take it that the assassination of Gato was in fact your handiwork, not Arashi's? Asked Hiruzen with a quirked brow, causing Naruto to sigh. Yeah, that was me, declared the blonde. Why use Arashi's signature and not make one of your own? Inquired the aged Kage. What if Zabuza wasn't the only ninja on Gato's payroll? Arashiaji-san's signature is known the world over, even if he isn't. If another ninja saw that, what do you think they would do? Questioned Naruto, looking to the Kage. Fair point, but surely you knew what Erasure has done to Konoha and specifically Kakashi, spoke Hiruzen. Yes, I do, but I didn't think Kakashi-sensei would have been hit so hard by seeing it, replied Naruto, looking down, somewhat ashamed of his actions. Naruto, Kakashi lost a friend, and failed 2 comrades because of Erasure. If you have any information began Hiruzen. I don't, and even if I did I wouldn't say. Arashiaji-san may have killed a Konoha shinobi and crippled 2 others, but they deserved it, Gigi, declared Naruto. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen, greatly confused by what the blonde said. Aside from trying to steal my clan's property, those 3, no, forget it, said Naruto, shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts before looking up to Hiruzen. I'm sorry Kakashi-sensei was hurt by Arashiaji-san's actions, but I'm not sorry that the others ended up crippled or dead, declared Naruto. Naruto-kun, muttered Hiruzen, looking at the boy. No, they shouldn't have been trying to take what belongs to my clan, spoke Naruto. I agree, Naruto-kun, and I am sorry that they were. It was not on my orders, I swear, declared Hiruzen. Oh bull crap, old man, they were your shinobi, in a squad of 4, and what they just happened upon an Uzumaki temple and just happened to know the right artifact to take, growled Naruto, annoyed that the Hokage was trying to palm off responsibility. I didn't say they weren't ordered to, they were just not by me. In recent years my authority has been undermined by my old teammates and my old rival. They all feel I have become too soft to be Hokage, but every time I make a move to deal with them they are one step ahead of me and have disposed of anything incriminating, spoke Hiruzen. You're the Hokage, Gigi, act like it, ordered Naruto. Naruto-kun. I'm tired, I should have retired by now to spend days with my children and grandchildren. I'm just so tired, said the elderly Kage, for the first time in Naruto's eyes actually looking his almost 70 years of age, the bags beneath his eyes becoming darker, the winkles on his elderly face drooping ever lower. I'm sorry, Gigi, maybe it's time you thought about a successor, suggested Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-kun, you can go, spoke Hiruzen with a sigh, turning to face the window as he heard Naruto leave the room, closing the door behind him. I wish there was someone, muttered Hiruzen to himself, looking out the window, sighing once more as he turned back to his desk. One last time, muttered Hiruzen, beginning to write a letter. #outside with Naruto #. Naruto walked out of the tower to find Fu looking a little anxious, leaning against the tower. Hey Yamato, spoke Naruto, drawing Fu's attention to him. The girl calmed, and stepped over to Naruto. Hey, what did Hokage-sama want? Asked Fu, tilting her head. He caught on that I wasn't being entirely truthful and wanted the truth, spoke Naruto simply before he began to walk off, Fu quickly falling into step beside him. The two walked through the village, many people sending glares Naruto's way. The blonde himself just ignored the looks as he led Fu to Jiraiya's now shared home. The trip was short and quiet, Fu just taking in her new surroundings and Naruto ignoring hateful looks sent his way. You live here, questioned Fu unbelieving as she and Naruto entered the property. Yeah, me and my godfather, spoke Naruto leading his fellow Jinchuriki up the path to the house. Opening the door and letting Fu inside, Naruto glanced at a clock near the door, determining that it was probably safe to call out. He spoke up. Aji-san, I'm home. In the lounge, kid, Jiraiya called back. Naruto led Fu to the lounge room where they found Jiraiya with a small book in one hand and a brush in the other. Aji-san, this is Fu. Fu, this is my godfather Jiraiya. Fu's new to the village and I said she could stay with us for the time being, spoke Naruto introducing the girl to his godfather. Jiraiya glanced over at Naruto and Fu. That's fine, just remember to explain the house rules, declared Jiraiya with a grin and a wink at the two, causing Naruto to roll his eyes and Fu to look to the blonde confused. Later that night. Kakashi stood with the other Jonin in the Hokage's office, and to the shock of those around him, he was actually on time for the meeting and the Hokage had yet to arrive. While everyone was wondering what sort of planetary alignment had to be going on for Kakashi to be there on time, Hiruzen opened the doors and walked in with a pair of Anbu flanking him. Alright everyone, let's get this started. As we all know, the Chunin exams are to be held here this time around, so we need a strong representation of our village's strength, said Hiruzen taking his seat. So let's begin the nominations, said Hiruzen looking to the Jonin sensei. I, Kurenai Yuhi, Jonin sensei of Team 8, elect Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and Sakura Haruno for the Chunin exams, said Kurenai stepping forwards. Hiruzen noted the names and the entire room broke out into whispers, mostly regarding the fact that a team of rookie genin had been volunteered. I, Asuma Sarutobi, Jonin sensei of Team 10, nominate Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Choji Akimichi for the Chunin exams, declared Asuma, once more making the room burst into whispers while Hiruzen noted the names. I, Kakashi Hatake, Jonin sensei of Team 7, nominate Shino Aburame, Ino Yamanaka, and Fu Uzumaki as a team of 3 for the Chunin exams, and I also nominate Naruto Uzumaki Yuki to take the exam solo, declared Kakashi. What? Screamed out many of the occupants of the room. Chapter 12. It was a bright and sunny morning for the village of Konoha. The birds were singing, the sun was shining, and ninja were furiously hopping about the village doing their various tasks. Looking to Training Ground 7, we find 4 individuals within the training ground, with 4 copies of one of the 4 individuals. Around the training ground we find a Naruto clone with each of the other members of the team, while Naruto himself was off on his own with a notebook, brush and ink in hand. The clone with Fu was doing some light sparring with the green-haired girl, while the clone with Ino was discussing the mechanics of her clan's jutsu so as to give Naruto a greater understanding on how it worked. Meanwhile, the Naruto with Shino was going through a list of weapons with the Aburame heir. Alright, let's see about this, muttered Naruto to himself, making hand signs. Kori Bunshin Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, spoke Naruto, the water in the air freezing around him forming a clone of ice. Once the clone had fully formed and colored, it stepped towards Naruto holding its left hand out, palm up. Naruto quickly set about creating a seal on the clone's hand matching the in his notebook. It took all of 3 minutes for Naruto to draw the seal on his clone's hand and forearm. Once the seal was done, Naruto nodded to the clone before quickly jumping backwards into a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, the clone clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, channeling chakra into the seal the real Naruto had drawn on his hand. Once the clone's hand smashed into the ground around him just short of shattered, creating a crater 10 feet wide and a foot or so deep and letting out a loud cracking noise and kicking up a large dust cloud. Holy shit, what was that? Screamed Ino, jumping back, looking over to the loud noise and instinctively pulling out a kunai. Fu jumped, turning to the sound, and drew a pair of kunai, all the while hyperventilating slightly. Shino also jumped at the noise, but instead of pulling a weapon he threw his hands out forwards ready to send his insects out in swarms to attack the threat. Calm down you three, I was just testing a seal, spoke the real Naruto, jumping down between the trio and his clone in the crater. What kind of seal creates that much destruction? Questioned Ino indignantly. A seal designed to mimic Tsunade-sama's super strength, declared the Naruto clone, stepping out of the crater, rolling his left hand with his right hand on his left wrist. Still not right, boss, spoke the clone looking to Naruto. What this time other than still not strong enough? Asked Naruto looking to the clone. Not enough shock absorption in the wrist and not a tight enough focus in the chakra concentration, declared the clone, getting a nod from Naruto before the clone shattered into shards of ice. Naruto glanced at the seal in the notebook in his hand, humming to himself as he looked at it. Before the rest of his team could begin to question him further, a tornado of leaves kicked up in the middle of the training ground. Naruto's clones all shattering into shards of ice. The tornado died down, revealing Kakashi. You're late, said Naruto, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Kakashi, who simply smiled at his genin. Mao Mao Naruto, calm down, I have reason to be late, spoke Kakashi, casually waving off the genin before holding up several pieces of paper. Alright, you four, the Chunin exams are coming up, these are entrance forms. I have nominated you four for the exams, Ino, Shino, and Fu as a 3-person team and Naruto solo, declared the silver-haired shinobi, causing the genin to go wide-eyed and forget any argument they may have had as Kakashi handed each of them a form. Now you guys don't have to compete, but, if you want to take those forms filled out obviously, to the Academy Room 301 next week, said the one-eyed man, getting a nod from each of the genin. But until then we have some training to do, declared the jonin. That's what we were just doing, sensei. Naruto and I has been helping us while we waited, declared Fu, causing Kakashi to turn to his blonde student. Is that so? Well then, Naruto-sensei, what shall we work on? Asked Kakashi in a friendly, joking manner. Well, I was working on some Fuinjutsu myself. I had Fuchan training in some basic taijutsu with a clone. As Taki wasn't the most helpful when teaching her, I was suggesting a weapon for Shino, either hollowed out or with seals on it for his bugs, and was planning on suggesting he learn some genjutsu to complement his style. And I was getting a rundown from Ino-chan on how her clan jutsu works so I could provide some insight in how to use it, and I think I have something that I could suggest. Spoke Naruto, getting an impressed look from Kakashi on the well-thought-out tips/training he was giving his teammates. What's your idea for me, Naruto? Asked Ino with a quizzical look. Well, you said that your clan tethers their minds to chakra, which they then launch out to use their jutsu. What if you were to take that chakra and channel it into a chakra-conductive weapon? That way when it makes physical contact with anything the opponent is holding, you can then force the chakra through that and take control of their mind that way, suggested Naruto, getting an intrigued look from Ino. Also, doing this would give you surprise against opponents who have studied Yamanaka of the past and give you an extra skill in your repertoire, declared Naruto. The only problem with that is if I do that my actual body is in harm's way, spoke Ino. I could create a seal designed to trigger when your mind leaves your body that makes it fade out of people's view as if your actual body was a genjutsu, which could throw people off, suggested Naruto. Alternatively, or even on top of that, you could have a summon protect your body, proposed Kakashi. That's a great idea, sensei. Actually, on that topic, do any of you three already have summoning contracts? Asked Naruto, looking to the rest of his team. No, I do not, spoke Shino. Me neither, said Ino. I do, with the rhinoceros beetles, declared Fu, getting a nod from Naruto. Why do you ask, Naruto-san? Questioned Shino, looking to his blonde male teammate. Well, in my travels I acquired several summoning contracts, a couple from missions I did for people, some I bought off the black market, and 1 or 2 that I got via some less than savory means, spoke Naruto, lifting his right shirt sleeve, revealing a tattoo of a scroll in the mouth of a lion. I don't need them myself, but I kept them, so they didn't end up in the wrong hands, declared Naruto, biting his left thumb and rubbing it over the scroll of the tattoo on his right arm, and in a puff of smoke a small scroll appeared in his hand. Naruto, I'm not sure giving Shino and Ino summoning contracts is a good idea, spoke Kakashi, looking to his blonde student. It's not the best idea. No, they don't have the highest reserves. I know I am a censor, but I also know that they do have enough chakra to summon at least one small summon each and still have a reasonable amount of chakra left over. But not only does this again give them another skill in their repertoire but a goal to work for. However, if you say no, I will accept your decision, sensei, spoke Naruto, looking to the silver-haired jonin. Kakashi took a moment to think about it. He wasn't trying to hinder his students, but such a chakra-intensive technique wasn't the best to teach to a genin, but it wasn't unheard of for a genin to learn the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, and he was the one who had brought the topic up with his suggestion to Ino. If you two are to learn the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, you are not to use it in combat until I give you an all-clear to start doing so, okay, said Kakashi, looking to Ino and Shino, both of whom nodded. Hashtag the day of the Chunin exams, Academy hashtag. Naruto stood alone in front of the academy. He was alone as per an agreement with the rest of his team. They had agreed to not show up together as they weren't going to work together in the exam, so Naruto was by himself, while Fu, Ino and Shino would be together if they were participating. Naruto had decided that if he was going for the Chunin exams, he was either going to fly under the radar and be all stealthy about everything, or be over the top and intimidating, and given the giant sword strapped to his back, he had decided the first option was out. So Naruto walked into the academy channeling chakra to his eyes so they glowed an ominous icy blue, and at the same time Naruto leaked some of his Ki and Hayatan chakra in a very terrifying combination. Most people stopped and turned to Naruto as he walked into the academy and up the stairs. On the second floor, Naruto saw a large group of genin crowded around a door. Marked on a sign above the door was the number 301. Naruto rolled his eyes and just walked past the semi-cowering genin, to Add extra emphasis on his imposing presence. Naruto pushed enough Hayatan chakra to his feet that the floor froze underfoot as he walked along and up the stairs, completely ignoring the group of genin. On the next floor, Naruto walked through the halls towards room 301. The blonde heard a ruckus behind him but ignored it as he could sense the arrogant Uchiha was involved. As Naruto approached the door to the actual test room, he saw Kakashi standing there, waiting. "Good luck, Naruto," said Kakashi, getting a nod from the blonde before he opened the door. As soon as Naruto opened the door, he was blasted by a weak amount of Ki from many different sources. "Wow, really, that's it for a room full of genin? I expected more," said Naruto with a sigh before he let out more of his own Ki, tilting his head to the right and letting a psychotic smirk cross his face while simultaneously lowering the temperature of the room with his Ki. Within seconds, almost all of the genin fell to their knees looking at Naruto terrified. Only a dozen and a half, maybe 2 dozen stood tall against Naruto's Ki. Naruto took note of the ones who stood tall before walking to the corner of the room, letting his Ki drop before slamming his blade into the floor, then jumping up and leaning against the corner of the room while standing on his blade leaning against the wall. Naruto just sort of zoned out, not paying attention to anything until a huge cloud of smoke erupted at the front of the room, making Naruto snap back to reality. The blonde watched as the smoke cleared and saw a heavily scared man standing at the front of everyone. "All right, sit down and shut up, maggots," said the man. "My name is Ibiki Marino and I am the proctor for the first exams." "Welcome to hell," declared the man with a smirk. Chapter 13. The first stage of the Chunin exams is a written test. I will now explain the rules and there will be no questions, growled Ibiki, glaring at the young genin in the room. "First, each of you will be randomly assigned seating so you won't be next to teammates. Second, the test is based on a point system. You each start with 10 points. You lose points for every answer you get wrong. Third, if you are caught cheating you will lose 2 points, and just so you don't get any smart ideas, we will have several people watching over you as you go. Third, once one member of your team reaches 0 points you are all out. Clear?" questioned Ibiki, looking around the room. Sir Dash," began a timid voice. "I said no questions," bellowed the man, glaring at the genin who dared raise their voice, who was apparently Sakura. Naruto realized as he glanced to where Ibiki was glaring. "Now come up and get one of these tabs and a test," ordered Ibiki. After he spoke, genin began to cautiously approach the man and the Chunin behind him to get a tab and a test. Naruto was one of the first to casually walk up to Ibiki. "The tab's number represents your seat position. Once you are given it, find your seat and sit, and don't look at the test until I say," spoke Ibiki. "There will be a total of 10 questions, 9 on the test, and the 10th will be given at the end of the test. You will have an hour to answer the 9 questions, declared Ibiki as people began to take their seats. Naruto found himself towards the front of the room, about 3 rows back from the front. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as a white-haired, purple-eyed genin of Kiri sat down next to him, glancing at the sword on Naruto's back. "The Mizukage said that she was to be returned to my clan. Don't think you're going to take her from me," growled Naruto quietly to the genin. "Calm down, Uzumaki, I know the deal my brother made. I just wasn't sure if that was really Samehada," replied the genin with a toothy grin. Naruto turned away from the genin, trying not to get annoyed by the young man. "All right, you may begin," ordered Ibiki as the last genin made it to their seat. Naruto looked down at the paper on the desk before him and instantly saw something off. "These questions are way too hard. These are ANBU level questions," thought Naruto to himself as he read over the questions. Naruto took a second to think over the situation. "Well, we're clearly not supposed to be able to answer these questions on our own, and if they truly wanted to discourage cheating it would have been an instant fail, so..." Naruto glanced down at the test once more. "Akane-chan, are you awake?" questioned Naruto with an internal smirk. "For you, Naruto-kun, always," replied the Biju with a purr. Naruto almost felt the urge to shake his head at the Biju. Just as Naruto was about to talk to the Kitsune about the first question, a smoke bomb went off, filling the room with smoke, and amidst the coughing and spluttering Naruto heard the distinct whistling of kunai. An instant later a strong gust of wind kicked up and the smoke was gone. "Who's the Joker?" questioned Ibiki with a growl. "Sorry sir, it fell out of my pouch," declared a feminine voice, Naruto glancing at the woman, a Konoha genin with her brown hair tied into 2 buns. "Make sure it doesn't happen again," ordered Ibiki, getting a semi-fearful nod from the girl. However, Naruto could just barely see the razor-thin ninja wire going from the girl's seat towards the roof, causing him to smirk. Clearly he wasn't the only one who figured out the test. Naruto was indeed not the only genin to figure out the true test. All throughout the room various genin were also either working out that they had to cheat or working out how to. The previously mentioned bun-haired girl had a mirror attached to the wire. Naruto had barely seen that she was manipulating to get a good view of other people's tests as they wrote. Those genin with dojutsu were using said dojutsu. Shino was using his bugs to scout out other people's answers. Ino was waiting until Sakura appeared to finish before doing anything, as she was going to mind jump to pink-haired know-it-all and copy her answers. Fu was following Naruto's lead and looking inwards for the answers, asking her tenant who was obliging and giving her the answers. Several of the genin were answering the questions on their own. The room was filled with the sounds of scribbling for the better part of 10 minutes before. Thunk. A kunai embedded itself in the desk and paper of one of the genin. "Gah, what the hell," yelled the genin, looking up, drawing the attention of most of the genin. "You have been caught cheating, get out, take your teammates with you," growled Ibiki, silencing the genin's protests before they could begin. With that, the genin with a kunai in his test got up and left the room with two others who were both glaring at their failed teammate. And like that, genin began dropping like flies. "Number 34, 62, and 76, you fail," called the voice of a chunin seated on the side of the room. 44, 90, 124 out, called another. 55, 73, 89, 106, 155 leave. 23, you're out. The eliminations continued for the whole time of the test, all the while the sound of pencil on paper permeated the room. "Excuse me," spoke one of the Suna genin, raising his hand after about 40 minutes. "What?" questioned Ibiki harshly. "Bathroom," replied the genin. He did at least have the decency to look sheepish. "One of the chunin will take you," spoke Ibiki as one of the chunin stood up, the genin quickly getting up and following. Naruto at this point was sitting back, having finished about 5 minutes earlier. "Alright maggots, this is your 5-minute warning," spoke Ibiki, glancing up to the door as it opened and the Suna genin stepped back and followed by the chunin. "I hope you found your break, enlightening," spoke Ibiki with a smirk, looking to the genin who looked calm, but Naruto could tell the young man was panicking on the inside as Ibiki spoke. The room was filled with more erratic sounds of pencil on paper as the genin desperately tried to fill out the questions they hadn't finished. "I've never got people's obsession with rank, it's not like it's an indisputable gauge of strength," said Akane in Naruto's mind. "I don't get it either, the only damn reason I'm here is because Konoha locks off scrolls and jutsu knowledge behind rank doors," replied Naruto. "You're a perfect example of the stupidity of using rank to gauge strength. We both know that you could easily kick the asses of everyone in this room combined, and yet you're still a genin," spoke Akane. "Flattery gets you nowhere," declared Naruto. "It's not flattery, it's fact. Even without my power you have single-handedly ended more chunin, jonin, and hell even ANBU than most A rank and even some S rank ninja, yet you are still a genin," said Akane. "Because most people don't know that, nor have I showed off that level of strength since I got back," replied Naruto with a mental shrug. "Not to that level, but enough that you should be at least a damn chunin by now, then it might finally start getting through to people that you are not me," declared Akane. "I don't care what people think of me, Akane-chan, you know that. So long as people work with me I don't care," said Naruto, confused as to why it mattered so much to the Biju. "I care though," muttered Akane. "Alright maggots, time's up," roared Ibiki, stopping Naruto from continuing his conversation with his tenant. "Pencils down," hissed Ibiki as some genin continued to write. The genin still writing quickly stopped, not wanting to test Ibiki's patience. "Before we go any further, the 10th question is an elective question, you can choose whether you want to take it or not," spoke Ibiki in a calm tone. "What happens if we don't take it?" questioned a genin yelling from the back of the room. "Well, you fail of course," declared Ibiki as if it was the simplest thing in the world. "What the hell, of course we'll take it then," called the same genin. "Are you sure? Even if it means if you fail you can never take the chunin exams again?" questioned Ibiki with a sadistic smirk. "What?" screamed a number of genin, some confused, some terrified, and some clearly both. "If you chose to take the question, and you fail you will be banned from taking the chunin exams again," elaborated Ibiki. "What the hell, there's people here who've taken the test before," questioned one of the Suna genin. "Tough luck they didn't have me as a proctor when they took the test," said Ibiki. "You have 5 minutes to think this over," declared Ibiki, leaning back on his desk. Naruto knew that Ibiki was lying through his teeth. There was no man nor woman in the elemental nations with the power to ban a potential genin from chunin exams, so while the other genin sweated over the option to take the question, Naruto simply kicked back in his chair. "I'm out, sorry guys," spoke a random genin, apologizing to his teammates as he got up and quickly left the room. "Off you go whoever was on that coward's team," said Ibiki in a mocking manner. 4 other genin quickly got up, shaking their heads following their teammate. "I can't do this," declared another genin, getting up, her teammates getting up and walking out of the room. The same pattern continued for the next few minutes, one genin leaving apologizing to their team who followed after them. Naruto continued to relax. He would have continued his conversation with Akane, but she had cut off their link. As the time drew to an end, Ibiki, clearly not liking Naruto's relaxed position, approached the genin. "You aren't scared about your future, Blondie?" questioned Ibiki harshly. Nope, replied Naruto, not even opening his eyes. Even if it means that you can never take these exams again, questioned Ibiki. Hey, even if that were true, I could always get a field promotion, so what's there to worry about? Asked Naruto, calmly peeling open one of his eyes to get a good look at Ibiki, who looked annoyed. You think I'm lying about something? Questioned Ibiki gruffly. No, I know you are lying, declared Naruto, giving up on relaxing and letting his feet fall below the desk again. I know for a fact that there is no man or woman in the elemental nations that can bar a genin from the Chunin exams, not an ANBU commander, not a daimyo, not even a kage, declared Naruto, which much to Ibiki's annoyance steeled the nerves of the genin thinking about giving up. Walking back to the front of the room, Ibiki turned back to the room full of semi-confident genin. Last chance to back out, declared Ibiki, hoping to shake at least one or two more of the genin. Seeing no more significant doubt in any of the genin, Ibiki sighed inwardly. You all, growled Ibiki, pausing for one last-ditch effort to sway the genin. Pass, declared Ibiki. What? Chapter 14. As Ibiki finished his speech about the values of a Chunin, a small cyclone picked up at the front of the room, leaves spiraling around and around. As the leaves died down, a person appeared at the center of the cyclone, clearly a woman if the two bulges at the front of the chest piece were anything to go by. She had long purple hair and deep brown eyes, with a sword strapped to the back of her standard ANBU armor with a cat mask covering most of her face. Hello, I am Nico, I will be the proctor of your second exam, declared the woman. Now for the second exams you will need to return to your teams, continued Nico. Having no team to return to, Naruto simply kicked back in his chair again, where he waited for a few moments as teams quickly reformed. Akane, spoke Naruto, internally trying to talk with the Biju. With no response, Naruto sighed and simply waited. After a moment the teams had apparently reformed and the proctor from the previous exam had left the room. For the second test, each of you will interrogate a Chunin who knows the location of a scroll with information about the next stage. You will each have to retrieve the scroll and head to the place it tells you for the next test, declared the purple-haired ANBU agent. And the catch? Questioned Naruto, locking eyes with the ANNU agent, knowing that the test as described was way too simple. The catch is that you are not allowed to use lethal force throughout the test, however they have not been told so, and once you leave the building where you are interrogating your Chunin, they will not be there should you go back to interrogate them further, declared the ANBU in a way that definitely made it sound like she was smirking. On top of that, there are several other fail conditions. Should you get captured, you fail; you use lethal force, you fail to have the scroll with you when you arrive at the next stage's location, guess what, you fail, spoke the woman in a slightly condescending tone. You will now be led to the interrogation rooms, declared the ANBU. Naruto waited while a Chunin walked up to him. Naruto nodded as he stood up and followed the Chunin out of the room and was led down the hall. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto found himself and the Chunin in front of a seemingly random door. Naruto opened the door to find a male Chunin tied to a chair by ninja wire. The ninja's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing into a glare. Great, one of these bastards, thought Naruto to himself as he closed the door behind him. We can do this one of two ways. You can interrupted when the Chunin spat at Naruto, hitting him square in the face. Naruto shut his eyes as he quickly wiped the saliva from his face with his left hand and flicking his hand. That was not a bright idea, declared Naruto, opening his eyes to see the Chunin smirking. With a sigh, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it, Naruto allowed the nicotine to calm his nerves with atrocious memories trying to jump to the forefront of his mind, before blowing the smoke into the Chunin's face. Upon hearing the Chunin snort in an effort to build up enough snot and saliva to once more spit at, Naruto dashed forwards, ripping the Chunin from his chair by his throat. No more of that, declared Naruto, squeezing the man's throat for emphasis before throwing the man into the wall behind him. The Chunin grunted as he hit the wall, however before he could even lift himself to his feet he felt himself being lifted up by his wrists. Naruto took another drag from his cigarettes as he pulled the Chunin up with his chakra chains. With the Chunin hanging slightly with his chains, Naruto pulled out a kunai, spinning it on his finger by the ring on the end of the weapon. You want to tell me the location of the scroll? Questioned Naruto, looking at the Chunin. Go to hell, spoke the man, glaring back at Naruto, who sighed, rolling his eyes. Well then, tough guy, let's see how high your pain tolerance is, declared Naruto, stalking forwards with his kunai in right hand while his left hand began to glow green. You are so unlucky I'm on my own and not with my team for this, continued Naruto, however before the Chunin could answer, Naruto slammed his kunai into the Chunin's lower abdomen, causing the man to grunt in pain. With not even a moment to rest, Naruto began to pull the kunai along the man's stomach, ripping and tearing at the flesh. The Chunin wanted to yell at the pain, but he wouldn't give the Kyuubi brat the satisfaction. however as he felt the kunai reach the other side of his abdomen he was filled with fear, as a blissful feeling covered the wound. "Can't have you losing consciousness before I have the info I need," declared Naruto with a cruel smirk as he healed the wound he caused, even going so far as to heal over where the kunai now resided. The healing forced the Chunin out of the blissful call of unconsciousness. Naruto pulled on the kunai now sealed behind the Chunin's skin, making the man grimace in pain as he felt the sharp blade rip and tear at his flesh, followed a moment later by the blissful feeling of that very same flesh stitching itself back together around the kunai's hilt. The captive Chunin couldn't hold back a scream as Naruto ripped the kunai out from under his skin, before quickly healing it over, stopping any blood loss. "Ready to talk?" questioned Naruto, looking at the man passively. "Gee, go fuck yourself," groaned the Chunin, trying to force away the pain. "Oh, that's not a nice thing to say," declared Naruto, slamming his bloody kunai into the Chunin's chest, specifically his right pectoral muscle. Meanwhile, Naruto's left hand developed a frosty aura as it hovered over the left side of the man's chest. As Naruto put his frosted hand to the Chunin's chest, a cold feeling spread out from the hand, slowly creeping its way down the Chunin's body. Another scream ripped its way out of the Chunin's body as Naruto turned the kunai, ripping and tearing the flesh open. As the freezing spread even further, the destroyed flesh around the kunai began to freeze. "Tell me where the scroll is," ordered Naruto with a glare at the Chunin. "And never," gasped the Chunin, trying to not give in to the pain. Naruto sighed once more. Holding his left hand in a tiger hand sign, while he took his right hand from the kunai and wrapped it around the Chunin's wrist. "Are you certain you don't want to tell me? It might just cost you something you hold dear," spoke Naruto, speaking the last word with some of Akane's yukai leaching into his vocal cords. All the while a nine-tailed monster appeared behind him as his eyes glowed red. The Chunin at this point was terrified, almost to the point that he didn't feel the cold creeping its way down from his wrist to the tips of his fingers. Fine, I'll tells you, just stop it," stuttered the Chunin, looking away from Naruto. Naruto's eyes went back to normal, the illusionary monster behind him vanished and the creeping cold receded towards Naruto's hand. "Tell me, and know if you are lying I will end you and your family," snarled Naruto with a glare at the now cowering Chunin. "The scroll is in a house in the red light district, 5 Kamikaze Lane, in the basement," spoke the Chunin. At this point Naruto kicked the Chunin in the head, knocking him out, before turning around and stepping towards the door. As Naruto went to open the door he sighed and quickly created a clone. With a nod to the clone, Naruto opened the door and stepped out. "He'll be fine, my clone will heal him," declared Naruto, walking down the hallway towards an open window. Upon reaching the window, Naruto quickly threw himself out of the window before he quickly vanished in a swirl of snow. #Red Light District #. Naruto appeared in a swirl of snow just inside the red light district. Looking around, the blonde shinobi couldn't banish the nostalgic smile from his face. Shaking his head, Naruto began walking towards his destination. As he walked, people smiled and waved at him. He returned the gestures in kind. However, as he drew close to his location he felt something off about the address he was given. "Should you get caught you fail," the words echoed in his mind as the red-haired blonde quickly took to the roofs. That would explain that little rule, thought Naruto to himself as it became clear that there were in fact 3 people guarding the house he was headed to. As Naruto reached the house, or at least as close as he could get without being seen, he looked at the front of the house to see a woman, a Chunin if he had to guess, and she was guarding the door. The Chunin hopeful examined the house that was apparently home to the scroll he needed. It was a dilapidated little cottage. The paint on the walls was peeling away, the wooden beams appeared to be rotting, and the whole roof seemed to sag. The Uzumaki heir pulled his bow off his back and formed an ice arrow. As he pulled the string on his bow back, just as the tip of the arrow formed, it was shot forwards at high speed. As Naruto planned, the arrow hit the sagging roof with a solid thunk sound, alerting the Chunin by the door. Before they could do anything, the arrowhead exploded, causing the roof to collapse. The Chunin by the door looked at the house shocked before ripping the door open and quickly moving inside. As she did this, Naruto dropped from the roof of the home he was on to the alleyway beside it behind a large dumpster. Once his feet touched the ground, the blonde red-haired shinobi quickly formed a chakra chain. However, unlike most of the chains he formed, this one appeared to have a drill-like tip. Pushing his hand to the ground, the drill-like chain began to tunnel underground. After a few moments, the Chunin who ran into the house ran back outside, quickly leaping to the roof of the building next to Naruto. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as the female Chunin's chakra signature began to disappear, as she clearly began to look around for someone. A moment after the first Chunin left, Naruto quickly drew his chakra chain back to him, having snagged the scroll from within the home. However, just as he got the scroll, 2 more Chunin appeared from the door. The 2 Chunin clearly saw movement in Naruto's alleyway as they rushed over, but were left disappointed when all they saw was a small pile of snow. "Damn it, how long do we have to catch them?" questioned one of the Chunin looking to the other. The next exam is tomorrow, if we get them before then we might still get paid for this, declared the second Chunin. Meanwhile with Naruto #. The red-haired blonde shinobi appeared in his old apartment in a swirl of snow and ice. He wasn't surprised to find the place trashed, he didn't care at the moment. Looking down at the scroll he found it to be a simple scroll with a spiky green pattern on the top and bottom of it with not much else to distinguish it from any other scroll. Upon opening it however Naruto was very confused. Is this really the scroll? Questioned Naruto looking down at the contents of the scroll. A picture of a woman, and the words, Training Ground 22, Friday. Chapter 15. Naruto walked into Training Ground 22, half expecting to see the woman whose picture was in his scroll, but when he stepped into the training ground he found a tiger-masked ANBU standing there. Welcome, declared the ANBU looking to Naruto who nodded in response. Once you show me your scroll I will explain to you the third stage of the exams, said the man. Naruto once more nodded before pulling a scroll out of his pouch and lobbed it to the ANBU. The man unfurled the scroll and looked over it, clearly making sure it was genuine. Once he was satisfied with the scroll he rolled it back up and tossed it back to Naruto. So let me guess, surveilling the woman in the picture and stealing something from her, asked Naruto pocketing the scroll. Close, you will most likely be surveilling her, and you will be stealing something from her, but that something will be her life, declared the ANBU shocking Naruto. Assassinating her, questioned Naruto genuinely confused. Yes, however you will be doing so stealthily, like all of the targets for this exam. She is a former bandit mind wiped by a Yamanaka, and will be under the guard of a squad of Chunin. If one of them catches you, you fail. If you do not manage to assassinate your target within the next week you fail. If anyone sees you kill the woman you fail, declared the ANBU ominously. Do I get a name? Inquired the blonde genin. No, you have a week to find the woman, and assassinate her, more than enough time. You may use any resources available to you to find her, spoke the ANBU. And once I have killed her? There's no way this is the last stage. How will I know about the next stage? Questioned Naruto. Once your target is confirmed dead you will be delivered a scroll with the location of the next stage, said the ANBU getting a nod from Naruto. Alright, is that all? Asked Naruto. Unless you have further questions you may begin, spoke the ANBU. Naruto nodded before he vanished in a swirl of snow. #Hokage Monument Naruto appeared in another swirl of snow on the highest point within the village. He had a lot of ground to cover and not much information to work with. Akane Yukai pulse, spoke Naruto within his mind, and a moment later he felt a somewhat large pulse of Yukai surge through him, not large enough to make people worry but enough to cover the whole village. Plenty of trained chakra signatures, and at least 200 groups of 5 spread throughout the village, declared the Biju. Naruto sighed. He knew it was a long shot but he was hoping for more than that. Any specific areas I should be looking at? Questioned Naruto. A significant number appear to be in the Market District and the Red Light District. You should know Naruto-kun, Dosu, Zaku and Kin are in the village, declared the Biju. Naruto froze, before flipping through a short chain of hand signs. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, spoke Naruto, the water in the air next to him freezing into a pair of clones. You know what to do, declared Naruto. The clones both nodded before disappearing in twin swirls of snow. Where are they? Questioned Naruto to his tenant. Go to the academy, you should be able to sense them from there, declared Akane. Once more Naruto vanished in a swirl of snow. #Academy Naruto appeared outside the academy grounds and just as Akane had predicted he could sense the trio of ninja nearby. The blonde Konoha shinobi took to the rooftops heading in the direction he could sense the trio. After a few moments of roof running he found them, within a park apparently discussing their next move. Naruto with a smirk kicked off the roof he was on and flew towards the park, landing in a crouch with a loud thud. He looked at the 3 surprised people in front of him. And Naruto? Questioned the black-haired girl among them. Hey you lot, said Naruto standing up. Naruto, yelled the girl running forwards and tackling Naruto. Hey Kin, spoke Naruto, a smile creeping onto his face as he did, only for the now crying girl to punch him in the chest. He said you were dead, he told us you were dead, where were you? Questioned Kin, punching Naruto in the chest while the other 2 members of the team settled for glaring at the blonde. I'm sorry, but it was beyond time for me to move on. I only stayed so long to secure your freedom from the more deadly of his experiments, said Naruto. Why now Naruto, why show yourself now? Questioned a borderline mummified genin looking at Naruto, shaking his hands around. Because I needed to speak with you, preferably without him around, said Naruto. About what? Questioned the mummified genin. You leaving Ado and joining Konoha, said Naruto as Kin pushed herself off Naruto. Naruto, you can't be serious. We work for one of Konoha's biggest traders, why would they simply just let us join Konoha's ranks? Asked the last of the genin. I am serious, Zaku, and I am because if you agree to reveal what you know about that snake I can offer you asylum here in Konoha under the protection of my clan, and even Orochimaru isn't stupid enough to attack a whole village for 3 genin, said Naruto. Naruto began Zaku. He already plans to attack Konoha. Yes, I know, Zaku, you underestimate me, I still have spies in that village, said Naruto with a smirk. So why do you need us? Surely your spy can provide all of the information you need, spoke the mummified genin. I don't need you 3 for anything, Dosu, I want you 3 here because you are my friends, and some of the very few decent people of Oto, said Naruto giving his mummified friend a deadpan look. What do we do? Asked Dosu. Nothing for the time being, declared Naruto getting a nod from genin in front of him. I'll be in touch, continued Naruto turning around and walking away. Good luck you 3 and be careful, spoke Naruto before he vanished in a swirl of snow. #elsewhere #. Naruto appeared outside of the Hokage tower. He sighed. This was going to be a long conversation. Walking into the tower, he ignored the secretary who was up to her eyes in paperwork anyway, and headed up the stairs towards the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the right floor, he found the doors to the Hokage's office open. Seeing that, he stepped straight into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, spoke Naruto, drawing the elderly man's attention. Naruto-kun. What can I do for you? Asked the elderly Kage. I have some friends that are currently in the village and several who will most likely come soon, who would like to defect from their current village and join Konoha. I have offered them protection under the Uzumaki clan and they are willing to give any and all information they can about their current village, spoke Naruto, causing Hiruzen to quirk a brow at the boy. Okay, they will need to give that information to me or a member of the T&I department, said Hiruzen. I know, declared Naruto, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Which village are they coming to us from? Asked Hiruzen. Oto, spoke Naruto, drawing an intrigued look from Hiruzen. Alright then, where are they going to stay? You and I both know that Jiraiya's home only has so many rooms, almost all of which are already taken, and I'm sure you're more than eager to get away from his perverted antics, and while the Uzumaki are technically a clan of Konoha, they have no compound, said Hiruzen. Well, there is always the Senju compound, said Naruto. Hiruzen went to speak only for Naruto to interrupt. Now before you say I'm not a Senju, yes I am well aware of that, but there is only one Senju left in the world who we both know will not return to this village willingly. We also both know that the Senju and Uzumaki clans were once one and the same, and out of anyone in this village I am the closest to a Senju. Given I am an Uzumaki, my mother was unofficially adopted into the Senju clan and my godmother is the last living Senju, declared Naruto. Hiruzen, who was about to talk, stopped for a moment to think about what Naruto said. You do have a point, but it's still a clan compound for a clan that you are technically a part of, said Hiruzen. Naruto sighed and pulled up the sleeve of his shirt, revealing a Senju crest on his shoulder. I wasn't supposed to show this to anyone until we were all in the village, but from the looks of it she's not coming back anytime soon, so here, said Naruto, unsealing a piece of paper from the Senju crest on his shoulder before handing it to Hiruzen, whose eyes widened at the piece of paper. How did? Asked Hiruzen, his words dying in his throat. I met Tsunade a few weeks after leaving, said Naruto, his eyes narrowing to Hiruzen, who nodded. With this I can give you access to the Senju compound, said Hiruzen with a nod. Now back to these friends of yours, or more to the point, Naruto, I need to know how you became associated with Oto, said Hiruzen. Naruto nodded to his grandfather figure. Well, began Naruto. #flashback#. A 7-year-old Naruto sat in a clearing sitting on a rock. He had been on his own, again, for about a week now. The young blonde jumped to his feet when he heard a noise from the edge of the clearing. Narrowing his eyes as he looked over, 2 people stepped out. One was a red-haired girl, the other was a white-haired boy. The red-haired girl had brown eyes, while the white-haired boy had green eyes. Kimimaro, look, the brat thinks he's tough, said the girl, nudging the boy, who looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. That seems a too refined stance to have taught yourself, said Kimimaro, looking at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes at the pair. He knew he had no chance against them, but he also knew he had nowhere to run. They would catch him if he did run. So child, where are your parents? Asked Kimimaro, looking at Naruto, who looked down at the question, making both the redhead and Kimimaro look at the boy with varying degrees of pity. Why don't you come with us? I'm sure that Outmaster will make you feel welcome in our village, declared Kimimaro with an impassive voice. Naruto looked at the ground for a moment. All right, said Naruto, looking up to the white-haired man hesitantly. Cool, you got a name, kid? Asked the red-haired girl, who was really only asking as a courtesy. And Naruto Uzumaki, stuttered Naruto, making both of the older people's eyes widen. Kimimaro looking at the red-haired girl, who looked shocked. Uzumaki? Questioned the girl, looking at Naruto with a raised brow. Yes, why? Asked Naruto looking back at the girl. Tayuya Uzumaki, nice to meet you, said Tayuya with a soft smile. Then that means you're my family, questioned Naruto looking at her with a smile, tears in his eyes. Tayuya's self-restraint failed her and she rushed forwards and wrapped the boy in a hug. Shoo, don't cry Ototo, whispered Tayuya, tears forming in her own eyes as she hugged the boy. Then you stop crying Nei-chan, whispered Naruto looking up at the girl who just started to giggle at the comment. She stood up and looked to Kimimaro. You tell anyone about this and I will castrate you with the dullest and rustiest kunai I can find before force-feeding you your own balls, declared Tayuya, getting quick nods from the white-haired teen whose skin had gone as white as his hair. Come on Naruto, let's go, said Tayuya holding out her hand for the young blonde who smiled warmly at the older Uzumaki before taking her hand. The three people walked out of the clearing and through the forest, Kimimaro following the two Uzumaki. After about 20 minutes of walking, the trio found themselves at what looked to be a bunker with stone snakes all around it. Naruto was a little frightened by the stone serpents. It's okay Naruto-kun, I'll protect you, said Tayuya as she pushed the blonde in front of her before walking inside the bunker, Kimimaro staying silent behind the two of them. The trio walked along the long candle-lit hallways. After arriving at a specific door, Tayuya pushed the door open before she, Naruto and Kimimaro walked inside. Kimimaro-kun, Tayuya-chan, welcome back, I trust the mission was a success, said a voice as a man walked out of the shadows. The man had pitch black hair, golden eyes and pale skin. Yes Orochimaru-sama, the mission was completed, declared Kimimaro from behind Naruto and Tayuya. Excellent, now I must ask, who is this? Asked Orochimaru looking at Naruto who hugged himself to Tayuya. Orochimaru-sama, this is Naruto Uzumaki, we found him on our way back here alone in the wood and suggested he come here, said Tayuya. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Where are you from Naruto-kun? Asked Orochimaru. Keikonoha, said Naruto, making Orochimaru's eyes widen momentarily in surprise. Outwardly the man showed nothing but inside well. This is Namikaze's child, what a wonderful find, I think I might just mold him into my perfect weapon to burn Konoha to the ground, thought Orochimaru to himself. Well, welcome to Oto, or at least part of Oto. Naruto-kun, what is it you want to be when you grow up? Asked the snake Sannin. I want to be a big strong ninja, said Naruto excitedly with a grin. Well, I could help you with that, I could train you, said Orochimaru, shocking Naruto, Kimimaro and Tayuya. Ah really? Questioned Naruto, shocked that the man who he had only met moments before would offer to train him. Orochimaru just nodded to the boy who began to jump up and down. You hear that Nei-chan, I'm gonna be an awesome ninja, said Naruto happily, making Tayuya smile, which in itself got a raised eyebrow from Orochimaru. This training isn't going to be easy Naruto-kun, Orochimaru. I don't care, declared Naruto. #flashback and #. Chapter 16. Naruto sighed, scrunching up another piece of paper and tossing it aside. It had been 5 days since the beginning of the third stage of the Chunin exams, and in that time Naruto had found his quarry and managed to figure out her schedule to a rough enough degree that he could begin to plan his assassination of the woman. Thankfully he was alone in his and Jiraiya's home, as the perverted sage had been assigned a mission by the Hokage and was out of the village while Fu was out with Ino and Shino. While Naruto did have access to the Senju compound, he was going to wait until after the exams to actually move in. The blonde shinobi let his head hang back, taking a deep breath. The clauses of the exam made it difficult for him, as while he had performed assassinations before, the ones that had to be done stealthily, he could kill people who saw him afterwards. Naruto glanced at a mask lying on the desk he was currently seated at. It looked almost like a clock face with 2 eyes cut into it. No, muttered Naruto looking away from the mask, it was a last resort, he still had 2 days. The Chunin hopeful had made and then dismissed plan after plan over the last 2 days. He had found the woman on the second day of the test. Naruto had followed her himself for the rest of that day and the next day before sending out clones to do so, while he himself plotted her demise. Naruto-kun, I'm bored, spoke Akane from within his mind. I know Akane-chan, you have said so many times today, but I need to concentrate on this, declared Naruto. Most of the plans Naruto had devised would deliver death to the woman, but most would either leave collateral damage, setting an explosive tag up in her apartment for example, or would be easily traced to him, killing her at long range with an arrow. Poison her, recommended Akane. Too risky, poisoning her directly would draw too much attention, and indirectly could leave collateral damage or just make her sick, replied Naruto. Mist, proposed the Kitsune. Too conspicuous, it hasn't been misty here in months, and my chakra would be everywhere in that mist, declared the icy shinobi. Use a summon, offered white-haired woman. Would end in the kill, but I am known to have the fox summoning contract, countered the Uzumaki. Henge, transformation, and just kill her, suggested the Biju. While I can outrun most people, I wouldn't put it past the Chunin to call the ANBU, and I don't think I could get away far enough or long enough to undo the henge, spoke the genin. Naruto's mind went quiet, Akane not giving any more suggestions. The silence was almost deafening to Naruto. However, like a flash of lightning, an idea occurred to Naruto. That could work, declared Akane, knowing the idea, one benefit of being in his head. But to trigger it I would need to be nearby, thought Naruto, almost cursing. Use a trespass seal, suggested Akane. Once again Naruto's mind went silent for a moment. As Akane went to speak again, Naruto appeared before her. Naru dash, began Akane, confused, cut off as Naruto grabbed her by the cheeks and pulled her into a kiss. That's perfect, Akane-chan, thank you, declared Naruto after pulling back from the affectionate gesture, not paying attention to Akane's reddening cheeks before vanishing from his mind. Akane was left there stunned, her face bright red. She brought her hand up and touched her lips. You're welcome, muttered the woman in a dazed state. Naruto himself quickly looked at a clock, determining that he did in fact have time to work his idea before grabbing his shoes, leaving his giant cleaver next to his desk and running out of the house, closing and locking it behind him. #5 minutes later. Naruto landed on a rooftop of an apartment building close to the market district. Spreading out his senses mostly as a precaution. He knew his target wouldn't be home for several hours, but caution was always a good idea. Finding neither his target nor her bodyguards anywhere nearby, the blonde slipped off the roof and down the side of the building, landing in a small alleyway between the building he had been on and the one next to it. Walking a little deeper into the alleyway, Naruto found himself at a door with nothing but a deadbolt. The red-haired blonde crossed the middle and index fingers on both hands and formed the Hayaton-specific hand sign and carefully channeled a small amount of chakra towards his hands. As he channeled his chakra, 2 slivers of ice formed above his hands, seemingly in the shape of lockpicks. Taking the ice slivers, Naruto put them into the deadbolt on the door and with practiced ease picked the lock in under 30 seconds. Once the lock was picked, the door opened. Quickly slipping inside the building, Naruto made his way out of the laundry room he found himself in. Stealthily, Naruto made his way upstairs, careful not to alert anyone else within the building. After several flights of stairs, Naruto stopped in front of a door. Once again with his trusty ice picks, Naruto unlocked the lock on the door. Stepping into the apartment, Naruto softly closed the door behind him and locked it again, as he would be leaving through a window that he would close after himself. Walking through the apartment, Naruto made his way to the bathroom. With a smirk on his face, Naruto unsealed a pot of ink and a brush from a seal on his neck. #an hour later. As Naruto put the finishing touches on his seal, he smirked to himself and pulsed a small amount of chakra into one part of the seal, which rendered all of the black ink scrawled over the walls, floor, and ceiling invisible. Walking out of the bathroom, leaving the door open, he then made his way to the lounge window. Opening the window, Naruto hopped through it and quickly closed it behind him before jumping away from the apartment complex. The red-haired blonde jumped from roof to roof, headed back to his and Jiraiya's home. As he drew close, however, he felt something off. Ignoring it, he continued on. Once Naruto reached his home, he knew something was off. Flicking his right hand out to the side, he pushed chakra into the limb, and specifically a seal on his hand with a poof of smoke. A demonic-looking katana appeared in his hand. The blade was pitch black, with 6 rear-facing hooks on the weapon with a kunai-like pommel with a demonic eye between the sharpened edges. Walking up the path, Naruto saw that the door was still in fact locked. Holding his blade at the ready, Naruto pulled out his keys and unlocked the door. Stepping inside, he saw that nothing was out of place, nothing out of the ordinary, everything was perfect. Too perfect. It's been a while, sensei, declared Naruto. That it has, Naruto-kun, spoke a voice as a man stepped out of the shadows. So how is my favorite student? Questioned the pale-skinned golden-eyed man, smirking as he held the mask that had been on Naruto's desk. Favorite? I thought that title would forever be held by your personal brown nose. How is Kabuto these days? Questioned the blonde, pulling out a box of cigarettes before flicking one out of the box. Come now, Naruto-kun, you know I didn't come here to talk about Kabuto, declared Orochimaru. So what did you come to talk about? Questioned Naruto, lighting his smoke. I see you have collected more Uzumaki clan relics. How many are you at now? Asked Orochimaru. Well, including the one you are holding, it's 5, spoke Naruto. My, a quarter of them with one person. You have been a busy bee, haven't you? But you and I both know that this isn't the actual mask of Quicksilver, declared Orochimaru, holding up the mask. Oh, whatever makes you say that? Questioned Naruto, blowing out a cloud of smoke, trying to seem relaxed even if he was tightening his grip on his sword. The mask of Quicksilver, the real one, displays a clock face with the time being 9:10. This one, however, has the time as 12:30, meaning it's a fake, declared Orochimaru, throwing the plaster mask to the floor, shattering it. Well, I didn't know sensei, it must still be at the mask temple in Kiri, said Naruto feigning shock. Now Naruto, you know better than to toy with me, spoke Orochimaru in a scolding tone. That I do, hence why I have been recording this conversation, and should anything happen to me the recording will be reverse summoned to the Hokage, spoke Naruto with a smirk. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at his former student. Is there anything else, sensei? Questioned Naruto, still smirking. Now that you mention it, there is. I would very much appreciate it if you kept your nose out of my business while I am here, declared Orochimaru. Which part of your business here, marking the Uchiha or the invasion you have planned? Asked Naruto. Both. I would hate to have to hurt your little friends in Oto for your misdeeds, declared Orochimaru with a smirk. You lay one finger on them, began Naruto, shadows beginning to dance behind him as his eyes turned ice-cold silver. Like I said, Naruto, keep your nose out of my business and I will honor our agreement, spoke the snake Sannin. Fine, spatta Naruto. Good, I'm sure we will see each other again at some stage soon, Naruto-kun, declared Orochimaru, walking past Naruto and out the door. Once Orochimaru was out of the house, Naruto let out a deep breath as his legs failed him and he dropped to the ground breathing heavily. Naruto-kun, called Akane worriedly. I'm fine, Akane-chan, replied Naruto, huffing and puffing. After a moment Naruto composed himself and quickly bit his thumb and flipped through hand signs. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, called Naruto, slamming his hand into the ground, causing a plume of smoke to erupt from his hand. Naruto-sama, spoke a somewhat deep voice. As the smoke cleared, the owner of the voice was revealed to be a two-tailed white fox about the size of a dog. Ryoshi, hey, Orochimaru was here, I need you to see if he left any surprises around the house please, asked Naruto, getting a nod from the fox who quickly moved off. With that done, Naruto quickly moved over to a nearby couch and collapsed on it. About an hour later. Naruto was awoken by the sound of knocking on the front door. Shaking his head to rid himself of the last of his sleepiness, Naruto got up and moved to the front door. As he did, he stretched out his senses to see if Ryoshi was still around and to see who may have been at the door. Not being able to sense his summon, he assumed the fox either found nothing and left or found something and dealt with it. Hello Anbu-san, spoke Naruto, opening the door to see the tiger-masked Anbu who had given him the instructions on the third stage of the exams. Hello Naruto-san. Congratulations on passing the third stage. Your target was found dead due to asphyxiation in her bathroom an hour ago, declared the Anbu, Naruto simply nodding. His seals had worked. Once the woman closed her door, it would create a room that would not allow any oxygen in and would, in addition to her breathing using any already in the room up seals, would slowly siphon it out of the room. Here is the instructions for the next stage, declared the Anbu, handing Naruto a scroll before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto closed the door and headed back inside, opening the scroll as he went. As he expected, the scroll itself had little information on it, simply, Training Ground 44, Friday, 11 o'clock. Naruto stood leaning against the fence of Training Ground 44 as the last of the prospective Chunin showed up. He didn't need to expand his senses to know he had more than one set of eyes on him, nor that a few of those pairs of eyes were familiar to him. Petamaru probably sent them to go after you, commented Akane, causing Naruto to snort. With a plume of smoke, a purple-haired woman appeared bouncing out of the smoke with a grin on her face. Well, it's good to see she's so hyperactive, thought Naruto as he watched the woman. He had removed the curse mark from the day he became a genin. He however had to stifle a smirk as he spotted a white rose tied into her hair. Alright brats, I'm Enko Mitarashi, the proctor of the second exam. Now while I explain what the exam is, some Chunin will be coming around with a form you have to sign before you can participate, declared the woman as several Chunin began walking around handing out sheets of paper. Alright, this test is a survival exercise. You will each be given one of these scrolls, either a heaven or an earth scroll, and the goal is to get the other scroll and make it to the tower in the middle of this lovely forest behind me, lovingly called the Forest of Death said Enko, stopping when she heard muttering. I've seen scarier, muttered Naruto under his breath, only for a kunai to be thrown at him, only for him to catch it by the ring mere millimeters from his forehead. Enko, who appeared behind him, had semi-wide eyes. While she hadn't been her fastest speed, he shouldn't have been able to catch that. It's ones with attitudes like that which die first, said Enko with a smirk, pulling the kunai out of Naruto's hand. I bet they all just get distracted by your beauty, said Naruto, smirking as he saw the blush on Enko's face. Enko just jumped back to her previous position on the fence, trying to rid herself of the blush. Now you have to sign the forms which clears us of any wrongdoing should you die in there, which trust me some of you will, if not by the plants and animals then by each other, as you need to have one of each type of scroll at the tower in 5 days. Now about the scrolls, you can't open them until you make it to the tower, said Enko. So hop to it, fill out the forms and then bring your team's forms up and exchange them for your scroll, said Enko. Naruto stood by himself outside one of the gates of the Forest of Death waiting for them to open. Just one last piece of advice, came Enko's voice over a set of loudspeakers. Don't die, said Enko before the gates were flung open. Naruto casually walked through the gates, pulling his bow off his back before jumping up into the lower branches of the trees of the forest. Several hours later. Naruto was tree hopping when he heard a high-pitched scream. Naruto stopped dead on the tree branch before taking off for the scream. Running through the trees, Naruto burst from the tree line to find a trio of AIM ninja standing over two dead Kusa ninja and one alive red-haired girl who had torn clothes and was more than likely the one who screamed. Shit, she's an Uzumaki, muttered Naruto himself, notching a trio of arrows, one for each of the AIM nin skulls. But before Naruto could attack the nin, one of the nin turned to him. You guys, we got company, said the nin, before his two comrades turned and also saw Naruto, who let his arrows fly. Only one of the three hit its mark and the nin fell over dead while the other two glared at Naruto. Oh, you're dead now, buddy, declared one of the nin. Naruto put his bow on his back before dropping from the tree branch, landing in a crouch as the ground beneath him buckled as he landed. Is that so? Questioned Naruto, pulling his blade off his back. Oh, scary big-ass sword, you compensating for something, mocked one of the two remaining nin before both burst out laughing. Naruto just stood there before a mist was pulled in around them and the two AIM nin stopped laughing. I thought he was a Konoha nin, said the one of the AIM nin. I'm sure his headband was a Konoha one, said the other confused. It is, but I am Naruto Uzumaki, the legacy, and second coming, of the monster of the mist, declared Naruto's disembodied voice from within the mist. Now, like that shit stain, I could simply kill you, but you were going to rape my cousin, so I'm going to kill you, slowly, painfully, declared Naruto. What are you going to do, Blondie? Taunted one of the nin. Hayatan Shimo Burisu, ice-style frost breath, called Naruto, breathing a cloud of ice at the two nin. Both jumped out of the way, however both were caught a little bit by the frost breath, their feet both getting caught in the cloud. Naruto appeared from the fog and slammed the side of his blade into both nin, before vanishing back into the mist. Son of a ugh, one of the two AIM nin began, only to be interrupted when Naruto kicked him in the chin, knocking him to the ground, and before he could even move, two pairs of arrows pierced each of limbs and he began screaming. Only for Naruto to once more appear from the fog, slamming his feet on the nin's face, crushing the man's skull. You bastard, yelled the last nin, only for an arrow to nail him right between the eyes. The mist cleared as the last AIM nin fell to the ground. PP please don't hurt me, said the red-haired girl, backing away from Naruto. Hey, I promise I won't hurt you. What's your name? Asked Naruto, bending down so the two were at eye level. KK Karen Yu Uzumaki, stuttered Karen, still terrified of the man in front of her. Well, Karen, like I told those stains of human beings, I am Naruto Uzumaki, declared Naruto with a smile, hoping to calm the girl down. Yu Uzumaki, questioned Karen, her eyes wide. Naruto nodded, only to be tackled by Karen. Hey, it's okay, Karen, said Naruto, gently rubbing her back. Family is all I have wanted, ever since my mother died, muttered Karen against Naruto's chest. Then stay here, I can offer you asylum here in Konoha. Stay with me, Imato, said Naruto, making Karen look to him shocked. Ni-san, spoke Karen, hugging him. Naruto himself just hugged the girl while silently creating a clone to find the scrolls. After several moments of searching, the clone returned with a heaven and earth scroll to match the earth one he already had. Alright Imato, we need to move, I still have an exam to pass, said Naruto. But you're by yourself? Questioned Karen, looking to Naruto, confused. Yes, but that's how I entered, I'm taking the exam solo, explained Naruto. Oh, spoke Karen, impressed. Naruto gently pulled Karen to her feet before the two took to the trees. After a couple of minutes of running, Naruto stopped and knelt down in front of Karen. Hop on, it'll be quicker, declared Naruto. Karen nodded before climbing onto Naruto's back. Naruto stood up and began to run through the trees. So Ni-san, began Karen, getting up from Naruto to indicating he was listening. How did you use that Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu? I thought only ninja from Kirigakure could use that jutsu, questioned Karen, her chin resting on his shoulder. I spent 6 years training away from Konoha under many different sensei, one of whom was a former Kiri nin and a former member of the Seven Swordsmen, said Naruto. Karen nodded. Who else did you train under? Questioned Karen. Not really something I want to get into right now, not that I don't want to tell you, I will but later, okay, questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Karen. Naruto then slowed as he spotted a trio of Kusa nin wandering around on the forest floor. Those bastards, growled Karen. You know them? Questioned Naruto. They picked on me relentlessly because of my hair, said Karen, sadly glancing at her hair. Naruto put her down. Don't let their words get to you, Imato, your hair is beautiful, declared Naruto, making Karen smile at the blonde. Besides, their hair is going to be red shortly. It's time for these bastards to learn what it is to cross my family, said Naruto, dropping from the forest floor. Assholes, back here, yelled Naruto, pulling out his bow. And who the hell are you? Questioned one of the Nin, glaring back at Naruto. The big brother of the woman you teased for her hair, declared Naruto, pulling out a trio of arrows and notching all three. You're such an idiot, there's three of us and only one of you, declared the obvious leader. Well, that is true, but perhaps you miscounted, said Naruto, letting all three arrows fly at the weakest link of the team. All three arrows hitting their mark, 3 spots up in a straight line up and down the man's chest. Hayatan Hiryu no Jutsu, Ice-style Ice Dragon Jutsu, called Naruto, a dragon forming out of ice and flying at the other member of the trio of Kusa-nin. The Nin tried to jump out of the way only for the dragon to follow him, swallowing him whole before smashing apart, revealing the man perfectly encased in ice. Because I only count one, said Naruto, glaring at the man who by now was looking terrified. What are you? Questioned the man. I'm your death, declared Naruto, ripping the huge sword off his back before running forwards and slicing the man from his left hip to his right shoulder. That was for Karen, declared Naruto, half tempted to spit on the man. Deciding against it, Naruto began looking for the scroll, finding a heaven one. Naruto jumped back up to Karen, once again leaning down so she could hop onto his back. Once she was on again, Naruto took off, heading in the general direction of the tower. After a few moments, Naruto stopped dead on a tree branch. What is it? Asked Karen. Some friends I need to see, declared Naruto with a smile before he moved off in another direction, heading away from the tower. Why now? Why not outside of the forest? Asked Karen, confused at Naruto's actions. Because they are planning to defect from their village to Konoha soon, and neither I nor they need anyone linked to their old village finding out what is happening, spoke Naruto as he drew closer to his friends. I take it these are friends you made while training away from Konoha? Said Karen, getting a nod from Naruto. Yeah, I stayed in their village for a few months training, and became friends with them and several others, declared Naruto with a smile at the fond memories. After a few moments of silent tree-hopping, Naruto and Karen dropped into a clearing. Hey you three, spoke Naruto, shocking the trio of Oto ninja. God damn it, Naruto, yelled Kin, clearly spooked by Naruto's sudden appearance. Karen giggling at the interaction as she hopped off Naruto's back. Who's she? Questioned Dosu, nodding to the girl on Naruto's back. This is Karen, this is Dosu, Kin, and Zaku, declared Naruto, introducing the four to each other. Nice to meet you, spoke Karen with a smile. You too, replied Kin with a smile to the girl, Dosu and Zaku nodding to Karen. Should we be assuming this is you being in touch? Questioned Zaku, looking to his blonde friend. Yeah, I've organized everything with the Hokage, all that remains is you guys meeting with T and I and telling them what you know, declared Naruto. Chapter 18. Naruto walked away from the trio of soon-to-be former Oto Gen and Karen beside him as he left. The blonde shinobi had given the trio one of his spare scrolls, so they were going to head to the tower, ignoring the orders given to them by Orochimaru. The idea of the five heading to the tower together had been floated around, but the blonde had declined, mostly to keep suspicion off his friends until after they had defected, but he also had a couple of things he needed to do. Naruto once more knelt in front of Karen, the red-haired woman jumped on Naruto's back and the two once more took off into the trees. The two traveled through the trees silently for a moment before Naruto slowed down. Naruto and I questioned Karen, holding on to Naruto tighter. I should have sent you with them, muttered Naruto as he stopped on a tree branch. What do you mean? Asked Karen, confused and somewhat scared. It means you need to go with my clone to the tower. Okay Karen, spoke Naruto, calmly putting Karen down as he quickly flipped through hand signs. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, called Naruto, creating an ice clone. Karen looked to Naruto, confused as the clone formed. I'll meet you at the tower Karen, I promise, but for now I need you to go with my clone, declared Naruto. Karen nodded and hopped onto the clone's back before the icy clone took off towards the tower, sending one last scared glance back to Naruto, who smiled a reassuring smile as the girl disappeared into the distance. I know you're there, spoke Naruto lowly, almost in a growl, his eyes going silver as he turned around, glaring upwards into the trees. Oh, sensed me did you? Spoke a green-haired, gray-eyed man stepping out from behind a tree. Please, don't flatter yourself, I heard you a minute ago but I smelt you long before that, declared Naruto, glaring up at the apparent Kiri ninja if the headband was anything to go by, along with the katana at his side. Bullshit, snarled the man, apparently not believing Naruto, who rolled his eyes at the arrogance. So what can I do for you? Questioned Naruto, moving his hand slowly toward Samanakuya. You can give me my village's sword or I can take it from your corpse, declared the man with a grin, clearly somewhat unhinged. First of all, it's not your village's sword, you stole it from my clan, spoke Naruto, ripping the weapon from its sheath as the Kiri-nin snarled and lunged at him, drawing a simple katana. And even if it was, the Mizukage gave it to my uncle as payment for helping in the rebellion, declared Naruto, pushing back on his blade, throwing the Kiri-nin backwards. Samehada was forged in Kiri, I will take back my village's sword, growled the genin, jumping up and swinging his blade down on Naruto, who spun to the left, avoiding the strike and swinging his own blade back at the green-haired Kiri-nin's midsection. However, as Naruto sliced clean through the man's midsection, a plume of smoke emanated from him and he was replaced with a log. The instant he sliced through the log, he formed a kunai of ice and threw it to his left. A solid thunk sound filled the air as the kunai clearly hit a tree. As Naruto turned to the ice kunai, he saw a thin line of red on the side of the kunai. Even if by some miracle you beat me, you won't keep her, declared Naruto, looking around the area, looking for the shinobi. She will get taken from you, and if she's not immediately given back to my clan, which she will be, you won't be the one to wield her, continued Naruto. The nin, apparently angered by Naruto's comment, leapt out from behind his cover, a bushy branch, with a scream of, "Die!" Naruto threw his left hand up and spun to face his attacker as a glowing silver chain, with a claw-like tip, shot out of his hand and closed around the Kiri-nin's neck. "You are a pathetic, whiny little baby, I'm surprised you found anyone to teach you how to use a blade," declared Naruto as the chain retracted, pulling the genin towards him. Shut up," gasped the genin, glaring at Naruto. "When I take Samehada from you, I'll show you and those bloodline freaks how to wield a sword," declared the genin, wincing as the chain tightened around his neck. "You are beyond help," spoke Naruto, rolling his eyes. "And you're an idiot," declared the genin, as Naruto crushed his neck with the chain, only for the genin to turn into a puddle of water. "I don't think so," declared Naruto, turning around, swinging Samanakuya at neck level, slicing through the genin's neck before he could stab Naruto in the back. Once more the genin turned into a puddle upon being killed, and this time Naruto didn't hear another attack coming. Spreading out his senses, Naruto found that the genin was fleeing. The blonde knew better than to let the green-haired genin go. So Naruto sheathed his blade and pulled his bow off his back and began chasing the genin through the canopies. As Naruto ran, he used his free hand to form 3 ice arrows, each however appeared to have something almost carved into the top, each one different. Notching the first one as he pushed a large amount of chakra to his legs to leap further towards the fleeing genin. Naruto let the arrow fly mid-leap, shooting forwards at tremendous speed, missing the genin by mere centimeters. "You missed," yelled the genin, glancing back at Naruto to taunt him. However, this was a bad move on his part as the ice arrow exploded in front of him, creating a web of ice. The ice was easily smashed through, but not without slowing down the fleeing genin and leaving him with scratches from the ice shattering. Naruto leapt perfectly through the hole in the ice web, notching the second arrow as he did. Landing before instantly kicking off the tree he landed on with a large amount of force, Naruto once again flew into the air, letting the second of his arrows fly from his weapon. This time the arrow didn't even appear to be aiming for the fleeing genin, and in truth it wasn't. As the second arrow flew, the head on the weapon got substantially larger, turning into a wedge shape almost like an axe head. The axe-headed arrow slammed into a tree branch, embedding itself more than halfway through the branch, and the gray-eyed fleeing genin could do nothing but go wide-eyed as he slammed down onto the branch, snapping it and tumbling to the forest floor, rolling as he landed, trying to minimize any damage to himself. However, that didn't stop him from slamming back first into a tree trunk. Flipping himself over, the Kiri genin was about to jump to his feet when an arrow pierced his chest, specifically his heart. However, the arrow wasn't made of ice. Naruto immediately turned around, notching his third arrow and fired it back into the trees behind him. However, a huge rock was thrown at the arrow, which pierced the rock and exploded, causing small stones to rain down on the area. "Hello, you four," spoke Naruto, calmly narrowing his still silver eyes. Now in front of him, on tree branches above him, stood 3 people with Oto headbands. The first was a large man with orange hair and a face that was too small for his head. The second was a light blue-haired man with what appeared to be a second head behind his main head. Finally, the third was a 6-armed man with his hair tied into a fanned-out ponytail, clearly the one who had killed the Kiri genin, as he was holding a bow in one of his hands. "It's been a long time, Naruto," spoke the 2-headed man with an arrogant smirk. "Not long enough, Sakan, not by a long shot," replied Naruto, maintaining his glare at the trio. "So I take it Orochimaru sent you 4 after me," spoke Naruto, crossing his arms as he did so. "That he did, so, time to die, traitor," declared the 6-armed man. "You 3 can't beat me," scoffed Naruto, quickly swapping his bow for Samanakuya. "That may have been the case 3.5 years ago, but things change," declared the fat man, launching himself from the tree branch towards Naruto. Slamming his fist into the branch, Naruto stood on, shattering the wood. Naruto, however, had already leapt from the branch upwards into a hail of arrows. Futon de Tapa, wind-style great breakthrough, called Naruto, performing half-hand signs before a huge gust of wind emanated from him, knocking all of the arrows off course. However, before Naruto could relax, a blur came flying at him. The blur, it turned out, was Sakan with two left hands attempting to punch the blonde, who threw a hand back and a glowing chain burst forth flying into a tree, and in an instant began to draw Naruto towards it, avoiding the double punch coming his way. "Gotcha now," growled the tubby sound Nin, lunging at Naruto. The blonde kicked off the tree, throwing his knee forwards into the orange-haired man's chin, knocking him back. However, Naruto wasn't done. As he landed, he kicked off the tree again, flipping over his former ally, swinging his blade down and slamming it into the man's back. The orange-haired Nin could only scream as Samanekuya sunk into his flesh. As Naruto landed, he ripped his blade out, causing the Nin to fall to his knees. However, Naruto couldn't take a second, as once more he had to avoid a punch from Sakan. Catching the man's fist with one hand, Naruto quickly brought his elbow up to block the second fist flying his way. With his opponent at his mercy, Naruto kicked Sakan in the shin, forcing him to one knee. Using that knee as a step, Naruto jumped up and kicked Sakan's head to the side. Rolling in the air, Naruto then used his other foot to slam the blue-haired Nin's head into the tree, causing him to grunt in pain. "That's it, you punk," roared the fat man, glaring at Naruto, as chains of triangles began to flood across his body. Naruto, sensing Kadamaru notching another flurry of arrows, quickly ran at Jirobo, who charged at him, the curse mark covering a good portion of his body. As Naruto got close to the man, he quickly dropped to the branch, sliding on the moss through Jirobo's legs, avoiding the man's attempt to grab him in the process. Digging into the moss, Naruto kicked off the branch, jumping onto Jirobo's back, forcing the marked Nin to his knees. Naruto kicked off the man's back, forming several ice kunai, which he promptly threw at Kadamaru. The spider-like Oto Nin rolled to the side, avoiding the ice kunai, as Naruto fell back to the branch between Jirobo and Sakan. Naruto landed and rolled forward straight into Sakan's fist. Naruto fell back, realizing Sakan too had marks spreading across his body. However, he had little time to contemplate it, as he was yanked backwards by the neck of his shirt. "You little shit, time to die," declared Jirobo, slamming his fist into Naruto's stomach, making the blonde wince in pain. As Jirobo wound up for another punch, Naruto swung forwards, kicking the fat man in the chin again, jarring himself loose from the man's grip. Naruto leapt up into the air to get away from Jirobo and Sakan. However, as he did, his highly trained hearing picked up on the twang of a bow, and Naruto realized his mistake. Arrows flew through the air, piercing Naruto's body, thankfully none in lethal places but all in painful places. Naruto fell, further than the branches he had been fighting on. With a little luck, he managed to land on a lower branch with a thud. "Things change, Uzumaki. At one point you were one of Orochimaru's elite, but now we hold that title. We are part of the Sound Four," taunted Sakan, jumping down to the branch Naruto found himself on. "Do not make me laugh," coughed Naruto, spitting out a glob of blood. "The only reason you have that is because I left," declared Naruto. "Orochimaru had his elite team, me, Kimimaro, and Tayuya. When I left, you three were brought in to bring the team back up to the strength it had been at while I was there," taunted Naruto. "Well, I think we have proven that we are more than a match for you," declared Sakan, walking up to Naruto. "You think so?" questioned Naruto, smirking. "Because you seem to be forgetting something," continued Naruto. "And what's that?" asked Sakan, almost rolling his eyes. "I was one of Orochimaru's best. You think he didn't give me a curse mark?" questioned Naruto, as an eerie red glow pulsed on his back before lines began spreading across his tattooed skin. Chapter 19. As the marks flowed across Naruto's skin, Sakan jumped back from the blonde before he and the other Oto shinobi allowed their own marks to spread all across their skin, turning it a red-brown color as the three of them turned demonic, their teeth becoming sharp and each of them growing horns. Naruto, upon seeing this, smirked. "Stage 2 right out the gate, I like it," declared Naruto, sounding somewhat unhinged as the marks on his skin too covered the rest of his skin, darkening it. However, while Naruto did grow a pair of horns on his head, the more interesting growth was at the base of his spine, as a fox-like tail sprouted from his tailbone, blonde fur and all. "Let's see how you handle this," spoke Naruto with a smirk before throwing his unoccupied right hand out to the side, and a demonic-looking katana appeared in a puff of smoke. The pitch-black blade was quickly tossed into the air behind Naruto as he began to charge at the Oto shinobi. Jirobo leapt from his perch towards Naruto, throwing his fist at the blonde. Naruto, however, brought his Samanekuya up to block the punch. Fist collided with metal. Jirobo looked to be pushing Naruto back, if only just. Naruto pushed back on his blade, making sure Jirobo was pushing as hard as he could before the blonde quickly stepped to the side and allowed the large man to fall forwards to Naruto's left. What no one was expecting was for Jirobo to scream in pain as he was once again sliced by a blade, but not Samanekuya. Naruto using his tail flicked blood off the blade of his demonic katana. Sakon and Kadamaru were shocked at what they saw, but, knowing what they did about Orochimaru and his curse marks, they shouldn't have been, as Naruto's tail swung the second blade as if it were a third arm. Naruto once more smirked looking at the two Oto shinobi. "Come on then," taunted Naruto. Kadamaru quickly notched several more arrows as Sakon ran at the blonde. Naruto smirked, breaking into a run at Sakon. The blonde shinobi quickly sidestepped as arrows began to hail down on him, and as he looked to Sakon, the blonde wasn't shocked as the man seemingly split into two identical clones, only lacking the second head. Finally joining the party, Yukon," spoke Naruto as he ran. Naruto avoided another arrow as he swung Samanikuya at Sakon, who jumped up trying to avoid the strike, Yukon taking advantage of Naruto's focus on his brother to move to attack the blonde. However, neither brother counted on the shadows around Naruto shooting out of the ground. One part looking like a clawed hand slapped Sakon in the face in midair, making him spin. Yukon on the other hand had to jump to the side as a spear-like construct shot out of Naruto's shadow. However, he wasn't fast enough to dodge as more spears shot out of the original long line of shadow. "Ukon!" screamed Sakon, looking to his brother, who was speared by seemingly shadows and fell to his knees, blood oozing from his mouth. Kadamaru once more shot an arrow at the seemingly distracted Naruto, hoping whatever was going on with the shadows wouldn't protect the blonde. The spider-like man's hopes were raised as no shadow moved to protect Naruto. However, it was Naruto himself who screwed up Kadamaru's plan, snatching the arrow out of the air. Akito-chan, you haven't forgotten who it was that taught you archery, have you?" mocked Naruto. "Die, you son of a bitch," snarled Sakon, charging at Naruto, attempting to avenge his brother. The red-haired blonde spun to face the red-skinned white-haired Oto shinobi before using the arrow he had in hand as a spear and shoving it through Sakon's shoulder, pushing him back before spinning around. While he spun, Naruto used his blade-wielding tail to slice an half an inch into Sakon's chest all the way across. With the second of the two brothers dealt with, Naruto turned to Kadamaru, who the instant Naruto turned to him let loose 5 arrows. Once more Naruto brought Samanikuya up to block the projectiles. Kadamaru was already notching another quintet of arrows as Naruto brought his blade down to look back at the Oto shinobi. Naruto shot a chakra chain out of his free hand into the ground. As Kadamaru let fly the volley of arrows, Naruto jumped to the side, avoiding the arrows. Before Kadamaru could notch any more arrows, he let out a scream as he felt intense pain in his leg. Looking down, he saw a glowing kunai piercing his leg. Suddenly Kadamaru was yanked off his feet by the kunai in his leg, and was spun around. Screaming as the kunai did more and more damage, he was flying through the air, no longer attached to the kunai. Kadamaru could do nothing to right himself in the air as blood poured out of his leg. Naruto, however, wasn't done with the Oto nin as once more shadows began to bend to his will. As Kadamaru flew past Naruto, the blonde sent out a spike of shadow towards Kadamaru. The shadow lined up with Kadamaru's right arms, and unable to do anything, the Oto nin flew past it, the shadow blade slicing clean through Kadamaru's 3 right arms. Kadamaru would have screamed in pain had he not blacked out from the shock. Naruto stood up, relaxing somewhat as he looked at the area around him. "Die!" screamed Jirobo as he descended on Naruto, both of his hands together to slam them into the now alerted blonde. "How many times do I have to make it clear you can't match me, Jirobo?" questioned Naruto as he brought his blade held by his tail up, and a stickman rose out of Naruto's shadow and threw his claw-like hands forwards. Jirobo's chest was pieced in 11 different places, Naruto stepping back as the fat man fell to his knees, still conscious, but only because of the curse mark. "If you're going to kill us, just get it over with," coughed Sakon. "Kill you?" questioned Naruto, almost insulted by the idea. "No, I would never kill you for," continued Naruto, confusing the conscious members of the sound team. "That would be the easy out for you. No, I will leave you four to crawl back to Orochimaru, and leave you to tell him that you failed him," declared Naruto with a sinister smirk, jumping off into the trees before he could see the looks of horror on the faces of the sound nin. As Naruto put enough distance between him and the sound four, he stopped, stabbing the sword held by his tail into the tree branch he was standing on, before allowing the curse mark to recede. Naruto grit his teeth as the mark receded, falling to his knees once it had. Naruto groaned as he pushed himself up. "That still hurts," muttered Naruto to himself. "You know it hurts, and yet you willing chose to use the mark, rather than say my chakra," berated the white-haired kitsune sealed within him. "Those 4 needed to be knocked down a peg or 10, declared Naruto, pushing himself to his feet. "Besides, I thought you were asleep, and I won't take chakra from you if you are asleep," continued Naruto. "I wasn't asleep, so you could have asked," said the Biju. "Like I said, I thought you were asleep. You hadn't said anything to me for a couple of hours. That usually means you're asleep," spoke Naruto, picking up the demonic katana with his right hand, and with a poof of smoke the weapon was gone, just as it had come. Well, I wasn't, declared Akane, apparently irritated. Naruto decided against inquiring about the Biju's agitation, instead spreading out his senses looking for 3 people in particular. Within a minute he had found them and set off in their direction. The blonde almost wanted to punch himself for what he was about to do but continued on anyway. Hopping from tree to tree, he spread his senses out again looking for Orochimaru, hoping the Sannin was nowhere nearby. While Naruto was confident in his skills, he was certain at this point in time he couldn't beat his former sensei. The man was stronger than him by enough of a margin. He need a couple of years yet to catch up. Naruto thankfully couldn't sense the white-skinned man as he drew close to where he was headed. Coming to a stop, Naruto landed on a branch about 50 meters off the ground on the edge of a clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a rather large broken tree stump which appeared to be hollow. Quickly and carefully Naruto made his way to the ground. He could see traps littering the ground around the hollowed-out tree. Naruto quickly froze the water in the air, forming a kunai which he flung at one of the traps, specifically slicing through a piece of wire which upon being severed let 2 heavy logs swing free, slamming together a foot above the split wire. The 2 logs hitting each other created a loud crash, alerting at least one of the people within the hollowed-out tree. Naruto watched as a swirl-cheeked brown-haired chubby boy appeared at the entrance of the tree holding a pair of kunai in hand. "I don't care if you are a Konoha shinobi, you attack us and I will fight back," declared the boy. "Well then, good thing I'm not here to fight," spoke Naruto. "Choji, right?" questioned the blonde, looking to the other Konoha genin. "That's right, what do you want?" questioned Choji. "Which scroll do you guys have?" asked Naruto. "Earth, why?" spoke Choji, confused. Naruto smiled, quickly reaching into his pouch and pulling out a heaven scroll. "Here, get yourselves to the tower," ordered Naruto, tossing the scroll to Choji. His business with the team concluded, thankfully without having to talk to the Uchiha. Naruto quickly took once more to the trees. Several hours later. It was a decent trek to the tower in the middle of the forest, but Naruto had made it without running into any more teams, shockingly. Upon reaching the tower, the blonde found Karen waiting outside. "Naruto nii," called Karen, running over to the blonde tackle, hugging him. Naruto caught the girl and hugged her. "I told you I would meet you here," declared Naruto with a smile. "Doesn't mean I'm not allowed to worry," replied the red-haired girl, punching his chest. "I've only just found family, I can't lose you, not even knowing you for a day," continued Karen. Naruto snickered, rolling his eyes at the girl. "Come on then, we can head inside now," spoke Naruto with a smile. Karen nodded, following Naruto inside. Upon stepping inside, Naruto and Karen both saw a tablet on the wall. With only a cursory glance, Naruto opened both scrolls, tossing them to the ground when they started to smoke and drawing Samanikuya, Karen quickly ducking behind Naruto upon seeing him draw his sword. The smoke cloud grew in size until an almost popping sound went off, a sound Naruto was familiar with. It was a summon. Naruto sheathed his sword as he felt the chakra signature in the smoke. "Hello sensei," spoke Naruto plainly. "Hello Naruto, good job on passing the 4th stage," replied Kakashi with an eye smile. "Made a friend in the forest, did you, Naruto?" questioned the elder shinobi upon seeing the still cowering Karen. "Yes," was Naruto's simple answer. Naruto stood with the rest of the passing genin, all of 24 of them. They all stood in a large open room at the bottom of the tower within the Forest of Death. "All right everyone, I would like to congratulate every one of you for passing the 4th stage of the Chunin exams. However, I must disappoint you all by informing you that there are still far too many of you in the competition," declared Hiruzen. "Please Hokage-sama, allow me," asked a sickly-looking jonin appealing next to the aged Kage, getting a nod from the man. "Hello everyone, I am Hayate Gecko, the proctor for the final stage of the exams, and as Hokage-sama said, there is still too many of you here. So we must have a preliminary round so if any of you feel you cannot continue, please say so now, and keep in mind that from here on these exams are no longer a team effort," declared now identified Hayate. "I don't think I can go on anymore," spoke a white-haired Konoha nin, raising his hand. Hayate noted the name down before nodding to the boy, who turned around and left. Naruto glared at Kabuto as he walked away before looking to the Hokage and flipped through ANBU hand seals. "Anyone else?" asked Hayate. When no other hands were raised, the man turned around and a panel rose upwards, revealing a giant screen. This screen will display the random matchups that these preliminaries will consist of. The matchups could be 1v1 or 2v2 You may be paired up with your best friend, your greatest enemy, or someone you may not know, declared Hayate before names flashed on screen quickly. An instant later 4 names flashed up onto the screen. Could all bar Naruto Uzumaki, Dosu Kinta, Yoroi Akato, And Masumi Tsurugikov, please head up to the balconies above, asked Hayate before everyone but those mentioned walked up the stairs. Well, this is interesting, said Masumi smirking beneath his mask. This'll be an easy win, declared Yoroi. Dosu glared at the man and was about to rush him when a hand landed on his shoulder. He's baiting you, don't fall for it, said Naruto. Dosu turned his head so he was looking at Naruto out of the corner of his eye before nodding. Well, this should be fun, it has been a while since we fought side by side. Hey Naruto, spoke Dosu turning fully to face the blonde who responded by smirking. Naruto's left hand became covered by an icy mist just as Dosu's right hand began to hum. Everyone else in the room had wide eyes from Dosu's comment excluding Kin, Zaku, their sensei and Hiruzen. Well, it looks like both parties are ready, stated Hayate recovering from his shock. Begin, called the Jonin jumping away. Naruto drew his blade from his back with free hand, just as Yoroi began running at him and Dosu with Masumi following closely behind his teammate. Onpa Nami, Sonic Wave, called Dosu channeling chakra through his arm unleashing it in a straight line at his two opponents both of whom jumped out of the path of the wave Yoroi jumping left Masumi jumping right. As Yoroi landed he was immediately sliced in two by Naruto and his huge blade, however to no one's shock Yoroi exploded into smoke revealing instead a roughly sliced log, jagged edges all along the cut. The second the Kawarimi, substitution, was revealed Naruto turned, flipping through one-handed hand signs. Hayatan Kori Suraisa no Jutsu, Ice Release Ice Slicer Jutsu, called Naruto as the water in the air around him froze into discs that instantly flew at Yoroi. Yoroi tried to jump to the side to avoid the discs but the discs still hit their mark cutting him half a centimeter deep on his right side, his left leg and the right side of his neck. Dosu rushed at Masumi chaining punches and kicks, Masumi however dodged ducked and weaved in and out of the punches avoiding them all, until Dosu landed a solid punch. Slamming his fist into Masumi's stomach pushing him back, however before Dosu could pull his fist back Masumi grabbed his arm dislocating his own arm to wrap it around Dosu's. Masumi smirked thinking he had Dosu in a tight spot only for the Oto Genin to smirk in return before jumping off his feet and using Masumi's dislocated arm to swing through the Genin's legs. Once Dosu was through Masumi's legs he yanked his arm back pulling Masumi off his feet flipping him over before slamming his palm into Masumi's chest. Kayamizan, vibrating sound drill, called Dosu his arm vibrating on the down Masumi. The silver-haired Genin spasmed as Dosu's attack did its damage coughing up blood as Dosu stopped his attack getting up. Naruto once more ran at Yoroi frost hanging around his free hand, in an instant a kunai of ice formed and a second later it was flying through the air towards Yoroi. The Genin blocked the weapon with a kunai of his own. The next instant Naruto was descending upon Yoroi blade first. Yoroi jumped back to avoid the attack before jumping back at Naruto slamming his hand onto Naruto's forehead. Naruto actually sighed at the act. If you plan on trying to make me give by stealing my chakra we could be here a week and you still wouldn't make any headway, declared Naruto not the slightest bit affected by the insignificant drain on his chakra. Before Yoroi could do anything Naruto grabbed the man by the wrist and wrenched the limb from his forehead before using it to pull Yoroi in and knee him in the stomach. Yoroi winced in pain as Naruto pulled his leg back. After removing his knee from his opponent Naruto flipped the man over his head and slammed him into the ground. Both Masumi and Yoroi pushed themselves to their feet as Naruto and Dosu both moved towards the center of the arena. As the two Konoha Genin managed to stand tall they both began to flip through hand signs. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire-style Fireball Jutsu, called Yoroi spewing out a fireball towards Naruto and Dosu. Futon de Tapa, Wind-style Great Breakthrough, yelled Masumi a moment later slamming his hands together sending out a wave of wind absorbing and enhancing the fireball the flames going from red to blue headed towards Naruto and Dosu. As the giant fireball flew at Naruto and Dosu the red-haired blonde stepped in front of Dosu slamming Samanakuya into the ground before holding his right hand out towards the fireball. Naruto, screamed Karen and Fu as the ball of blue flames hit Naruto's hand, or at least it appeared to, however the second it did a huge Fuinjutsu matrix spewed forth from Naruto's hand. The rune-like symbols were big enough that the fireball was blocked by them. Naruto raised his left hand and pointed it back at Yoroi and Masumi and a second Fuinjutsu matrix spiraled out from his left hand. A moment later the blue fireball seemingly dispersed as it hit the first matrix. However Naruto began wincing and a distinct blue line traveled up his right arm and beneath his shirt. Closing his right hand as the fireball fully vanished along with the first Fuinjutsu matrix, the blue line found itself on Naruto's left side creeping down his left arm to his hand and as the line met Naruto's hand he tensed up as the blue fireball emerged from the second Fuinjutsu matrix. Almost everyone watching was wide-eyed as the same fireball Naruto had seemingly absorbed was shot back out at the two Konoha Genin. Naruto dropped to one knee, gulping down air as the fireball left his hand. A moment later the blue fireball seemingly dispersed as it hit the first matrix. However, Naruto began wincing and a distinct blue line traveled up his right arm and beneath his shirt, closing his right hand as the fireball fully vanished along with the first Fuinjutsu matrix. The blue line found itself on Naruto's left side, creeping down his left arm to his hand, and as the line met Naruto's hand he tensed up as the blue fireball emerged from the second Fuinjutsu matrix. Almost everyone watching was wide-eyed as the same fireball Naruto had seemingly absorbed was shot back out at the two Konoha genin. Naruto dropped to one knee, gulping down air as the fireball left his hand. Misumi and Yoroi only just managed to regain their composure and leap out of the way as their fireball came back at them. Seeing Naruto on one knee, the two quickly ran at the blonde thinking they could take him out. Yet as they drew closer to Naruto, Dosu jumped in front of the blonde with a high kick, slamming his foot into Yoroi's face, throwing the genin back, and using the momentum from his kick Dosu spun around, slamming his melody arm hand into Misumi's face. Anpa Nami, Sonic Wave, called Dosu, gripping Misumi's face tightly as his arm began to hum. A second later the room was filled with Misumi's muffled screams as the Sonic Wave ripped through his head. Blood began pouring down Dosu's arm. The mummified genin let go of Misumi's face, dropping the dead genin unceremoniously to the ground. Dosu turned back to Naruto, reaching out to the still-down blonde with his bloody hand. Taking one more deep breath, Naruto grabbed Dosu's outstretched arm, the Oto genin pulling his friend to his feet. "He's mine," spoke Naruto as he stood tall. It wasn't a request, as such. Dosu simply nodded and stepped back, allowing Naruto the floor, knowing he would use Yoroi to wipe it. Everyone looked on as Naruto stepped forwards but didn't take Samanikuya from the ground. Instead he brought his left hand up, forming half a tiger sign, and held his right hand as if holding a katana, and with a flare of chakra the water in the air around Naruto's hand froze, forming a hilt which a blade seemingly sprouted out of. Once his weapon had formed through his left hand, to the side a meter-long length of glowing chain shooting out of it as he did. With his ice blade in hand, Naruto ran forwards, throwing his chained hand forwards, the glowing chain shooting towards Yoroi. The genin leapt to the side to avoid the chain, however this was what Naruto was hoping for. Kicking off the ground, Naruto shot forwards at speed not many had seen of the genin. Using his ice blade he sliced Yoroi from waist to shoulder, the clean slice at least an inch deep, before kicking him backwards. The purple-clothed genin slammed into the wall behind him, creating spider web-like cracks from the impact, yet before any blood could begin oozing from the large open wound, Naruto used his chain to loop around Yoroi's neck, pinning him to the wall. An instant later Naruto was once more upon Yoroi, frozen blade in hand, and he went berserk, slicing Yoroi repeatedly shoulder to hip, across the midsection, cutting the arms, shoulders, legs. After Naruto stopped, blood poured from the wounds. It seemed almost impossible that Yoroi was even still alive, but the Konoha ninja were shocked as Naruto stepped forwards once more and fixed that problem, by with one swift slice Naruto cut clean through Yoroi's neck. For a second it looked like Naruto hadn't done anything, but after a moment a very clear red line formed across Yoroi's neck and his head began sliding to the left before falling to the ground, blood splattering from the now lifeless head. It took a moment for anyone to snap out of their various stupors. Hayate jumped back to the arena. "Winners, Naruto Uzumaki and Dosu Kinta," called Hayate. With the call made, Naruto turned to Dosu, nodding before both genin made their way towards the steps up to the balconies on opposite sides of the room. As he made his way up the stairs, Naruto locked eyes with the Hokage once more and again started making Anbu hand seals. "Would Gaara no Sabaku and Rock Lee please come down here," ordered Hayate. "Winner Gaara no Sabaku," declared Hayate, looking at the destruction the two genin caused the arena. Looking to the Hokage for instructions, the old man stood. "With the arena destroyed, we will take a 5-minute break for repairs," declared the old man. Naruto walked down the stairs, deciding to take a short walk into the forest to get some fresh air. "Uzumaki, can I have a word?" called a voice, stopping him dead in his tracks. Turning around, Naruto saw that it was the proctor for the previous stage, Enko, who called out to him. Shrugging, he moved over to her as she led him away from the arena. "She had been watching you since the end of your match. She might have figured out it was you who helped her," declared the voice of Akane from within Naruto. The young ice-wielding shinobi mentally shrugged. It's not like he had been hiding it. Within a few moments the two were on the roof of the tower, and were looking out over the forest and its deadly creatures. "It's so peaceful here, don't you think?" questioned Enko. "Yeah, it's quite peaceful out here," replied Naruto, looking out over the forest before turning back to Enko. "But I'm sure that's not why you brought me here," continued Naruto with a knowing look. "You're right, I didn't bring you here to show you the view. I came here to relax myself when I ask you something," declared Enko, looking very nervous. "Whatever it is, Enko-san, just ask it, I won't judge you," said Naruto with a reassuring smile. Anko closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not sure why she was so nervous. You showed of quite the skill set in your match, you seem to know your Fuinjutsu, spoke Anko gingerly. Yes, it's one of my best skills, I have trained very hard with it, declared Naruto proudly. I was just wondering if you know anything about curse marks, questioned Anko, not getting directly to the point she was trying for. Why? Do you have one on you you'd like removed? Asked Naruto. Anko shook her head. No, that's the thing, I had one, but after a night of getting drunk someone saved me from a pair of rapists and then removed the mark, said Anko. So you're trying to find this person? Questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Anko. I have talked to everyone in the village who knows Fuinjutsu and they all tell me that they have had nothing to do with it, said Anko. Why are you trying to find this person? Asked Naruto. Stop torturing her, Naruto, she is obviously uncomfortable talking about the mark, just tell her it was you, berated Akane from within Naruto's mind. I just want to thank them, they removed such a burden from my shoulders, said Anko. The two stood in silence for a moment, Anko looking at Naruto, who slowly closed his eyes before nodding. It was me, but I didn't save you or remove that mark for a thanks, Anko-san. Hence why I took you to the hospital and didn't stick around. I saved you because I hate rapists, and I removed the mark because I recognized it as an evil mark and I removed it, declared Naruto looking over the railing out at the forest. Anko looked at him shocked. Once more silence overcame the two. Anko looked at Naruto before looking once more out over the forest before she spoke again. I made a promise to myself about that mark, you know. I promised myself that if it ever got removed I would thank the person who did it in any way they wanted, be it treating them to a meal, giving them as much money they wanted, or even my body for a night. Is there anything you want from me as a thanks? Asked Anko looking down at Naruto. No, Anko-san, seeing you smiling is enough of a thanks, said Naruto smiling at the woman who smiled at him, rolling her eyes. Cheesy line, kid, spoke Anko with a smirk and small shake of her head. Naruto smiled, winking at Anko. Anyway, I should head back, the 5-minute break is surely up by now, declared Naruto before turning around and walking back towards the door back inside. Thank you, Naruto, spoke Anko softly as the blonde himself stepped back into the building. Naruto dawdled back down the stairs to the arena. By the time he got there the next match had started. Ino vs Sakura. Naruto almost wanted to roll his eyes at the match. Sakura was running at Ino, as fast as she could, barely faster than an asthmatic 5-year-old with a sleeping drug in their system, with her fist cocked back. Ino sidestepped the punch, grabbing Sakura's arm as she threw herself past Ino. The platinum blonde then slammed her elbow into the back of Sakura's neck, knocking the pink-haired woman forwards. You bitch, screeched Sakura, stopping herself from being thrown into the ground, before spinning around and once again running at Ino. I finally see how pathetic you are, Sakura, spoke Ino harshly, as she backhanded Sakura, causing the pink-haired Kunoichi to spin around Ino, who barely moved from her starting position. You slut, how dare you call me pathetic, yelled Sakura, pulling a kunai out of her pouch before running at Ino. How dare I? No, Sakura, how dare you even call yourself a Kunoichi? I bet you haven't trained so much as an hour since you left the academy, began Ino, grabbing Sakura by the wrist she was holding the kunai in, forcing the weapon out of her hand. Not that you trained there anyway, you diet so you don't get fat. Any reasonable Kunoichi would eat what you do in a week, in a day, and still be as skinny as you, declared Ino, pulling Sakura forwards by her wrist, throwing her forwards into her awaiting arm, clotheslining the pink-haired banshee. Because of that you don't have any muscle, so any taijutsu you do actually use pathetically weak, not that you do any taijutsu, simply relying on everyone else to save you, continued Ino as Sakura dragged herself to her feet. You bitch, screamed Sakura, running at Ino again. However, this time Ino herself ran forwards, easily 10 times as fast as Sakura, sliding along the ground, using chakra to coat her legs to slide, using one arm to catch Sakura's feet. As Ino slid past, she kicked off the ground, still with her arm wrapped around Sakura's legs, before slamming her free hand into Sakura's back, slamming her into ground face first, cracking the floor a little. Consider any friendship we may have still had over, spat Ino, beginning to walk away from the clearly unconscious Sakura. Winner Ino Yamanaka, called Hey8. Naruto watched as Sakura-sensei, Kurina Yuhi if he remembered correctly, sighed, walking down the stairs, picking her unconscious student up before sunshining to the hospital. Naruto used the opportunity to once again climb the stairs to the balconies above the arena, noting that the randomizer was running while he did, to declare the next matchup. Nicely done, Ino, spoke Naruto as Ino moved past him. Thanks, Naruto, replied Ino, stepping around her blonde teammate and taking a seat next to her team. Could Shino Aburame, Fu Uzumaki Kintsuchi and Za Zaku Abumi please come down here, ordered Hey8. Naruto smirked as the 4 requested nin descended to the ground floor. The blonde knew that the fight could go either way and was intrigued by the match and who would actually emerge victorious. "Are all combatants ready?" questioned Hay-8 as the 4 young shinobi stood in ready stances on the arena. "Yes," confirmed Zaku, bringing his arms up ready to attack. "Let's go," agreed Kin, narrowing her eyes as she reached towards her weapon's pouch. "Ready," declared Fu, bringing her hands together to begin molding her chakra. Shino said nothing but nodded to the proctor as small bugs began to emerge from his skin. "Begin," called Hay-8 before jumping backwards. "Zankaha, decapitating airwaves," called Zaku, pointing his hands at Shino and Fu, sending out a wave of air the second the match started. Fu leapt in front of Shino as she flipped through a short chain of hand signs. "Kitchen Yoroi, chitin armor," called Fu, bringing her arms up into a cross formation in front of her as he normally mocha-colored skin turned a dark blue just as the air wave hit. Fu stood strong against the wave as it pushed her back a few inches, but nothing more, not even a nick on her arms. However, as she dropped her arms to the side, they returned to their normal mocha hue. Kin threw a handful of Sanban at the ground around Fu. "You missed," commented Fu with a smirk. However, Kin matched Fu's smirk with her own, immediately setting the green-haired girl on edge. However, she couldn't concentrate on Kin for long as Zaku began to run forwards. Shino ran off towards the side, throwing a pair of kunai towards Kin, but she nimbly dodged, before plucking the wire attached to her thrown needles, making bells chime. Zaku smirked as he went to punch Fu, knowing that the green-haired girl would be under his teammate's genjutsu. However, as he went to punch the stationary Fu, she smirked before delivering a powerful uppercut to the young man's jaw, knocking him skywards. "Impossible, you should be under my genjutsu," growled Kin, once again plucking at the wires on her Sanban, making the bells chime. However, this time Fu ran straight at the girl with a kunai in hand. Leaping into the air, Fu deckended upon Kin, who quickly drew a kunai of her own to defend against the falling kunoichi. "Sorry, but I can't be put under many genjutsu," declared Fu with a smirk. "Well then," replied Kin with a smirk, pushing Fu back before jumping back, twitching her hand before it became engulfed in smoke. Zaku, recovering from the punch to his chin, ran towards Shino, who quickly jumped back from the oncoming enemy Nin and threw his arms forward, sending out a swarm of bugs. Zaku stopped dead in his tracks before jumping backwards and quickly going through hand signs. "Katan Onanami, fire-style flame wave," called Zaku, shooting a wave of flame out from the tubes in his hands towards the bugs. The swarm of bugs split in two, flying above and below the wave as Shino spun to the side to avoid the attack. Zaku used the repositoning to his advantage and ran towards Shino, avoiding the bugs as best he could. As Zaku drew close to Shino, he twitched his hand, creating a cloud of smoke around it. However, a short, straight, glimmering silver blade pierced the cloud of smoke headed towards Shino. However, the cloaked Konoha shinobi followed Zaku's lead, twitching his hand before in a cloud of smoke a wooden bow staff appeared in his hands to block the Tanto blade. In Kin's hands appeared a katana that appeared to be thicker than most, with holes along the back of the weapon. "It's been a while since I've used this," muttered Kin to herself, swinging the blade around Fu, noting a distinct whistling sound from the blade. The mocha-skinned Konoha genin narrowed her eyes before once more running forwards, once more her kunai at the ready. Kin ran forward, swinging her blade overhead, the whistling once more to be heard. Fu, however, paid it no mind as she brought her kunai upwards to block the blade. Shino brought his bow staff around to smack into Zaku's side. The Oto shinobi winced, pulling his blade back before jumping backwards upon seeing his teammate in a blade lock with Fu. The Tanto-wielding shinobi quickly drew a kunai and threw it towards Fu. Fu heard the kunai coming and jumped back from Kin, landing beside Shino. Zaku moved beside his teammate and once more the two pairs stood opposite each other. Kin and Zaku both ran forwards. Shino and Fu braced for the incoming attacks, Shino sending out a huge swarm of bugs, Fu stepping forwards, flipping through a chain of hand signs. "Kitchen Yoroi, chitin armor," called Fu, bringing her arms up, crossing them to protect herself and Shino. Kin kicked off the ground, leaping above Zaku, swinging her blade in seemingly random ways. "Oto ha Hanaru Kair, sound blade bouncing slice," called Kin, waves of chakra coming flying out of her sword towards Fu and Shino. Fu braced to take the attack head on, however, as the waves of chakra drew close to her, they bounced over her head, hitting Shino behind her. "Shino Kuin," spoke Fu, shocked to turning to her teammate only for Zaku slam his fist into her stomach, throwing Fu backwards into Shino. Kin and Zaku stood smirking, looking at their opponents, who both slowly pushed themselves to their feet. The four narrowed eyes at each other as Shino and Fu used the wall behind them to get back to their feet. Shino and Fu glanced at each other before nodding ever so slightly. "Rinpun, scale powder," called Fu, quickly flipping through hand signs before breathing out a large cloud of bright powder. Both Kin and Zaku had to avert their eyes from the powder. Using this to his advantage, Shino once more quickly sent out a swarm of bugs towards their opponents. However, unlike the times before, his bugs landed on Kin and Zaku and began stealing their chakra. As the two sound nin began losing their chakra, they tried to get rid of the bugs on them. As they did, however, they failed to notice Fu moving on them. Mahi Sasu, paralytic sting, called Fu, appearing between Zaku and Kin as she jabbed her hands into their sides. The two Odo ninja fell to the side from the strike as Fu jumped away. They tried to get up and continue the fight but slowly found themselves unable to move at all. Seemingly as all mobility left them, Shino called back his insects from the two who were still unable to move. Winners Shino and Fu, declared Hayate with a cough as he appeared back on the arena floor, seeing the two Odo nin were in no shape to continue the fight. Naruto looked at his teammates as they walked back up to the balcony before glancing back at his friends as they were taken away by the medic nin. "Well done you two," congratulated Naruto, smiling to Fu and Shino as they passed him. Shino nodded to his friend while Fu blushed a little at the praise and grinned to her adoptive brother. "Will cough Sasuke, Uchiha and Suigetsu cough Hozuki come down please," instructed Hayate. Naruto watched as the arrogant Uchiha and the white-haired boy who sat next to him in the first test moved from their teams towards the ground floor. The blonde ice-wielding Konoha shinobi allowed his mind to wander as the match began, keeping an eye on the match in case anything interesting happened but not holding his breath. Both ninja were skilled but nothing that worried the blonde. The match was vaguely curious as the Uchiha didn't use any ninjutsu and the Kiri nin refrained from ninjutsu, relying on his skill with a katana. After a boring 5 minutes of little skill shown, the Uchiha managed to pull out a victory. However, once the match was over, the Uchiha fell to the floor seemingly exhausted. Hiruzen glanced to Kakashi before nodding towards the Uchiha. Kakashi nodded to the Hokage before sunshining down to the Uchiha, speaking with him for a moment before the both of them vanished in a swirl of leaves. The next match wasn't anything to write home about either. Temari Sabaku of Suna and Tenten Higurashi of Konoha versus Kankuro Sabaku of Suna and Kiba Inuzuka of Konoha. While the two Suna ninjas' fighting styles were somewhat interesting, Naruto had seen both before, and Tenten's weapon style was an intriguing thought. It was more just differently shaped kunai than actual weapon-based combat. The following match was a master display of teamwork, a Nara and an Akimichi versus the last two people of the Mist team. While the two Konoha nin had better teamwork, the two Kiri nin had more skill and strength, so it was no surprise that they won. Naruto, however, did note that one of the two last Kiri nin was a young Yuki clansman. The final match was, well, ugly was one word to describe it. Two Hyuga, one from the main branch and one from the side branch, with the side branch member easily dominating the main branch member. However, once the match was clearly over, the branch member moved to attack the main house daughter. Not many people saw them move, but in an instant the Konoha sensei appeared around the two Hyuga. However, what surprised people was the fact that Naruto appeared behind the branch member with his blade at his neck. "Once again the main house gets special treatment," muttered the boy. "There's a difference between special treatment and stopping you from killing an already defeated opponent," declared Naruto, narrowing his eyes, glaring at the older Hyuga. With a scoff the boy lowered his hands, the Jonin taking that his compliance let go of the boy as he moved away from the female Hyuga. As the female Hyuga was taken away to the medical bay, the Jonin fell back to their teams. "Would the winners please come down," ordered Hayate, looking up to the balconies above. Naruto stayed where he was as the other winners calmly walked down the stairs. "With this the preliminary round is done," declared Hayate as Anko walked towards the genin with a box in hand. "In the box that Anko is now bringing around are numbers. Each of you will take a number and those numbers will determine the matches for the final round," continued Hayate. "Once you have your number, please let us know so we can draw up the matches," finished Hayate as Anko made her way to the genin. "I have 1, declared Niji. 12, spoke Tenten, bouncing slightly in excitement. "I got 5, said one of the Kiri nin slightly nervously. "I have 8, continued the second Kiri nin. 6, declared the female Suna nin. 3, was the monotone response from the other Suna nin. 10, came a calm reply of Shino. "I got 11, exclaimed Ino. "I have 4, muttered Fu. 11, spoke Dosu. 2, declared Naruto. "Which leaves the Uchiha with 7, spoke Anko, taking the last number out of the box. "Alright, that means for the first round we have Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga, Gaara no Sabaku versus Fu Uzumaki, Chojuro Shio versus Temari no Sabaku, Sasuke Uchiha versus Haku Yuki, Dosu Kinta versus Shino Aburame, and finally Ino Yamanaka versus Tenten Higurashi," listed off Hayate. "You each have showed your skills here today. You have the name of your opponent. You each have a month to recover and improve yourselves before the finals." "Dismissed," declared Hiruzen. With that the various sensei approached their teams to brief them. "Alright, you lot take the rest of the day off to rest up and we will meet at the usual training ground tomorrow to go over what will happen this month," declared Kakashi as Naruto, Shino, Ino and Fu approached him. The genin all nodded before Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves. Uzumaki, called Anko as the blonde turned to leave, causing him to stop. Fu looked to Naruto with a worried look on her face. Head on home, Fu. I shouldn't be too long, declared Naruto, getting a cautious nod from Fu before she continued on her way. What can I do for you, Anko-chan? Asked Naruto as he turned back to the approaching purple-haired Kunoichi. Even if you said you don't want anything from me for removing the mark, I feel I need to thank you some way, so lunch on me, declared Anko. Naruto smiled, shaking his head a bit. You're not going to let this go, are you? Asked Naruto, looking to the woman. Nope, came Anko's reply with a grinning face as she placed her hand on his shoulder and the two vanished in a swirl of leaves. Hashtag Konoha Market District hashtag. Naruto and Anko appeared right outside a dango shop. Anko turned to Naruto expecting to see him at least a little sick, but no, he was looking perfectly normal. I've been able to shunshin for years, sorry to disappoint you, Anko-chan, said Naruto with a smirk. *tisk**, such a disappointment, Naruto-kun, said Anko with an over-exaggerated sigh before walking into the store, Naruto following behind. Ah, hello Anko-chan, I was wondering when I'd see you today. Brought a friend, I see, said the man behind the counter. Not just any friend, Ren, this is the guy who removed the curse mark. This is Naruto, spoke Anko, making the man now identified as Ren's eyes widen in surprise. Well, Gaki, I would say thanks, but I'm guessing what's why you and Anko are here, questioned the man. Well, she wouldn't accept that I didn't want to thank, so here we are, replied Naruto with a grin. Because of what you did for Anko, yours and her stuff is on the house, said Ren with a grin, causing Anko's eyes to sparkle. So what'll it be, Naruto? Asked Ren. Anko pouted at the Ren. I know what you'll have, so I'm asking him what he wants, Anko, said Ren, rolling his eyes at Anko's actions. I'm not really the biggest dango eater, so whatever's good, said Naruto, shrugging, getting a nod from Ren as he set about filling the orders. A moment later, Ren handed two bags over the counter, one larger one to Anko and the other to Naruto. Have a good day, you two, said Ren as Anko and Naruto walked out of the building. Thanks, Ren, said Anko as the door closed behind her and Naruto. So anywhere you want to go? Asked Anko. Well, you showed me your relaxing place, let me show you mine, said Naruto, walking over to her. Putting a hand on her shoulder, the two vanished in a swirl of snow. Hashtag on top of the Hokage monument hashtag. Naruto and Anko appeared in a swirl of snow atop the mountain, looking out over the village. Wow, this place is beautiful, said Anko, looking down at the village she called her home before she began digging into her dango. Yeah, this place is great, the view is beautiful, not many people even come up here, so it's quiet and good for clearing my head, even if I do have some bad memories associated with this place, spoke Naruto. Bad memories? Questioned Anko, looking to Naruto. I got chased a lot when I was younger, the village hates me, the civilians think I'm the QB, and the ninja don't care either way, said Naruto with a sigh. Anko was looking at him in shock. What happened when you got chased? Asked Anko. It depends if I got away or not. More often than not I got caught and attacked, ranging from a couple of bruises to beaten within an inch of my life, said Naruto. Anko looked at him terrified. How can you say that with a straight face? Actually, more to the point, how are you even sane? Asked Anko. Well, I left the village when I was 6 and traveled the world. I met people who saw me for me, even some who saw me as family. Even if there's only a handful of people like that in the whole world, it's enough for me, said Naruto with a smile. Well, Naruto, you can add me to that list of people who see you for you, said Anko with a grin. Naruto just smiled. Thank you, Anko, spoke Naruto with a soft smile. No problem, Naruto, replied Anko. Chapter 23. Naruto and Fu walked towards Training Ground 7. Walking along the road, they saw not many shops were open, not surprising given that it was before 7. Walking onto the training ground, the duo found that they were in fact the last ones to arrive. Even Kakashi was there before them. Nice of you two to join us, spoke Kakashi. Naruto rolled his eyes. Fu settled for leveling a glare at the man. So what's up, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, looking at the man. Well, given you four have a month to train, I asked you all here to talk to you about training for the next month, said Kakashi, getting raised eyebrows from his students. As much as I would like to train you all, I can't, so, and some of you may already have plans for your training, said Kakashi, getting a nod of understanding from his genin. Kaa-chan said she would train me for the next month unless there is team training, said Shino evenly. There won't be team training as all four of you made it to the finals. It would be unfair on each other having no tricks up your sleeves for the finals, declared Kakashi, getting a nod from his team. In that case, see you all at the finals, declared Shino with a slight bow before he walked out of the training ground. Kakashi then turned to Ino. Tusan told me other than team duties he would train me for the finals, so goodbye and good luck, said Ino as she too left the training ground. Next, Kakashi turned to the mint-haired mocha-skinned girl. I want to work, said Fu, her words losing all volume for the latter half of her sentence as she fidgeted nervously. I'm sorry Fu, I didn't quite catch that, said Kakashi looking at the nervous girl. I want to work on my basic skills, muttered Fu looking down. Imato, there is nothing to be ashamed of, it's better to admit your shortcomings than to fall victims of them, said Naruto smiling at Fu as he put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Naruto's right Fu, it's better to master what you know before you move on, declared Kakashi, making the orange-eyed girl look up at her sensei who was scratching his chin in thought. After a moment Kakashi snapped his fingers with an aha. I have just the person in mind to teach you for the month Fu-chan. I will have a talk with him today, hopefully he will agree. If he does I will come and tell you where to meet him and when, said Kakashi, getting a nod from the girl. Kakashi then turned to his final student. While I would appreciate the help Kakashi-sensei, if you are not helping Fu personally there is someone else who could use your help, said Naruto looking up at Kakashi who nodded to the blonde. Who would that be? Naruto, one of the Oto shinobi you are helping defect, questioned the silver-haired Jonin. I would ask how you know, but something tells me that Hokage-sama would have told you, spoke Naruto. No matter, yes it is, Dosu, declared Naruto. Well, given the circumstances I can accept that request, replied Kakashi, but what about you, questioned the silver-haired Jonin. I'll be fine by myself, I have scrolls from previous sensei, if nothing else, spoke Naruto turning on his heels and walking away from his sensei and sister. Dosu is within the Senju compound, Kakashi-sensei, declared Naruto before he vanished in a swirl of snow. #elsewhere Naruto appeared in a swirl of snow atop the Hokage monument, jumping over the rails to stop people from sitting atop the stone heads. Naruto took a seat atop his father's head, biting his left thumb. He lifted his shirt and rubbed the bloody finger on his left side. As he did, a scroll appeared in a puff of smoke. Opening the scroll, Naruto began to read. Jiraiya's handwriting was messy and barely legible, but Naruto worked through it, deciphering what he could, and using the context when he couldn't. Holding his hand out and focusing chakra there as the scroll instructed, he saw wisps of chakra begin to form above his hand. You do know if you need help with that jutsu you can ask me, spoke Akane, somewhat startling Naruto. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, unsure how the Biju could help. You do know your father based that on the Bijudama, right? Questioned Akane, sure her host would know that. He did, replied Naruto, shocked. Yes he began Akane, interrupted by another voice. Well, fancy seeing you here, spoke a voice from behind Naruto. Given I showed you this spot, is it really a shock? Questioned Naruto, turning to look at Anko who wore a smirk. You were saying Akane-chan, said Naruto mentally, only for there to be no reply. I would have thought you would be training, declared Anko, moving next to the blonde. I am, sort of, replied Naruto, showing his scroll. A scroll, not actual training? Questioned Anko, looking to the piece of paper. I have scrolls from previous sensei, and Kakashi-sensei is helping someone else for the finals, declared Naruto with a shrug. That doesn't seem like the most advantageous for you, stated Anko, only for Naruto to shrug. I'm not worried about it, you saw me in my prelim match and even then I was holding back, said Naruto. Why? Asked Anko, quirking a brow at the boy. Why hold back? Asked Naruto, confused what she was asking. When she nodded, Naruto looked away from her. I've been trained by half a dozen people since I was young, one, arguably two, are Konoha ninja, the others range from neutral to Konoha to enemies of Konoha. If it came out who trained me, some people in the village would likely call for my head, or at least call for me to be locked up for the rest of my days, spoke Naruto. That dangerous, huh? Questioned Anko, Naruto nodding in response. Well, if you don't have a sensei for the next few weeks I'll teach you, declared Anko with a grin. It's alright Anko-chan, you don't have to, replied Naruto. I know, but I will anyway, because that's the kind of giving person I am, declared the purple-haired woman with a cheeky grin. Naruto rolled his eyes with a smile. Where and when? Asked Naruto. Tomorrow, 10 at Training Ground 44, spoke Anko with a grin. Alright, declared Naruto with a nod. In the meantime, tonight what are you doing? Questioned Anko. Nothing. Why? Asked Naruto. I am going out drinking with my friends tonight, they want to meet the one who removed my curse mark, spoke Anko. Naruto once more smirked, rolling his eyes. Again, when and where? Asked Naruto, smiling. 6 at the Burning Leaf, replied Anko. Alright, I'll be there, spoke Naruto, rolling up his scroll before standing. Until then I'll be off, continued Naruto, stepping off the great mountain before vanishing in a swirl of snow. #that night. Naruto appeared outside of the Burning Leaf in a swirl of snow. Reaching into his pocket he pulled out a packet of cigarettes, before he quickly flicked one out and lit it. He wore a simple pair of dark blue jeans, a pure white shirt, a pair of normal black and white sneakers, and finally a pair of black fingerless gloves. With a deep inhale on his cigarette, he allowed the nicotine to calm his nerves as he sensed someone come up behind him. I didn't know you smoked, Naruto, spoke Anko. Only to calm my nerves at this point, replied Naruto calmly turning to Anko as he dropped the cigarette but on the ground grinding it out with his foot. Well, should we head inside? Questioned Naruto getting a nod from Anko. The duo stepped inside the establishment, Anko leading Naruto to a booth near the back of the building where 3 other women sat. So he's the one who did it, spoke a purple-haired woman at the table. That's right, Nico-san, declared Naruto recognizing the woman as the ANBU from the second test. Please Uzumaki-san, my name is Yugao Yuzuki, declared the now identified Yugao with a smile. Alright then Yugao-chan, and please call me Naruto, I've never been one for formalities, replied Naruto. Well, anyway, this is Kurenai Yuhi and Hana Inuzuka, spoke Anko introducing the other 2 women at the table. A pleasure to meet you too, spoke Naruto with an exaggerated bow getting a giggle from Hana and Anko, a smile and head shake from Yugao and an eye roll with a small smirk from Kurenai. Anko quickly took a seat next to Kurenai and pointed for Naruto to take a seat next to Yugao, which he did. So Anko says you are the one who removed her curse mark, declared Kurenai looking to Naruto. That's right, said Naruto. Why? Asked Kurenai. Kurenai, shouted Anko looking to her friend shocked. It's fine Anko, most would be suspicious of someone removing such a mark, spoke Naruto looking to Anko. As I told Anko, I removed it because I recognized it as an evil mark, why wouldn't I remove it, continued Naruto looking to Kurenai. Why indeed, muttered Kurenai quietly, figuring that Naruto wouldn't be able to hear it. Kurenai, spoke Anko shocked at her friend's behavior, even Yugao and Hana were looking at the woman shocked. Well, this has been fun, but I think I should take my leave, declared Naruto standing up. Hana-chan, Yugao-chan, lovely to meet you, said Naruto. And you Naruto, replied Yugao nodding to the blonde. Naruto wait, said Anko getting up. It's fine Anko, I'll see you tomorrow, declared Naruto vanishing in a swirl of snow before anything else could be said. Upon Naruto's departure Anko turned to her raven-haired friend. What the hell was that Kurenai? Questioned the purple-haired Tokubetsu Jonin. I don't trust him, declared the woman simply. That much was obvious. Why? Questioned Anko narrowing her eyes at the woman. You consulted every seal master in the village, Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama, Hokage-sama, and the best any of them could offer was a blocker on the seal that would stop it from interfering with your own chakra. Then a 14-year-old comes in and just straight up removes the mark? No side effects? Nothing? I don't believe it, spoke Kurenai. At this point both Hana and Yugao had both gone up to the bar to get their drinks, leaving Anko and Kurenai to their argument. He's an Uzumaki, Fuinjutsu is in his blood, and you saw he knows Fuinjutsu yourself, in the prelims, declared Anko. I know he can use seals, yes, but how do you know he made them himself? For all you know, that Fuinjutsu he showed off in the prelims could be one made by Jiraiya-sama, said Kurenai. I know cause I actually took time to talk with him about it, declared Anko angry at her friend. And from my conversations with him I can tell you your distrust is unwarranted. #with Naruto. Naruto himself was sitting on the roof of his house in the Senju compound with a cigarette in one hand and a bottle of sake in the other, just looking up at the moon shining brightly over the village. As he finished his cigarette he had a mouthful of sake before he was pulled into his mind. Naruto blinked as he realized he had been pulled into his mindscape, not sure why he had been brought in. He looked around looking for his foxy tenant. Unable to locate her he went to stand only to be tackled to the ground and a pair of lips pressed against his own. Drawing back in shock he saw his Biju atop him, and before he could say a word the woman blurted out 4 words of her own. Naruto, I love you. Chapter 24. Naruto looked to the woman on top of him in shock. And Naruto-kun, spoke Akane, not sure if her container had heard her. Why you love me? Asked Naruto, still in shock about the confession. Yes Naruto, I love you, I have for years now. I have tried to be subtle about it, it flew over your head, I have tried to be obvious about it, but you just thought I was horny. I want to make this perfectly clear. Naruto Uzumaki, I love you, your heart, your body, your mind, your soul, I love you completely, declared the Biju passionately. Akane-chan, I do care for you a lot, started Naruto, sitting up, pulling the woman close to him. As he did so he could finish his thought as he could feel her trying to push away from him. And I'm not saying I don't love you, because I do love you Akane, but you are sealed inside me, continued the blonde, feeling Akane stiffen. I can't take you out on dates, I can't give you gifts to show you how much I care, we can't have an actual physical relationship, there's just so much I can't do for you, declared Naruto. I don't care about that, I just want you Naruto, just you, nothing more. I don't care if we never go on a date, I don't care if all you ever give me is this, said Akane, motioning to the area around her. I just want you, declared Akane, nuzzling Naruto's neck. Naruto smiled and pulled back from the woman who looked to him. Naruto then pressed his lips against Akane's, shocking the woman for a second before she melted into the kiss. Next day. Naruto walked towards the Forest of Death. After the previous night with Akane he was in a good mood, little did he know that was about to change drastically. The ice-wielding shinobi smile dropped a little as he drew closer to the forest, but he didn't let it drop entirely. Morning, called Naruto with a wave towards Anko, Yugao, Hana, and Kurenai. Good morning Naruto, spoke Anko as she noticed the blonde walking up to her and her friends. Anko was still somewhat angry at Kurenai for her actions from the previous night, but she was willing to let it slide, for now. Fancy seeing you three here, spoke Naruto looking to the three other women with his temporary sensei. Well, when Anko said she was going to be training you for the month we got curious, declared Hana with a smile. So you've come to spy on my training, questioned Naruto in a jesting tone. Anko, Hana and Yugao smiled at the comment, Kurenai rolling her eyes with a barely contained smile. Come on you lot, we actually need to get to where the training is going to take place before we can do anything, said Anko unlocking the gate they stood near before stepping inside the fenced-off forest. The three kunoichi and one shinobi followed her lead before she locked the five of them in and took off into the trees. Try to keep up, yelled Anko as she leapt up into one of the trees. After a smile and head shake, Hana, Yugao and Kurenai leapt after their friend. Naruto decided to give them a second before following. Waiting until the quartet of women were almost out of sight, Naruto then leapt into the trees after them. It took all of 5 minutes for the group to reach where Anko designated the training ground, Naruto catching up with the group just before they got there. Alright Naruto, I have a basic knowledge of your skills given what you showed off in the prelims, but just to be sure and to cover what you didn't show, you and I are going to have a little spar, declared Anko with a grin. Don't worry though, I won't hurt you too badly, continued Anko. So that's how you want to play this, spoke Naruto with a cocky grin looking to Anko, who returned a smirk, drawing a kunai as Naruto drew his sword. Gyo, yelled Anko. Like an arrow let loose, Naruto shot forwards, easily clearing the 30-meter distance between him and Anko in 2 seconds flat, somewhat surprising the woman who managed to move her kunai to block the strike from Samanikuya. Anko allowed the strike to force her to the side, letting Naruto fall to the ground as she moved. Sunny-Eye Jashu, striking shadow snakes, called Anko, pointing her hand towards Naruto as a dozen or so snakes shot out of her sleeve towards Naruto. Anko was confused when the blonde simply allowed the snakes to hit him, digging their fangs into his skin. That confusion turned to shock when the blonde used his free hand to reach out and grab the snakes, as the snakes all were packing a paralysis poison. Granted, it wasn't the strongest poison, but still, Anko was snapped out of her stupor as Naruto using the handful of snakes he had grabbed to pull the purple-haired Tokubetsu Jonin towards him. As the Jonin flew through the air, Naruto readied his blade, swinging it he cleaved clean through Anko, the woman's eyes going wide before she was engulfed in smoke and replaced with a log that was split in two. Naruto was immediately put on guard upon seeing the Kawarimi, substitution jutsu. As Naruto went to move, he found a kunai at his throat. Looks like I overestimated you, Foxy-kun, taunted Anko in Naruto's ear. Did you? Questioned Naruto, twitching his foot, and before Anko could do anything a glowing chain shot out of the ground behind her towards her head. It was only her years of experience that allowed her to jump out of the way of the chain. Naruto using the lapse in Anko's attention to move out of her immediate vicinity. Landing on her feet after flipping out of the way of the chain, Anko looked around for Naruto. She found him, he was running into the forest. Oh no you don't, declared Anko, leaping after the blonde. Meanwhile on the sidelines, Yugao, Hana and Kurenai saw their friend chasing Naruto and quickly followed after them. As Naruto jumped up into the trees, he quickly formed his hands into a hand sign and molded his chakra as he let said chakra exude from his skin. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu, called Naruto as the mist began thickening to the point that he could disappear within it. Anko stopped dead in her tracks as Naruto vanished into the mist. She was surprised slightly by the fact that he could do the jutsu, but didn't let that stop her as she began trying to locate the blonde. Naruto, however, ascended further into the tree canopy silently before drawing his bow, careful to keep Anko where he could sense her. He quickly froze the water in the air into an arrow. Before he could even notch the arrow, however, he was interrupted as a kunai came flying towards him. Surprised somewhat by the action, Naruto moved out of the way as yet another kunai came flying at him. Realizing that the quick movements were giving him away, Naruto once more moved quickly. However, this time he leapt from tree to tree in a circle before stopping his quick movement and making one last leap, however this one suppressing as much noise as he could. His plan worked. Naruto could hear as a kunai went flying towards where he had been not seconds before. With Anko once more not sure of his location, Naruto notched his arrow and let it fly towards Anko. The blonde shinobi heard a thud. Clearly Anko had dodged his arrow. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, called Anko from within the mist. Naruto was immediately on edge, however he relaxed when he could hear the snake hissing. What Naruto didn't notice was the sound of rattling as the snake slithered away from Anko. Naruto dropped to the ground as he formed another ice arrow hoping to confuse Anko, however he was stopped by a strained voice. "And Naruto," spoke a voice Naruto was familiar with, causing the blonde to stop dead in his tracks and turn to the voice. "Titayuyane," whispered Naruto looking towards the origin of the voice only to see the red-haired Oto Kunoichi with her back to a tree with a huge slice across her midsection and kunai lodged in her legs. What happened? "Why are you here?" questioned Naruto terrified for the woman. Orochimaru coughed he found out I was spying for you," said Tayuya weakly. "Narutani," coughed another voice. Naruto whipped around and saw Fu behind him, clearly having been beaten black and blue by someone. "Fuchan," muttered Naruto mortified by what he saw. "K-Kid," spluttered yet another voice. Naruto was scared to even turn to the new voice, but turn he did, and when he did he saw Kisame bruised, cut up and slashed before him. "Genjutsu, this has to be a genjutsu," declared Naruto mentally as he desperately began to try and gather chakra to dispel the genjutsu. "Naru-chan," called a fourth voice making Naruto's heart drop as he tried ever so desperately not to turn to them but his body wasn't obeying him and he turned to see yet another brutalized body this time belonging to a blonde woman, however this time there was a second person there and his heart dropped even further upon seeing the second body, as the black-haired woman lay face down in a pool of her own blood originating from her clearly slashed neck. Thud. Naruto turned to see yet another person he cared for dying before him, this time an auburn-haired woman who clearly was the result of the thud as she was pinned to a tree by an arrow through her heart. "Shirkuin," was all the woman said as the life left her eyes. "Kukukukukukuku," laughed someone from behind Naruto. The blonde turned to look, and as he did rage filled his being. "You should have never left Oto Naruto-kun," declared Orochimaru as he held a kunai to the neck of the woman he held captive. "Naruto-kun, I'm sorry," spoke Akane struggling against Orochimaru. "Orochimaru," snarled Naruto dropping to the ground in animalistic fury, not noticing that he had broken the genjutsu on himself and in front of him was now Anko who looked shocked. Naruto threw his free hand forward towards the shadowed ground. However, instead of breaking into the ground like Anko expected with what the blonde was doing, he appeared to be reaching into the shadows on the ground. In under a second he ripped a second weapon from the shadows. The weapon was demonic looking, it had a pitch-black blade and 6 backward-facing hooks on the back of the blade, with a kunai-like pommel to the blade. "Naruto, calm down dash," began Anko trying to calm Naruto down as the genjutsu she and her summon had cast was clearly more traumatizing than she intended, however she was interrupted as Naruto appeared over her bringing both of his weapons down on Anko. The kunoichi in a knowingly futile effort moved her kunai up to block the blades as they descended upon her and began to move back. However, as the blades both hit her kunai they stopped. Anko quickly realized that not only was she blocking Naruto's 2 weapons, Yugao, Hana and Kurenai all were 2 and even with the 4 of them they were struggling to hold back the genin strength. However, the blade lock gave Naruto a second to realize what was going on and he quickly jumped back from the 4 kunoichi, one of who looked terrified, another looked furious, and the last 2 were just shocked. Upon seeing the faces, Naruto quickly threw his katana down back into the shadows before he turned and vanished in a swirl of snow. "Naruto, wait," called Anko as Naruto vanished in a swirl of snow. The 4 kunoichi stood in silence for a moment. "Why did he growl about Orochimaru?" questioned Anko looking down thinking. Naruto dropped the butt of his cigarette before grinding it out under his boot. Closing his eyes he took a deep breath to calm his nerves further. The blonde red-haired shinobi wanted to kick himself for getting so wound up by a genjutsu. The art may have been his biggest weakness but he shouldn't have gotten that explosive over what he saw. Even if the scene was a few of those closest to him murdered in cold blood. The blonde almost wanted to light up another cigarette but decided against it, even his Uzumaki genes could only counteract so much damage in such quick succession. "You know, I'm almost beginning to regret showing you this place," muttered Naruto with a forced laugh as he turned. "Why did you scream about Orochimaru?" asked Anko ignoring Naruto's comment. He trained me," said Naruto simply. "For 6 months," added the blonde. "That's how you knew about the curse mark," stated Anko, despite the fact it wasn't a question. Naruto nodded anyway. "Yes," replied Naruto lowly looking away from the purple-haired kunoichi. "You had one?" questioned the woman. "Have," corrected Naruto drawing a confused look from the pineapple-haired woman. "But you removed the one from me, why would you still have one of your own?" asked Anko, not sure why the blonde wouldn't just remove a curse mark he was given. "After you were given your mark they were improved, so I can't remove the new ones easily. Mine was one of the first ones to be made with the improvements," said Naruto, omitting the most shameful part of the upgrade, his involvement in it. The two stood in silence, Naruto waiting for Anko to speak, Anko processing the information she had attained. "Come on kid, we have training to do," declared Anko with a grin. "After all that, you still want to train me?" questioned Naruto confused. "Yeah, I said I would train you and I will train you," spoke Anko. "All right," replied Naruto somewhat shocked. "Back to the forest," ordered Anko, vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto followed suit and vanished in a swirl of snow. #Forest of Death #. As the two once more appeared in the forest, they found themselves alone, Yugao, Kurenai and Hana evidently having left while Naruto was calming down. "So given that our spar was a little more dangerous than I had planned and I don't like my life flashing before my eyes, why don't you give me a rundown on what you can do?" spoke Anko, getting a nod from Naruto. "I saw skill in Kenjutsu, Hyaton, which suggests Suiton and Futon. I know you can use Fuinjutsu, Kirigakure no Jutsu, which tells me you know how to kill a man or two, and you are one of very few people I have met who uses a bow," listed Anko. "I also know a few Raitun Jutsu, can use chakra chains, have a few of my clan's relics, which is Petamaru's student I'm sure you know about," said Naruto, looking to Anko for confirmation, getting it in the form of a nod. "That all?" questioned Anko, quirking a brow. "I can use a little bit of medical ninjutsu, and I do have a summoning contract," added Naruto. "With snakes?" asked Anko. "Arctic Kitsune," corrected Naruto. "Arctic Kitsune? Where on earth did you find that summoning contract?" inquired Anko. Naruto looked away from the woman, who realized she wasn't going to get an answer anytime soon. "Well, I don't know many elemental jutsu, and of the ones that I do they are all Katon and Doton, so I'm not sure how much help I can be there. Yugao's the sword expert. Actually, that reminds me, she said something about that sword you pulled," declared Anko. "Yes, it was Erashur Uzumaki's, he gave it to me. No, I don't know where he is now, he gave it to me because I am his nephew," declared Naruto in a deadpan tone. Whoa kid, calm down," spoke Anko, holding her hands up in surrender. "Sorry, I've just been getting asked about him so much recently it's starting to get on my nerves," stated Naruto. "Fair enough, Yugao was just curious if that is the real Iga. I'll let her know, also letting her know about you not knowing where he is," said Anko. "Thank you," declared Naruto with a smile. "All good kid, anyway, you seem to have your own sword style down anyway. How's your taijutsu?" questioned Anko. "Reasonable, I know a few styles to various degrees and have made one of my own," replied Naruto. "So not much I could do there either." What about summoner jutsu?" inquired Anko. "I said I have a summoning contract," declared Naruto. "No, I said summoner jutsu, not the summoning jutsu used with your summons," replied Anko. Naruto looked to the woman, tilting his head in confusion. "Well, depending on how your relationship is with your summons, they can be a powerful type of jutsu, but when learning it's always best to start with your familiar," explained Anko. Naruto got the hint and bit his thumb before quickly flipping through hand signs. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu," called Naruto as he slammed his hand on the ground. A cloud of smoke bellowed out from his hand as a four-tailed white fox appeared in the smoke. "Why have you called me Naruto-sama?" asked Raiko, looking around, not seeing any danger. "I am learning a new jutsu from Anko-sensei here," spoke Naruto, motioning to the woman. Raiko turned his head to the purple-haired woman and growled. "She smells of snakes, Naruto-sama," growled the summon. "It's okay, Raiko, I know she does, she's not with Orochimaru," declared Naruto, reassuring the kitsune. "Very well, I will trust her, for now," declared Raiko, narrowing his eyes. "So what's this jutsu, sensei?" questioned Naruto, looking back to the purple-haired woman. "Well, I think we should start with Kuchios Jutsu Pasharu Yukai, Summoner's Art Partial Fusion," declared Anko. Naruto looked to the woman confused, Anko taking that as a sign to explain began to do so. Kuchios Jutsu Pasharu Yukai basically does what the name says, it fuses you and your summon into one, giving you access to the better aspects of your summon. It's somewhat similar to a transformation jutsu, but at the same time distinctively different. For example, while under a normal transformation you could make yourself a 7-foot-tall 12-tailed fox, but under the partial fusion you might only get the fox ears and nose, declared Anko. "Actually, he gains our ears, nose, tails, and claws," stated Raiko, drawing Anko and Naruto's attention to the fox, "and depending on which fox he may gain a temporary elemental affinity," continued the fox. "Right then, well, the hand signs are boar, rat, snake, dragon, tiger, then you have to touch your hand to your summon, use about half the chakra you would use to summon Raiko here," ordered Anko. Naruto nodded before looking to Raiko, who nodded to his summoner, answering the unasked question. Naruto carefully flipped through the hand signs as instructed. "Kuchios Jutsu Pasharu Yukai, Summoner's Art Partial Fusion," called Naruto as he put his hand to the top of Raiko's front right leg. However, as the blonde did this, he and Raiko were suddenly thrown apart by a relatively small explosion. Raiko yelping in a small amount of pain and Naruto himself groaning as his back slammed into a tree. Too much, declared Enko simply. Really, never would have guessed, replied Naruto sarcastically with a groan. Again, ordered Enko. Naruto dragged himself to his feet and moved over to Raiko and repeated the hand signs, however instead of an explosion, nothing. Nothing happened. Too little, stated Enko. Naruto didn't even dignify her with a response and once more practiced the hand signs. #hours later Naruto pushed open his door and stepped into his and Jiraiya's shared home. Closing the door behind him he moved to the lounge before collapsing on the couch. Enko had him training on Kuchio's Jutsu Pasharu Yukai, dodging, by throwing kunai at him, speed, by making him run from her throwing kunai at him, and his Genjutsu, by casting Genjutsu after Genjutsu on him and expecting him to break them, all at once. Naruto allowed his eyes to drift shut shortly after he lay down. #Mindscape. And not a moment later the blonde red head was in his mindscape and not even a second later he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. "Hey Akane-chan," spoke Naruto as he leant his head back to look at his girlfriend behind him. "Hey Naruto-kun," replied said girlfriend planting a kiss on Naruto's lips, before pulling back with a smile. "So?" said Naruto not entirely sure what to say. Was the response from Akane. "Nothing," replied Naruto taking Akane's hand from his midsection placing a kiss on the back of her hand. The action causing Akane to blush slightly before spinning the blonde to face her and planting her lips against his. Naruto was surprised when Akane didn't pull back after a second, instead her tongue ran across his bottom lip. The blonde shocked by the action opened his mouth. The instant he did Akane's tongue invaded his mouth caressing his own tongue. After a few seconds the two parted, Akane smiling innocently. "I love you so damn much Akane-chan," declared Naruto hugging the Biju tightly. "And I love you too Naruto-kun," replied Akane smiling enjoying the contact with Naruto. Several weeks later Naruto was still busy at work trying to get the Kuchio's Jutsu Pasharu Yukai down. He had gotten to the point that he could pull of the jutsu, but was working on doing so faster. "Sorry to interrupt you too," spoke a voice from the canopy above his and Enko's training area. "Yugao, what's up?" asked Enko looking up to her purple-haired masked friend. "Naruto the Hokage needs to speak with you, now," was the curt reply, and before any more words could be spoken Yugao vanished in a swirl of leaves. "Well, don't want to keep Hokage-sama waiting, might as well call it a day for now anyway, we'll pick this up again tomorrow morning," declared Enko. Naruto nodded to his sensei as Raiko dismissed himself, vanishing in a puff of smoke before Naruto even spoke. With his dismissal Naruto turned plucking Samonikuya from the ground sheathing the weapon on his back before vanishing in a swirl of snow. #Hokage Tower Naruto appeared outside of the tower and as soon as he did he sensed within the tower two signatures he hadn't sensed in a long time making his eyes go wide. Without any hesitation Naruto bolted into the tower, not even acknowledging the secretary as he rushed up the stairs. Reaching the closed doors of the Hokage's office Naruto stopped to right himself and make sure he looked presentable. His heart was pounding, he hadn't seen either of them in so long. Would things be different? He couldn't think clearly. "Naruto, come in my boy," called the voice of Hiruzen from inside the room. The blonde stepped closer to the door, but as he reached for the hand he froze. "Naruto-kun, you and I both know they both care for you, even if they thought you were dead, or that you abandoned them, or whatever disaster scenario you can think of, they will still love you. Get your butt in there," ordered Akane. Naruto swallowed the built-up saliva in his mouth before he stepped into the room. "Naru-chan," spoke a happily shocked distinctively feminine voice. "Hey Kaa-chan," replied Naruto looking to the woman with a smile. Chapter 26. "Naru-chan," spoke a happily shocked distinctively feminine voice. "Hey Kaa-chan," replied Naruto looking to the woman with a smile. "Hey Ne-chan," added Naruto turning to the other woman in the room. "Hey Naru," replied the black-haired woman smiling at Naruto. "Come here," ordered the first woman holding her arms out wide. Naruto didn't hesitate, he stepped forwards and hugged the woman. "Should I take that as you are back for the foreseeable future, Tsunade?" asked Hiruzen looking to his female student hugging his surrogate grandson. "Yes sensei," replied Tsunade looking up from Naruto, wiping a tear from her eye as she did. "Now Mr. Talk," ordered Tsunade turning back to Naruto who gulped at the tone his adoptive mother was using. "What's this I hear about you being trained by Orochimaru? Was that before or after Kisame? And before or after you helped the rebels in Kiri?" questioned Tsunade letting Naruto out of her hug, with her last comment drawing a confused look from Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "You helped the Kiri rebels?" questioned Jiraiya looking to Naruto confused. Yeah, but only with medical stuff. Arashiaji-san, knowing I knew my medical ninjutsu, came looking for me under one of my aliases Boruto Uzumaki on behalf of the rebels. I stayed a few weeks helping heal up a few people and left, declared Naruto. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen accepted his answer with a nod, but Tsunade sent him a look of confusion. Anyway, Kaa-san training with Orochimaru was not long after we got separated, and I only did train under him because he has an Uzumaki in his village who found me, declared Naruto, shocking everyone in the room bar Hiruzen. An Uzumaki? In Odo? Asked Jiraiya, looking to Naruto, getting a nod from the boy. Yes, Tayuya, one of the pairs of eyes I still have in Odo, declared Naruto. Apparently satisfied with the answer, the room was silent for a moment. So what is it you wanted to see me for, Hokage-sama, or was it just to let me know Kaa-chan is back? Asked Naruto. It was partially to let you know of Tsunade's return, but also to inquire now that she has returned, will you be taking the Senju name? Asked Hiruzen. I only asked not to have it because there would be no proof and the villagers would potentially riot if the demon was given the name of village heroes, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the elderly Kage. A fair enough point, my boy. Now why don't you Tsunade and Shizen go? I'm sure there is a lot of catching up to be done, spoke Hiruzen. Yes, sure, Gigi, replied Naruto, turning to leave. I'll need to see you tomorrow, Tsunade, we have some things to discuss, ordered the elderly Sarutobi. Of course, sensei, declared Tsunade with a nod before walking over to her adopted son, clasping a hand on his shoulder, Shizen following her master, placing a hand on the woman's shoulder before all three vanished in a swirl of leaves. #Senju compound. The trio appeared in a swirl of leaves just outside the Senju clan compound. Naruto didn't look at Tsunade and tried to walk away, only for the grip on his shoulder to tighten. You're not going anywhere, mister, declared Tsunade, turning Naruto to her. The young blonde saw what he feared he would see, and annoyed Tsunade. Talk, it wasn't a suggestion, it was a straight-up command. I haven't told Jiraiya and Hiruzen, spoke Naruto quietly, not looking at his mother. That was obvious, but why haven't you told them? Demanded Tsunade. They don't need to know, muttered Naruto softly. The truth, ordered Tsunade. That is the truth, they don't need to know, it doesn't affect them in the slightest, declared Naruto, almost yelling. It's not the truth, Naruto, and you know it, and it does affect them. Now stop lying to me, demanded Tsunade. Fine, don't tell me, declared Tsunade, exacerbated, letting go of Naruto and walking into the compound. I'm Dash, sputtered Naruto, not wanting to upset Tsunade, who stopped upon hearing him but didn't turn to face him. I'm scared, admitted Naruto, suddenly finding his feet very interesting. Naruto, sighed Tsunade. And oh, this isn't something that can just be swept under the rug, Kaa-san, if it got out what I did, Dash, began Naruto, tears forming in his eyes, only to be cut off by Tsunade hugging him. Naru-chan, I know what you did, I don't know why, but I do know you wouldn't kill people from Konoha without reason, sensei, and the pervert will hear you out, declared Tsunade. That's not what I'm worried about. If anyone else found out, it would literally be a death sentence for me. The village still hates me and will use any chance to get rid of me, said Naruto, pulling back from his mother. You have to tell them, Naru-chan. How do you think it would go down if someone else found out and told the Hokage? You wouldn't even get the chance to defend yourself, spoke Tsunade. I know, declared Naruto with a sigh. I will tell them after the Chunin exams, declared Naruto. Good, replied Tsunade, you have some introductions to make, declared Tsunade, making Naruto look at her confused. Sensei told me that you have people here under the protection of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. I want to meet them, clarified Tsunade. Several hours later. The night air was cool and crisp as Naruto was running around the village on the lookout for Odo shinobi and possible traps they may be laying. The blonde shinobi stopped dead as he felt a surge of chakra nearby, in the middle of the market district. Seeing that as a bad sign, Naruto took off towards the chakra spike. However, as he ran, 3 chakra signatures became clear, with 2 of them running away from the third, which was fading and quickly. Samanikuya, take my chakra, I'm going to need precise control for this, declared Naruto as he dropped into the alleyway. He could feel the chakra sign fading in. Hayate-san, spoke Naruto, shocked to see the sickly Jonin. Uzumaki, cough, what are you doing here? Questioned the man, blood oozing out of a slash on his chest. Forget cough, it we don't have tea ***** time. You have to tell Hokage ***** Sama, Suna and Odo are planning an invasion, declared the dying man. Shut up, and hold on, Hayate-san, you can Hokage-sama what you know yourself, declared Naruto, forcing chakra to his hands, a green glow forming around them. Naruto quickly ran his green glowing hands over Hayate's body, getting a clear picture of what had happened to the man. Shit, muttered Naruto. Hi-8's external injuries were minimal, however the internal ones were extensive, heavy internal bleeding, lacerations to organs, blood filling said lacerated organs and finally poison in his lungs. The blonde had to move the fallen man to the hospital. Hi-8 needed proper medical treatment. Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, declared Naruto creating a clone, before weaving his chakra into water in the area to form a stretcher of ice. Shifting the older man onto the ice stretcher, he and his clone quickly moved towards the hospital, the original Naruto pumping medical chakra into Hi-8's body. Moving as fast as he could without further injuring Hi-8, he traversed the rooftops. It took a few moments to reach the nearest hospital. Dropping to the ground, Naruto lowered the stretcher to the ground before letting it dissolve. Go get Kaa-chan and Nei-chan, declared the real Naruto to his clone, who nodded before vanishing in a swirl of snow. With a sigh, knowing what was coming, he picked up the unconscious form of Hi-8 and stepped into the hospital. Help, this shinobi has been attacked, yelled Naruto. The person behind the desk jumped up and ran out from behind the desk, however when she saw who was bringing someone in she stopped dead. What did you do, monster? Hissed the woman. Nothing, you stupid woman, but, tell yourself whatever helps you sleep at night, just help him, growled Naruto, glaring at the woman as she quickly moved away to get a doctor to help the injured shinobi as Naruto kept the man in a stable condition. By the time the receptionist had returned with a doctor, Naruto almost wished he hadn't even sent the woman off, as just as she and the doctor arrived so did Tsunade and Shizune. What's going on? Questioned the doctor with the receptionist. This man was attacked by a shinobi, heavy internal bleeding, lacerated internal organs, and poison in his lungs, declared Naruto. I am keeping him stable, but he needs proper medical attention now, yelled Naruto. You get a stretcher now, you operating room now, you are helping me and Shizune. Naruto, keep him stable, ordered Tsunade, instantly taking command of the situation, pointing the receptionist first then the doctor second as she barked her orders. Both the doctor and receptionist jumped to action. Within 30 seconds the receptionist was gone and back with a stretcher. Hate was quickly loaded onto it with Naruto and the receptionist walking the unconscious ninja towards an operating room with Tsunade, Shizune and the doctor in tow. As the group stepped through the doors to the operating room, they transferred Hi-8 from the stretcher to the operating table. Can someone else take over keeping him stable? Spoke Naruto, blinking somewhat slowly and slightly wobbling. Shizune, ordered Tsunade, the black-haired woman, nodding to her mentor before her hands began to glow green. As her hands glowed green, Naruto allowed the glow on his own hands to dissipate, and as it did he fell to one knee. Naruto, spoke Shizune, shocked, looking to the blonde. I'm fine, Shizune, muttered Naruto, moving back as Tsunade, Shizune and the other doctor began to get to work, and the receptionist quickly left the room. I'm sorry, my chakra is too low to be able stand, let alone help, spoke Naruto apologetically. It's fine, Naru-chan, you've done more than enough, go outside and wait, ordered Tsunade, not even looking at her adopted son. Naruto nodded, pushing himself to his feet and stumbling towards the doors. Pushing through the doors, he just short of fell into one of the chairs outside the operating room. Half an hour later. Naruto still sat in the chair, his eyes closed, allowing his chakra to slowly come back to him. His eyes, however, snapped open when he heard someone approaching. Yugao-san, questioned Naruto, looking to the woman confused. Naruto-san, what are you doing here? Asked Yugao, looking to the young blonde. I brought in a heavily injured shinobi, who needed medical attention. I am sitting here to regain my chakra. I had used a good portion of it to keep the man stable, declared Naruto. Yugao's eyes went wide. What about you? Asked Naruto, looking at the woman confused. My fiancé was brought in a heavily injured condition, spoke Yugao. Naruto's eyes shot open, looking at Yugao. Hi-8-san, questioned Naruto, looking to Yugao, hoping he was wrong. However, Yugao's nod confirmed his horrible hypothesis. I'm sorry, Yugao, his condition wasn't good when I brought him in, declared Naruto. Is he? Spoke Yugao, bringing her hands to her face, covering her mouth. He is being treated by the best medic in the world, declared Naruto. Take a seat, Yugao, it's not going to be an easy night, declared Naruto. Naruto sighed as he walked down the hall to find Yugao. He had been called back in to help with Hi-8's surgery shortly after he had left the night before. They had just moved him after they had finished his surgery, and Naruto had been asked to go and find Yugao. There were some days he loved being a medic nin, and there were others where he loathed it. Today looked to be the later as he walked into a waiting room, saw Yugao-yan sitting up. Naruto-san, spoke Yugao, pushing herself up. Yugao-san, please sit, replied Naruto, motioning back to her seat. Yugao did as instructed, immediately not liking the blonde's somber tone. We were able to heal the damage from the attack, however the poison in his system that made him sick has entered his blood, declared Naruto, causing Yugao's eyes to go wide. He will live, but only for a few months at most. I'm sorry, finished the blonde. Yugao broke down as tears began to fall from her eyes. Naruto placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, giving her a reassuring squeeze as she cried. "He is out of surgery if you want to see him," declared Naruto, making Yugao look to him, nodding slightly as she did. Naruto took the elder Kunoichi's hand and began walking down the hall, leading her to where her fiancé was now, as the doctors had moved the injured man while Naruto and Yugao were talking. "And no strenuous exercise," declared Tsunade as Naruto and Yugao stepped into the room. "Hayate-kun," spoke Yugao, looking at her bandaged and bruised fiancé. "Yugao-chan," replied the man, his head snapping towards her as she spoke. "Hokage-sama has been informed that you want to speak with him and will be here presently. Until then we will leave you be," declared Tsunade as she and Naruto turned to leave the room. "Uzumaki, wait," called Hayate, making the young blonde redhead look back at the man. "Yes, Hayate-san," questioned the blonde, confused. "As I understand it, I owe you several thanks. Not only did you bring me here, but when the receptionist blamed you for my injuries you took the blame to get me help, so thank you," declared the man. "You're welcome, Hayate-san, but thanks is not needed. You are a fellow Konoha shinobi and you were heavily injured. I wouldn't just leave you where I found you," replied the blonde. "Thank you anyway," spoke Hayate. Naruto just smiled and nodded before leaving the room, closing the door behind him as he went. About an hour later. Naruto groaned as he sat up in his bed, hearing knocking at his door. After leaving the hospital he had gone straight home and gone to bed, not even changing. Getting up and just short of dragging his sleepy form to the door, he opened it to see Yugao standing there. "Yugao-san?" questioned the blonde, his sleepiness leaving in an instant. "Naruto-san, Hokage-sama request your presence. He is currently with Hayate," spoke Yugao. Naruto nodded to the purple-haired woman before he vanished in a swirl of snow. #hospital. Naruto once more appeared outside the hospital, and thanks to knowing where the Hokage was, he didn't need to use the front door and deal with a horrible receptionist. Jumping into an open window on the floor he found himself in the hallway, looking towards a pair of Anbu and Shizune standing outside of the room he needed to go to. "Shizune, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto. "I am Hayate-san's doctor for now, but Hokage-sama needed to talk to him in private." "What about you? Why are you here?" questioned the black-haired Kunoichi, looking to her adopted little brother, confused. "Hokage-sama needs to see me," declared the blonde before looking to the Anbu who was in front of the door and stepped aside. "So I guess I'm going in," said Naruto with a shrug, Shizune looking confused as the blonde entered the room. Inside the room was another 4 Anbu agents, Hiruzen and Tsunade. "Ah, Naruto-kun, excellent," declared Hiruzen. "You asked to see me, Hokage-sama," spoke Naruto respectfully. "Yes, I did," replied the elderly man before looking back to Hayate, who looked confused. "Are you sure, Hokage-sama?" "I know he saved me, but he is only a genin, no offense, kid," said Hayate, looking to his Kage and then at Naruto, confused. "None taken," replied Naruto, not taking any offense from whatever the situation was. "Yes, Hayate, I am sure," spoke the elderly man. "Okay, well, I was on patrol through the village when I heard arguing. I approached the arguing cautiously, and heard it was between the Jonin of the visiting Suna team and Katuto Yakushi. They were discussing a joint invasion of Konoha by Suna and Odo. However, as I tried to get closer to hear better, I must have alerted one of them, as the next thing I remember they were both chasing me. I tried to defend myself, but between them they overwhelmed me and I would have been killed, but they must have heard Naruto-san as they both ran before they could finish me off," declared Hayate. Hiruzen nodded, having already heard the full story, before looking to Naruto, who instantly understood the unasked question. "I haven't been in direct contact with my spies for several months now, but with one of the last reports did say that Orochimaru was planning on approaching one of the other great villages to help with his invasion. They couldn't give me concrete details on who he planned to recruit," declared Naruto, looking to his leader as he spoke, missing the confused and somewhat shocked look from Hayate. "I know you said they couldn't provide concrete details, but do you think Kiri could be involved as well?" asked Hiruzen, curious. "Only a very small chance. One of the conditions Arashiaji had when working with the Kiri rebels was they not ally themselves with Odo, and I met the new Mizukage. He is an honorable man. I don't see him betraying the deal he struck," declared Naruto. Hiruzen nodded, stroking his chin. "Arashur? As in Arashur Uzumaki?" asked Hayate, looking at Naruto, shocked. "Yes, he's my uncle. No, I don't know where he is. No, I won't help bring him in," declared Naruto in an annoyed tone. Hayate backed off and held his hands up in mock surrender. "Tsunade, your thoughts on the situation?" asked Hiruzen, turning to his female student. I'm not sure," spoke Tsunade. "Sorry, but why are you here, Kaa-chan? I know as a Sannin you are one of the best lines of defense, but if that is why isn't Ero-san here?" asked Naruto. "Well, it would be a bad idea for the new Hokage not to be in the loop now, wouldn't it?" answered Tsunade with a smirk. "New Hokage? I never would have thought you would take the job, Kaa-chan, And what's the deal holding back on me? I would have thought I would have been one of the first people you tell, declared Naruto smirking. You are one of the first people I have told, only Sensei, Shizune, you and Hayate-san know, well for now that is, replied the blonde woman. Anyway Hayate-kun, we will let you get some rest, come on you two, we can continue this conversation in my office, declared Hiruzen. Thank you Hokuto-sama, spoke Hayate as Hiruzen, Tsunade and Naruto left the room. Once the trio left the room, Hiruzen nodded to the ANBU either side of the door, who both vanished in flickers. I assume I can go back in now Hokage-sama, spoke Shizune. Of course Shizune-chan, sorry for disrupting you, replied the elderly Kage with a kind smile. Shizune smiled at her leader before going back into the room. Alright you two to my office, declared Hiruzen, getting a nod from his female student and his adopted grandson, and with that all three vanished in swirls. #Hokage's office #. The three ninja appeared in the Hokage's office and were met by two other shinobi. Shikaku, Ryu, we didn't keep you waiting long did we? Asked Hiruzen, addressing the additional occupants of the room. No Yon Hokage-sama, declared the non-masked man with a lazy air about him. The other man gave a quick shake of the head as his response. Good, now you two know part of the situation. However, it happens that Hayate found that Suna is also involved in Oto's plot, said the Kage, instantly making the sleepy-looking man stand up straight at full attention and the masked man stand a little straighter. You were planning defenses for an invasion from Oto, we now need to expand on those plans, declared Hiruzen seriously. #A few hours later Naruto left the Hokage Tower. He, Hiruzen, Ryu, Shikaku and Tsunade had adjusted the plans to a point that the Hokage was satisfied, and once more Naruto was on his way home. As he walked he looked up at the beautiful skyline as it was dusk. What can I do for you Yugao-san? Asked Naruto, not even turning to face the woman who now stood behind him. I am sorry for interrupting you again Naruto-san, spoke the woman nervously. It's fine Yugao-san, what can I do for you? Once again asked Naruto as he turned to the kunoichi. It's Hayate-kun, he wants to have a conversation with you, declared Yugao, hesitating for a moment, drawing a confused look from Naruto. Okay, that's fine, replied Naruto, not sure why the woman seemed so hesitant. Said woman placed a shaky hand on the blonde's shoulder and in a blink both were gone in a swirl of leaves. #Hokage Monument Naruto and Yugao appeared in a swirl of leaves, and upon arriving Naruto felt a sinking feeling in his stomach as he suspected why Yugao had hesitated and why she had been shaking. Hayate stood leaning on the rails overlooking the village with the sun setting behind the walls of the village. The blonde could also smell the scent of recently burnt candles, and a cursory glance around revealed an eaten dinner for two. One glance at Yugao, who had tears in her eyes, all but sealed Naruto's suspicions as fact. It's a lovely sight, isn't it Hayate-san, spoke Naruto as he stepped forwards. That it is Naruto-san, that it is, declared the man with a smile. I'm sorry for asking you to come here at such a late hour but began Hayate. You'd rather get this over with while a beautiful scene like this as your last? Questioned Naruto, looking to the older man. Not precisely how I would have said it, but yes, declared the man, clearly fully accepting of his fate. I'm fairly certain I know the answer, but are you sure? Asked Naruto, looking to Hayate for any sign the man wasn't sure. Yes, I have only ever wanted to be a shinobi. My condition stops me from going on mission, from training myself or someone else, or even being with Yugao physically, spoke the man, muttering the last part while looking over at said woman who was by now full-blown crying. I know I could have more time, but if I can't do what I love with who I love, then, continued Hayate, trailing off, figuring the blonde would know what he meant. And I've seen what this poison does to someone in seconds, and as I understand it I will experience just that, just over months instead of seconds, finished Hayate. Alright, Hayate-san, spoke Naruto, flipping through hand signs. Hayate-kun, spoke Yugao, unable to hold herself back. She ran to her fiancé. Yugao-chan, I love you, declared Hayate. I love you too Hayate-kun, declared Yugao, crying. Please, once I'm gone, please Yugao-chan, move on, you deserve to be happy even if it's not with me, declared the man. But spoke Yugao. No buts Yugao, declared Hayate, looking at the crying woman seriously. Okay, was her timid response. Hayate-san, spoke Naruto, drawing the man's attention to the blonde. He just nodded to the blonde, looking out over the village. As Hayate's eyes drifted shut for the last time, he felt lips pressed against his own. And like that, Hayate Gecko was dead. Konoha had lost one fine shinobi. It was a warm summer day in the Land of Fire's ninja village of Konohagakure. Konoha was hustling and bustling with the constant hum of activity. Today was a big day for those in the village. Today was the finals of the Chunin exams, an economic boon for the any village to host the Chunin exams. Seated in the Kage box was Hiruzen with Tsunade and Jiraiya standing behind the elderly man. Next to the Hokage was the semi-masked Kazekage. behind which stood two masked Suna ninja acting as their Kage's bodyguards. "Ah, Mizukage Dano, lovely to finally meet you," spoke Hiruzen as another person walked into the box, a youngish-looking man not wearing his village's Kage's robes, instead wearing a black, sleeveless shirt, light purple-colored pants and striped leg warmers typical of his village. The man also carried a water bottle attached to a belt around his waist and wore bandages around his neck. The man had purple eyes, shoulder-length white hair covered only partly by his Mizukage hat. "A pleasure to meet you, Hokage Dano," declared the man with a slight bow to the elderly Hokage. "As it is to meet you too, Kazekage Dano," added the man looking to the other Kage in the room. "Greetings, Mizukage Dano," spoke the man with a polite nod. "I trust your journey was uneventful, Mizukage Dano," spoke Hiruzen. "Mostly we had a run-in with a few bandits, but nothing the three of us couldn't handle," declared the Mizukage, motioning to his two bodyguards behind him, one man one woman. The woman, well, to say she was beautiful would be an understatement. She was a tall, slender woman with fair skin. She had green eyes, and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that fell just below the knees. It was closed at the front with a zipper, and was kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covered up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. She also wore a skirt in the same color as her dress and, underneath that, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Her fingernails were painted with dark blue nail polish. Hiruzen could see that the woman had a slight baby bump, however, not seeing it as his place, he didn't ask about it. "Wait, seriously, that kid is a genin?" questioned the other of the Mizukage's bodyguards. "To which kid would you be referring, Zabuza-san?" asked Hiruzen, curious but already having suspicions which child he was talking about. "The blonde one, with Samanikuya," spoke Zabuza, pointing down to the arena at Naruto, his tone slowing, realizing the sword on the kid's back. "He's the one you told me about, right, Zabuza? The one from Wave?" questioned the Mizukage. "Yeah, that's him, Mangetsu," replied Zabuza, causing both the Mizukage and his female bodyguard to narrow their eyes slightly at the boy. "Yes, well, he is a rather special case," declared Hiruzen. "A relative of Arashi's, I assume," suggested Mangetsu. "Yes, although I would have thought you would know that. He told me the two of you have met," said Hiruzen, confused, drawing a slightly confused look from the Mizukage, and not that anyone noticed but a slight tense from Tsunade. "I don't recall meeting," began Mangetsu, not sure of the boy's name. Naruto Uzumaki," spoke Hiruzen. "Right, I don't recall meeting Naruto-san, but there is the possibility I am simply forgetting our meeting," declared Mangetsu. "I suppose we should start, shouldn't we?" spoke Hiruzen, more to himself than anyone else in the box. #arena floor #. Naruto stood in line with the other 11 genin who made it to the finals. The blonde had sensed the multiple sets of eyes upon him from the Kage box but simply kept a lowish profile. "Welcome everyone to the finals of the Chunin exams. We have quite the show for you today, with plenty talented youngsters vying to be the strongest here. Let us begin," called Hiruzen from Kage's box, alerting everyone around the arena that the matches were about to begin. A Senbon chewing jonin appeared on the arena floor and walked up to the genin, who, all excluding Naruto, looked at him confused. "Hello you lot, I'm Gunma Shiranui and I'm the proctor for this stage of the exams," said the man, getting a nod from the still confused genin. "Now the rules are simple, you lot fight until one of you either gives, dies, is rendered unconscious, or I say so," declared Gunma, once more getting a nod from the genin. "Hyuga, Uzumaki, you two are first," declared the man, despite knowing that all of the genin knew. The remaining genin took this as their cue to leave the field. "You might as well give up now, Uzumaki, I am fated to win here today," declared the young Hyuga as the other genin began leaving the field. Naruto offered no response, instead just crossing his arms and closing his eyes. "Did you hear me?" questioned Neji angrily, not liking being ignored. Once more Naruto offered no response. However, after a few more seconds of silence, Naruto opened his eyes, showing that they were now a frosty silver color with slits for pupils. "Gunma-san, start the match," ordered Naruto in a voice so cold that his breath was visible. Now Gunma wasn't what one would call a coward by any stretch of the imagination, however the tone in Naruto's voice made the Senbon chewing man take a step back. Match 1, Naruto Uzumaki Senju Yuki of Konoha vs Neji Hyuga of Konoha, begin, called the jonin before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. The crowd was dead silent at the mention of Senju, some people looking at the blonde horrified, others narrowing their eyes. Even Neji had a momentary look of shock on his face. "This changes nothing, I am still fated to win," declared the youth. With the silence in the arena, everyone heard him. Naruto said nothing, instead dashing forwards. Neji quickly dropped into his stance, but as he got into his stance Naruto slammed his right palm into Niji's jaw, flipping the arrogant boy backwards. Lucky shot, spat Niji, spitting out a glob of blood before Naruto's hand once more connected with Niji's body, this time fist to stomach, launching the boy backwards with a visceral thud. Niji slammed back first into the side of the arena, coughing up spit and more blood. "You gloat too much," spoke Naruto calmly and coldly. "I'll show you," snarled Niji, activating his clan's dojutsu and dropping into a new stance which drew shocked reactions from the Hyuga members in the audience. "Hack Rokujuyansho, 8 trigrams 64 palms," yelled Niji, charging at Naruto. "2 palms," called the Hyuga, striking Naruto twice with chakra-coated fingers. 4 palms, another 2 strikes at Naruto, totaling 4. 8 palms, for more strikes. 16 palms, another 8 strikes to Naruto, who hadn't so much as moved. 32 palms, a further 16 strikes. 64 palms, screamed Niji as his total strikes against Naruto totaled 64. Naruto stood still, his head drooping, his hair covering his eyes. "As I said, I am fated to win here, Tadug," gloated Niji, only for the Naruto in front of him to bend over and another blonde using the first's back as a rest to vault over, slamming both feet into Niji's face, knocking the arrogant teen to the ground. However, before Niji could even get up, the second Naruto rushed him, grabbing the boy by his jacket and throwing him at the arena wall with enough force to crack the wall and once more cause Niji to spit up blood and spit. However, before the youth could extract himself from the wall, his top was pinned to the wall by 4 ice arrows from Naruto, and in an instant Naruto was once more upon Niji. "You need to grow up, Hyuga," growled Naruto as he slammed his hand into Niji's gut, making the Hyuga once more cough up blood. "Fate's bullshit and you know it, stop using it as an excuse," growled Naruto, ripping Niji off the wall, leaving some torn clothing and arrows behind before throwing Niji away from the wall, only to shoot a chakra chain out from his hand that wrapped around the Hyuga's neck. "Reality is what you make of it, not some stupid play we're only actors in," declared Naruto as Niji's head slammed into the blonde's knee, throwing the arrogant teen backwards once more, Naruto's chakra chain vanishing as Niji flipped backwards. Naruto stood there for a moment, still in his aggressive stance. However, when it was evident that he had knocked the Hyuga unconscious, he relaxed. The audience was in a stunned silence. However, the silence in the arena was broken by the sound of clapping. Everyone looked to the source of the clapping, and were shocked to see it was from the Kage box, even more so when people realized it wasn't even the Hokage, but in fact the Mizukage. As people began to break out of their stupor, more people began to clap. Enko, Yugao, Fu, the rest of Team 7, and shortly thereafter almost the entire stadium was clapping for the blonde. "Winner Naruto Uzumaki Senju," declared Gunma, reappearing on the arena floor, remembering he had a job to do. Naruto gave a bow to the audience before walking off of the field. However, as he walked into the tunnel towards the competitor's box, he was stopped by an ANBU. "Your presence has been requested in the Kage's box," declared the masked ninja. Naruto just nodded and stepped forward, the ANBU clasping his hand over the blonde's shoulder, and the two vanished in a swirl of leaves. #Kage's box #. Naruto and the ANBU appeared outside of the Kage's box in a swirl of leaves. The masked nin opened the door and motioned inside. Stepping inside, Naruto immediately felt nervous as all eyes were on him. "I see you're still kicking Zabuza," declared Naruto, seeing the man behind the Mizukage. "You surprised me that day, brat. Won't happen again," replied the man with smirk. "You asked to see me, Hokage-sama," spoke Naruto, looking to the elderly Kage. "Actually, I was the one who asked to see you," said Mangetsu, looking the blonde up and down. "Why would you want to talk with me, Mizukage-sama?" questioned Naruto, outwardly calm but inwardly he was a mess of nerves. "Why? Well, I haven't seen you for months and I wanted to talk, Erasure," replied the Mizukage, studying Naruto as he spoke. "I don't began Naruto. "Cut the crap, we know, alright we know," snapped the Mizukage's female bodyguard. "It was going to happen, Naruto, and I'm not surprised it's Mei and Mangetsu," spoke Akane from within Naruto's mind. "I know it was going to happen, I just had hoped I would be able to explain to Hiruzen first," replied Naruto, taking a deep breath and looking down. "What gave me away?" asked Naruto, looking up at Mangetsu. "Little things, Hokage-sama said that you said we had met, but I have never met an Uzumaki other than Erasure. Zabuza also told me it was Erasure who informed him of the call back to Kiri, on the day you faced him, and of course your fighting style very much like Arashi's," declared Mangetsu. "Naruto," spoke the voice of Hiruzen, drawing the blonde's attention to the elderly Kage. "I am not sorry about the blood on my hands, Hokage-sama, because those men were never sorry for my blood on their hands. If it wasn't for my inhuman healing, I would have died by their collective hands years ago. I am sorry to have killed able-bodied shinobi, but I am not sorry for removing those stains of human beings from existence. If you don't believe me, have a Yamanaka go into my mind," said Naruto seriously. "I will have to do that, Naruto," and until then you won't be permitted to take missions, declared Hiruzen. Naruto nodded. He had figured that would be the case. Is that all you need from Naruto-san? Hokage-sama? Asked Mangetsu, looking to the elderly Kage who looked confused. Mei-san here would undoubtedly like a word with Naruto-san, spoke Mangetsu, motioning to his female bodyguard. Naruto couldn't even look the woman in the eye. Yes, for now that is all I need Naruto for, spoke Hiruzen with a nod to Mangetsu before turning to Naruto. However, once you have been seen to buy a Yamanaka, I want a full report of your time away from the village, no omissions, no stretched truths, declared Hiruzen. Of course Hokage-sama, replied Naruto with a nod before looking to Mei before instantly looking down from the woman as she narrowed her eyes at him. Outside, declared Mei. Naruto nodded, quickly following Mei as she left the Kage box. Once they were both outside, Mei put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and the two vanished in a swirl of water. #Hokage Monument Naruto and Mei appeared atop the great stone heads of the Hokage. As soon as they did, Naruto dropped to his knees. Mei-chan, I'm so sorry. Naruto began to beg. Stop, ordered Mei, Naruto shutting his mouth the second she spoke. You came into my life at one of my lowest points, you were my best friend, and then more. What I want to know is, was it all a lie? Questioned the auburn-haired woman. Were you just some horny teen trying to get off? Continued the woman. Did I ever actually mean anything to you? Asked the woman, looking at the blonde redhead hurt. Of course not, Mei-chan, spoke Naruto, standing up. Don't touch me, snarled Mei as the boy tried to pull the woman into a hug. Sorry, I am so sorry, Mei. None of it was a lie. Nothing I ever said to you was a falsehood. Aside from who I was, I never meant to hurt you, declared Naruto, speaking honestly to the woman. Then why did you leave me? Asked Mei, tears forming in her eyes. I couldn't have stayed, Mei. If Konoha had found out I was in Kiri, they would have stormed the village to get me back. I couldn't let that happen. I wanted to stay with you, Mei, at least for a while longer, but I had stayed too long, replied Naruto, holding back tears of his own. That had been one of the toughest days of his time away from Konoha, the day he left Kiri, the day after he helped take the main village for the rebels. He had left without notice, no note, not even a goodbye. As Mei was about to speak again, both ninja heard a loud explosion and instinctively jumped into fighting stances. Naruto in front of Mei. No, spoke Naruto, shocked as he saw a purple barrier appear on the rooftop of the Kage's box. May I promise we will finish this conversation later, and I promise I will do whatever it takes to make it up to you, but for now I need to go and I need you to stay here, ordered Naruto. What's going on? Questioned Mei, concerned. Naruto was so concerned. Promise me, yelled Naruto, grabbing Mei's arms. Okay, I promise, replied Mei softly. Thank you, Mei-chan, replied Naruto before turning around and vanishing in a swirl of snow. Whatever it takes, muttered Mei to herself as her hand drifted to her stomach. Back at the arena. Naruto appeared on the roof of the Kage's box to see Zabuza, Mangetsu, Tsunade and Jiraiya standing outside the barrier. Don't, yelled Naruto as Jiraiya was about to touch the barrier. Naruto? Where's Mei? Asked Mangetsu. She's safe, I promise, Mangetsu, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the Mizukage. What's the barrier, kid? Asked Jiraiya. Borderline impenetrable from the outside, declared Naruto. What? But Sensei is in there with Orochimaru, spoke Tsunade. I said, from the outside, clarified Naruto, stepping up to the barrier. But Hokage-sama will be busy with Orochimaru, said Mangetsu, confused. Good thing he's not the only one we have on the inside then, isn't it? Declared Naruto with a smirk as he stood in front of one of the corners of the barrier. The group of people on the roof looked at the blonde, confused. Tayuyane, it's time, spoke Naruto, looking down at the kneeling redhead who nodded, releasing her control on the barrier. Time to end this invasion, thought Naruto to himself as he channeled chakra to his hand, and with a plume of smoke a mask appeared in his hands, a mask that looked like a clock face. See you lot in a second, said Naruto with a smirk, looking to the group of people on the rooftop, before he put the mask on. The second he did, he started screaming. Naruto, the kid brat, called the various people on the roof, rushing over to Naruto, who threw the mask off his face and fell to his knees and then fell face first onto the roof. You idiot, yelled Tayuya, rolling Naruto onto his back. As she did, everyone noticed something about Naruto. He looked taller, slimmer, dare they say it, older. Someone get the mask, ordered Tayuya, pointing to the discarded mask. However, everyone noticed that on the arena floor there were hundreds of people tied up in groups struggling. What happened to him? Asked Mangetsu. He's overused one of our clan's relics, declared Tayuya. Chapter 29. Time to end this invasion, thought Naruto to himself as he channeled chakra to his hand, and with a plume of smoke a mask appeared in his hands, a mask that looked like a clock face. "See you lot in a second," said Naruto with a smirk, looking to the group of people on the rooftop, before he put the mask on. As he did, time seemed to slow around him until it was only a trained eye that could see things even moving at all. With the world at the slowed pace, Naruto walked away from the group at a seemingly normal speed. Dropping from the roof of the Kage box, the blonde walked to the grandstands of the arena. As he moved, several clones formed behind him. "Thank you, Anko-sensei," muttered Naruto, thanking that the woman helped him get his Kori Bunshin no Jutsu, Ice Clone Jutsu, to the point he didn't need hand signs in the month of training. Naruto and his clones began walking through the stands, looking out for anyone with one of two headbands, Oto and Suna. The Suna ninja were taken to the arena floor, and when large enough groups were there, they were tied up with ninja wire and a chakra suppressant seal was put on them. The Oto shinobi, on the other hand, had their throats slit, however no blood came from the bodies, due to the slowed time. It took what was about an hour to Naruto and his clones to deal with the ninja in the arena. As for everyone else, not even a second would have passed. But as he finished with the enemy shinobi in the arena, he went about moving the civilians out of the arena, as his plan was leave Suna ninja alive on the arena floor and Oto ninja dead around the arena, so that only one place would have to be cleaned. Deciding to be safe rather than sorry, the blonde and his clones moved any and all civilians near the arena to some of the safety bunkers within the village to keep them safe in case he missed a few enemy shinobi. Not wanting to deal with the civilians even if they were essentially frozen in time for him, Naruto left the arena and began looking for more Oto shinobi. It wasn't that difficult to find Oto shinobi as he left the arena, as apparently a large number had managed to infiltrate the village, but then again, as the ones Naruto could see weren't wearing headbands, he recognized them from his time in Oto. It was a little more easy to understand how they had managed to get in. Naruto just walked the streets, slitting the throats of all the people of Oto he could recognize, knowing full well his clones would deal with the cleanup. The blonde felt no remorse ending the lives of the enemy ninja, not just because they were his enemies, but because he knew he was saving a majority of them from a life of torture or worse, both before and after joining Oto, and he was reducing his former sensei's possible test subjects. It was, however, when Naruto drew close to the Shinobi Academy when he ran into a conundrum. He found someone he knew as a friend of Tayuya's and Kin's, but he himself was never all that close to. "What do I do with you, Guren?" muttered Naruto to himself. He knew both Tayuya and Kin would hate him if he killed her, but he knew she had an almost obsessive devotion to Orochimaru and was unsure if Kin and Tayuya could make her waver from it. With a sigh, Naruto created another clone and left it to drag the woman to the arena before heading on his way once more. #hours later. Naruto sighed, cracking his neck as he returned to the Kage box's roof. He was glad that the mask had its own source of chakra when in use. Even with his massive reserves, he wouldn't have been able to keep a constant chakra flow to the mask for the almost 10 hours of slowed time it granted him and his clones. However, it was time for him to get back to a normal time flow. He and his clones had captured all of the Suna shinobi, eliminated almost all of the Oto shinobi, capturing the rest, moved all of the civilians that would be in danger to the various safety bunkers around the village before double-checking he hadn't missed any enemy ninja. Once back where he was when he put the mask on, he didn't need to, he just preferred to be where he started rather than have people begin looking for him. As he stood on the roof, he reached up to the mask on his face, pulsed his chakra to his forehead to trigger the mask to stop the time flow altering effects, and went to pull it off his face, only for the time flow alterations to not stop, and Naruto not be able to pull the mask off his face. Trying again, he pulsed his chakra and pull of the mask. Once again nothing happened. The blonde felt his heart rate increase, fearing what he might have done. "Oh shit," uttered Naruto after once more pulsing his chakra to his forehead, and once nothing happened a third time, fully realizing what he had done. No, ranted Naruto, trying again and again to stop the effects. "Damn it, think Naruto, think," ordered the blonde to himself. "Have Samanekuya steal the chakra from the mask?" suggested Akane, speaking up. "Hadn't thought of that, thanks Akane-chan," replied Naruto, calming down a bit to try the suggestion. The sentient sword didn't even need to be asked to do it before chakra begun to leave the mask. However, Naruto could sense more chakra return to the mask just as quickly. "Stop, Samanekuya," ordered Naruto, and the sword stopped. It wasn't disrupting the mask's effects. He would have to research the mask of Quicksilver. He clearly had time, as everyone else was eventually frozen in time. Several years later, Naruto time. It had been 4 years, or was it 4.5 years? Naruto had lost track. 4 years 3 months, clarified Akane, Naruto nodding as the Biju clarified the time he'd been stuck in essentially limbo. He jumped to the roof of the Kage box once more. He had traveled back to Kiri and taken more of the fake masks of Quicksilver. While he was there, he had discovered a secret room he had missed the first time he had been there, with a couple of scrolls on the mask. From those scrolls he had discovered why Samanikuya couldn't take chakra from the mask faster than it got it back, the reason being that in the mask's ridiculous amount of Fuinjutsu there was a seal that would pull nature chakra out of the air to replace chakra lost from the mask. It was also from those scrolls that he discovered the reason he hadn't starved or died of thirst. The same nature chakra in the mask provided Naruto's body with whatever nutrients it needed. However, from that he had also formed a hypothesis on how he could stop the mask. "You ready, Akane-chan?" asked Naruto. "Whenever you are, Naruto-kun," declared the Biju. "Samanikuya?" questioned the blonde. "Ready, Naruto-sama," declared the womanly voice of the sword. "All right then," muttered Naruto to himself, cracking his neck and allowing himself to relax a little. After relaxing a moment, he allowed his curse mark to spread across his skin, forming a solid darker color to his skin. He then felt Akane flood his chakra coils with her yukai, followed by Samanikuya flooding his system with her stored chakra. Once his system had the three additional types of chakra, the curse mark chakra, the yukai, and Samanikuya's chakra, Naruto directed all three in addition to his own chakra to the mask. "Agggggggggggggggggghhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Time started to tick very slowly around Naruto. He could see it. "Just a bit more," begged Naruto, as for the first time in 4 years for him time actually began passing. However, Naruto and the various chakras couldn't keep going and fell to his knees. "I was so close," whimpered Naruto, slamming his fist into the roof next to him. "You'll find a way, Naruto-kun, I know you will," declared Akane, having utmost faith in her boyfriend. Several more years later, Naruto time, 10 years, 10 freaking years. Naruto had been 13, almost 14 when he had used the Mask of Quicksilver. Now he was 24. Thankfully he hadn't just been studying the Mask of Quicksilver, otherwise he wouldn't be potentially getting out of the slowed time stream. With his more extensive knowledge of Fuinjutsu, he had found that in the seal holding back Akane were 2 soul fragments, which Akane was sure were his parents. He didn't want to waste the opportunity to see his parents to get out of the slowed time stream, but at this point he had no other choice, and even so he would still get to see them, just not for very long. Once more Naruto landed atop the Kage's box. After landing he took a quick step over to Tsunade. "I'm sorry, Kaa-chan, but I need to borrow this," spoke Naruto, quickly taking a necklace from around the woman's neck. A necklace made famous by the first Hokage. However, Hashirama received the necklace from his wife Mito, and it was yet another Uzumaki clan relic, the Amulet of Purity. Taking the relic, Naruto wrapped it around his own neck. Once the Amulet of Purity was around his neck, Naruto knelt down and threw his hand into his shadow and pulled out Iga, the Shadow Fang. Naruto took a deep breath. He was almost positive this was his last chance to break out of the slowed time stream. "Akane," spoke Naruto in his mind. "Ready," replied the Biju. "Samanikuya," said Naruto. "All set," declared the sword, which Naruto promptly pulled off his back. "All right, Akane, I'm coming in," declared Naruto as he sat down, laying both Samanikuya and Iga across his lap as he quickly began meditating. #Mindscape. Naruto appeared in his mindscape. A moment after he did, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him and a hand touch his face, turning his face to the left, where he found himself looking into the ice-blue eyes of Akane, before she gently pressed her lips against his. "Everything will be fine," spoke Akane after they parted, trying to reassure Naruto as much as herself. "All right, let's get this started," spoke Naruto, lifting his shirt. As he held his shirt with one hand, he pumped chakra to his stomach, revealing the seal holding back Akane. Once the seal was revealed, Naruto twitched his free hand and writing spiraled along his arm and his fingertips ignited. Pushing his hand against his stomach, he quickly twisted anti-clockwise. As he did, a bright flash forced him and Akane to close their eyes, and suddenly 2 more chakra signatures appeared in his mind. "Hey Kaa-chan, Tusan," spoke Naruto with a smile, opening his eyes looking at the 2 individuals. "And Naru-chan, my baby boy," spoke Kushina, slowly stepping forwards before running and hugging her son. "Hey Kaa-chan," repeated Naruto with a smile, hugging the red-haired woman. "You've grown, Naruto," declared Minato. "Kind of to be expected, Tusan," spoke Naruto with a smirk, looking to his father. "Time to take the chakra from the Kyuubi?" questioned Kushina, looking to her son. "No, there is no need for him to take chakra from me, I give it to him willingly," declared Akane, drawing Kushina and Minato's attention to the woman. "Why you're the Kyuubi?" stuttered Minato, looking at the woman shocked. "Calm yourself, Namikaze, I hold no ill will towards you for sealing me," spoke Akane. "Why not? You seemed so determined not to be sealed the night we sealed you," snarled Kushina, glaring at Akane. "Because if you hadn't, she wouldn't have fallen in love," declared Naruto, stepping over to Akane before planting a kiss on her now blushing cheeks, causing his 2 parents to look at him shocked. You and the Kyuubi? Questioned Minato. Akane, snarled both Naruto and Akane at the same time. Okay, calm down you two, we're sorry, it's just a bit shocking, said Kushina. Look, I know it's shocking and I know that there is probably something else you want to talk, but I need your help with something else, declared Naruto. What do you need help with, Sochi? Asked Kushina confused. I've overused the mask of Quicksilver, spoke Naruto, drawing a shocked look from Kushina. What? Yelled Kushina. Look, I'll try to explain, but right now I need your help, said Naruto. What do you need? Asked Kushina. Chakra, declared Naruto. #outside #. After a quick explanation, Naruto left his mindscape. Once outside again, he took both swords from his lap, stood up and once more let his curse mark crawl across his skin. Alright, go, ordered Naruto. Chakra from Samanikuya, Naruto, Kushina, Minato, Iga, Naruto's curse mark, Akane and the amulet of purity all flooded towards the mask of Quicksilver. Naruto screamed as the multiple chakras flooded his system, and again the world around him once again begun to move a bit. More, just a little bit more, screamed Naruto mentally as he pushed on the mask on his face. Naruto, the kid brat, called the various voices around Naruto as he threw the mask off his face and fell to his knees and then fell face first onto the roof. He did it, he broke out of the slowed time stream of the mask of Quicksilver. Naruto groaned as he sat up. He was in his mind, but he had done it, he had broken out of the slowed time stream of the mask of Quicksilver. You're okay, Naruto-kun, spoke the voice of Akane from behind the blonde as he looked around. Upon hearing his girlfriend's voice, Naruto turned to the Biju smiling as he wrapped his arms around her and was about to kiss her when a cough made Naruto realize he wasn't alone with his Biju. Thanks for the chakra, Kaa-chan, Tusan, said Naruto turning to his birth parents with a smile. Of course, but how did you even end up with the mask of Quicksilver? Last I heard it was in Kiri, spoke Kushina. Long story short, I was in Kiri helping a rebellion. While I was there I found the temple and took the mask, declared Naruto. Kushina didn't seem all that satisfied with the answer. While I do want to tell you the whole thing, Kaa-chan, it's a long story, and even if you only gave me the smallest amount of the chakra you had, you don't have much time left here, said Naruto sadly. And as if on some sort of cruel cue, both Minato and Kushina began to glow slightly. Well, I guess this is it for now, spoke Minato with a sad smile looking at his son. Behave yourself, Naruto, and try not to do this again, cause we won't be able to save you a second time, ordered Minato with a smirk. Sure thing, Tusan, spoke Naruto with a smirk, stepping forwards hugging his father, as tears began forming in his eyes. Be good, Naruto, don't overuse any more of our clan relics, I don't want to see you in less than 10 years, mister, declared Kushina, poking her son's chest disappointingly as he nodded. Good, but one more thing, never forget that your father and I love you and we are proud of you, added Kushina, wrapping her son in her arms. I won't, Kaa-chan, spoke Naruto, tears falling from his eyes. As the mother and son parted, Kushina walked over to Akane, who became nervous as her previous container approached her. Look after him for us, Akane, okay, spoke Kushina as she hugged the woman, who was shocked by both the comment and action. However, what happened when Kushina hugged her Akane would never forget. Hurt him and I will murder you, Biju, or not, snarled Kushina in a whisper to the white-haired Biju. After issuing her threat, Kushina stepped back from Akane and towards Minato, and in a flash both of Naruto's parents vanished from his mind. #sometime later #. How many times do I have to tell you, balloon tits? I don't know when he will wake up, yelled a voice Naruto easily recognized as his adopted sister Tayuya. Well, you are the one who knows the most about what happened, snapped Tsunade back at the younger woman. All I know is he overused the mask of Quicksilver, by all fucking rights he should be dead, declared Tayuya. And I would be if I didn't have so many chakra sources to draw from, spoke Naruto with a groan, sitting up wincing. As he sat up, Naruto took note of the 5 people in the room, Tayuya, Karen, Fu, Shizune and Tsunade. Naruto called the 5 voices of the room's occupants. Hey, spoke Naruto with a slight groan as he cracked his neck. How long was I out? Asked Naruto. A day, replied Tayuya, looking at her little, now potentially big brother. A day? I was expecting longer, muttered Naruto. What do you mean you were expecting longer? Questioned Fu, looking to her brother. I used an excessive amount of chakra, bordering on the point of depleting my chakra. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had been out for a week or more, replied Naruto. Shizune, could you go tell sensei that Naruto is awake? Spoke Tsunade. Her student nodded, leaving the room, drawing a confused look from Naruto. Sensei asked to be informed when you woke up, clarified Tsunade. Naruto just nodded. So if I was only out a day, does that mean the Mizukage and his bodyguards are still here? Asked Naruto. Yes, Mei-san was asking to be informed when you woke up, declared Tsunade. Could someone let her know I am awake? She and I need to finish a conversation, spoke Naruto. I'll do it, I need to head out anyway, see you later Naruto and I, said Fu waving to Naruto as she left. Naruto waved back to his sister. Well, you are going to be having a few visitors in the next half an hour no doubt, so we will leave you for now, declared Tsunade as she just short of dragged Naruto's two adopted red-haired sisters out of the room. Naruto nodded as they left but paid them no more mind. His mind was instead focusing on Mei, or more specifically something he had noticed about Mei when he was in the slowed time stream, something that if he was right about he wasn't sure whether to be ecstatic or terrified. Naruto wanted to kick himself for not noticing the second he laid eyes on Mei, but would chalk it up to being so on edge and not noticing the bump. Naruto was broken out of his musings when the door to his room opened and in walked Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, spoke Naruto with a slight bow. Good to see you are awake Naruto-kun, said the old man. So what can I do for you Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto. Firstly I want to say thank you, your actions may very well have saved my life, spoke Hiruzen drawing a confused look from Naruto. Orochimaru had managed to summon Tobirama-sensei and Hashirama-sensei to fight with him before Tayuya-san broke the barrier, and Orochimaru must have seen all of the Suna ninja tied up in the arena because once the barrier was down he retreated, explained Hiruzen. There is no need to thank me Hokage-sama, I was just doing my duty, declared Naruto. Very well, on to the next thing. How did this happen? Tayuya-san gave a vague and unhelpful answer, spoke Hiruzen motioning to Naruto's whole body. The aging? Asked Naruto looking for clarification, getting a nod from the Hokage. Well, as I am sure Tayuyane said, I overused the mask of Quicksilver, began Naruto, stopping to make sure that's what Hiruzen had been told. Yes, but how does that result in you aging? Asked Hiruzen. Because I was put into a slowed time stream where 10 years passed for me when only a second or so passed for everyone else, declared Naruto. So, you are essentially 10 years older than you were a day ago, questioned Hiruzen unbelievingly. Naruto simply nodded. Why 10 years? That seems an almost small price to pay even for a power so powerful, and Tayuya-chan seemed to think that you would have been worse off after the fact, spoke Hiruzen confused. That, well that's complicated, spoke Naruto. Hiruzen just gave Naruto a deadpan look. Well, I should have suffered more of a drawback, in fact I should be dead, declared Naruto. What? Demanded Hiruzen. Normally when a person overuses the mask of Quicksilver they simply turn to dust in an instant. Having overused the mask myself I can now say that was most likely the user aging until they died and their body decomposing to dust before the time stream rights itself, spoke Naruto, thinking over what he knew about the mask. Then why didn't that happen to you? Inquired Hiruzen. Well, because I broke the mask and thus broke myself out of the slowed time stream, said Naruto. You broke the mask? Questioned Hiruzen. Well, not permanently, it has seals to repair any damage done to it, but yes, I broke it. I overloaded it with 8 different chakra sources, declared Naruto. 8? Questioned Hiruzen. Naruto sighed. He hadn't really wanted to go into detail about it yet, but he wasn't going to continue lying to Hiruzen. My own, Samanikuya, Kyuubi, Iga, the Shodai Hokage's amulet which I borrowed from Kaa-san, a curse seal Orochimaru marked me with while I was with Oto, and chakra from both of my parents sealed into the Kyuubi seal, declared Naruto. Hiruzen quirked an eyebrow. I would say I'm shocked I didn't see a curse mark on you, but that would be a lie as I am sure you have hidden it under one of your tattoos, spoke Hiruzen with an annoyed look at Naruto. Yes, however I do have it controlled. I have a Fujihoin, evil sealing meathod, holding it back, and the seal has had any tie to Orochimaru severed thanks to the Kyuubi, declared Naruto. Alright then, now I assume that you captured the Suna shinobi rather than killing them as they were misled by Orochimaru, stated Hiruzen. Yes, and I eliminated all bar a few of the Oto shinobi, added Naruto. I did see that. I am assuming the ones remaining alive might have information on Orochimaru, asked Hiruzen. Yeah, however one of them has nothing to do with that and may be someone I may be taking under my clan's protection depending on where her loyalties lay, declared Naruto, drawing a confused look from the elderly Kage. The young woman with light blue hair and dark eyes, Guren, she is a friend of Tayuya and kin. While she wasn't one of my friends, if she shows more loyalty to her friends than Orochimaru I will offer her protection, clarified Naruto. Very well, I will set up a meeting between you two, however before you are allowed to do that you will need to have that evaluation we talked about, stated Hiruzen. Of course Hokage-sama, replied Naruto with a bow. Well, that's all I needed to see you about. Once you have been cleared to leave, report to the TNI department for the assessment, spoke Hiruzen, standing up. Naruto nodding to his leader's order. I do hope you weren't lying Naruto-kun, but know that your relationship with Tsunade, or myself will not save you if you were, declared Hiruzen somewhat coldly as he stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Naruto sighed, rolling his neck, before he pushed chakra to his hand, a green glow forming around it indicating he was running a diagnosis jutsu. Running the glowing hand over himself, Naruto learned that he was fine aside from an acute case of chakra exhaustion. Good, I need a smoke, muttered Naruto, swinging his legs out of the hospital bed and stood up. Seeing his normal clothes on a chair nearby, Naruto quickly changed out of the hospital gown. Once the red-haired blonde had changed, he walked over to the door, opening it. However, as he was about to step out, he walked into someone. Naruto-san, spoke Mei, stepping back from the blonde. Mei-chan, hey, replied Naruto, smiling at the auburn-haired woman. Fusan told me you were awake and you wanted to finish our conversation, said Mei. Yes, I would like to finish the conversation, but, for now I'd like to get out of this hospital, spoke Naruto. Mei nodding, following Naruto. Within a few moments the duo was outside. Once far enough away from the hospital, Naruto pulled out his smokes, flicking one out of the pack. He quickly lit it up. Taking in the noxious chemicals that would harm, even kill normal people, Naruto was quietly thankful that his Uzumaki genes and healing from Akane made any negative effects from his cigarettes null and void. Allowing the nicotine to calm him, he turned to Mei. So there is something I noticed when I came to see you a couple of times that I would like to ask about, said Naruto. Came to see me? What are you talking about? Asked Mei, confused. You don't kn, how much of what happened to me were you told? Questioned Naruto. I was told you aged, that's it, declared Mei. Right, well sort of, I overused an Uzumaki clan relic. You remember what I told you about them, right? Inquired Naruto. Powerful artifacts, created by the Uzumaki clan with few ninjutsu, and a few of them had evil entities tied to them. Overuse can cause horrible backlash, spoke Mei, reciting what she could remember about the subject. Right, well I overused one of the relics which locked me in a slowed time stream for 10 years, hence the aging, declared Naruto, getting a nod from Mei. During my time locked in a slowed time stream I came to see you, to talk with you, well at you, but still. Partly to think over what I could do for abandoning you, and partly to keep myself sane. Even if it was one-sided, talking at you helped me stay sane enough to break out, declared Naruto with a small smile, Mei smiling too. However, I did notice something I should have when I saw you, declared Naruto. Oh, prompted Mei. Are you pregnant? Asked Naruto. Yes I am, declared Mei. Is it mine? Questioned Naruto seriously. Yes, was Mei's curt reply. Chapter 31. So you're what, 5.5 months along, spoke Naruto, thinking back on how long it had been. Yes, was Mei's simple reply. Boy or girl? Asked Naruto. Girl, declared Mei. Does she have a name yet? Asked Naruto. I was thinking of Lyra, declared Mei, getting a nod and a smile from Naruto. I like the sound of that, said Naruto. Do you want me in her life, or do you want me to disappear and never try to contact her? Questioned Naruto softly, not looking at Mei as he asked, not sure if he wanted to know the answer. The red-haired blonde felt a gentle hand on his cheek, pulling him back to looking at Mei, who had a soft smile. She is our daughter. I won't stop you from being a part of her life, said Mei kindly with a smile. Naruto clenched his eyes shut to stop tears from coming out of his eyes as he hugged Mei. Thank you, Mei, muttered Naruto. It's fine, Naruto-san, replied Mei. Mei-chan, are you okay? Questioned Naruto, stepping back from Mei, looking at her concerned. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, it's just. Erasure was the man I loved, not you. I know you and he are the same person, but it will take me some time to get used to, said Mei, looking away from Naruto. Oh, right, sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Mei, replied Naruto. It's fine, but for the time being could you not be so? Began Mei, trailing off, trying to think of the right word. Familiar, suggested Naruto, getting a nod from Mei. Okay, Mei, declared Naruto, getting a grateful smile from the woman. Thank you, Naruto. Mangetsu says we'll be in the village for a while longer, so I will probably see you around, spoke Mei, getting a smile and nod from Naruto. An hour later. It had taken Naruto some time to find a doctor to clear him to leave, but once he did, the blonde was gone like a flash. Once out of the hospital, however, the blonde chose simply to walk to his detestation, the torture and interrogation headquarters. As he walked the streets, Naruto noticed the looks being sent his way. While there were the usual looks of pure hatred, there were a few looks of admiration, and even a few looks of awe. Rolling his eyes, the red-haired blonde continued on his way, ignoring the simple-minded villagers. However, before he could get much further, he heard a yell. "And oh woman, I will not serve you anymore," came the yell of a male voice. That can't be good, muttered Naruto to himself with a cursory glance towards the origin of the yell. He saw a bar. Deciding he had time, Naruto walked into the establishment. The moment he stepped inside, however, he wished he hadn't. "And Naruto, come have a drink with me," slurred Yugao, looking at the blonde with a drunken grin. For the last time, I'm not serving you anymore, snarled the man behind the bar before looking to Naruto. You blondie, can you get her out of here? She's had more than enough to drink, spoke the bartender, getting a nod from Naruto. Come on Yugao, you've had enough, said Naruto calmly, only for Yugao to turn to him, sticking out her tongue. I have not hick, nope, I'm hick fine, declared the woman somewhat childishly. Naruto frowned before stepping up to Yugao, his left hand glowing green before he gently touched his glowing hand to the heavily impaired woman's head. The moment he did, the purple-haired Kunoichi fell forwards with a snore. Naruto caught the woman before she hit the floor with a slight sigh. I'm so sorry Yugao, muttered Naruto to himself more than anything, before he gently picking her up. How much did she owe you? Asked Naruto, looking to the bartender. 35,000 ryo, declared the bartender. Naruto blinked. That was a lot. Even still, Naruto reached into his pocket, pulling out his wallet. She's the one who owes the money, not you, declared the bartender, holding his hand up in a stop motion. She's a friend, and besides, someone has to cover the costs. Here, spoke Naruto, handing the man a wad of bills, more than enough to cover Yugao's tab. After paying, Naruto turned and walked out of the bar, Yugao asleep in his arms. Stepping outside, Naruto stopped. He didn't know where Yugao lived. He didn't know where any of her friends lived. He knew she didn't need to go to the hospital, and it would probably be better if she woke up somewhere she knew. With another sigh, Naruto jumped to a nearby roof. He knew where one of Yugao's friends was, and he had already been on his way there. He just hoped it wouldn't be too much trouble. It didn't even take 5 minutes traveling by the rooftops to reach his destination, the TNI headquarters. Luckily, he could sense Anko within the building, so dropping to the street, the blonde stepped into the building. Uzumaki. Where his attention was immediately drawn to Ibiki. Ibiki-san, spoke Naruto with a nod to the scared man who had apparently been talking with a Chunin. Quickly finishing off his talk, the scared man walked over to Naruto. Hokage-sama told me to be expecting you within the next few days, said Ibiki, getting a nod from Naruto. Now why have you brought a sleeping Kunoichi here? Questioned the intimidating man, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. I'm sorry Ibiki-san, but on my way here I pulled her out of a bar, and wasn't sure where to take her, but I thought Anko might know, declared Naruto. I heard my na. Oh hey Naruto, wait, is that Yugao? Spoke Anko in quick succession, having walked around a corner as she began, stopping when she spotted Naruto with Yugao in his arms. Yeah, I found her almost passing out in a bar, declared Naruto, looking to Anko, getting a sigh from the conscious purple-haired Kunoichi. Yugao, muttered Anko, shaking her head slightly before looking back to Naruto. Thanks for helping, I'll take her from here, declared Anko. Naruto nodded as Anko took Yugao from Naruto's arms before walking away from Ibiki and Naruto. Well, given that's dealt with, shall we? Spoke Ibiki, motioning down a hallway. Naruto nodded, walking down the hall, Ibiki following behind him. Naruto ignored the various things happening that were meant to unnerve him, the flickering lights, the echoing of his footsteps, the feel of weight in the air, and even Ibiki walking so close behind him. Right here, declared Ibiki, stopping Naruto next to a closed door. Ibiki opened said door and turned on the light inside. A dull yellow glow flickered for a second before remaining on as Naruto stepped into the Stark room, not even questioning it as he took a seat on the fully metal chair at the metal table. I'll be back in a moment, declared Ibiki, closing the door, leaving Naruto alone in the barren room. Naruto closed his eyes and crossed his arms, knowing full well he had people observing him from behind the two-way mirror in the room, but decided not to think about it. Naruto sat in silence for 5 minutes, a few people coming and going from behind the mirror, but after the 5 minutes he heard the door open. Opening his eyes back up, he saw Ibiki there, looking at the blonde with narrowed eyes. So do you admit you and Arashir Uzumaki are one and the same? Questioned Ibiki, closing the door. Yes, replied Naruto simply. Several hours later. Naruto once more sat alone in the room. Ibiki had left half an hour ago after finishing his questioning. The blonde knew he would be waiting for a bit, as Ibiki had to deliver the report to Hiruzen and await a response from the Kage, which would either be to let him go or throw him in prison. Naruto had planned on spending some time with Akane while he waited, but when he had gone into his mind to see her, she had been asleep and he didn't want to wake her. The sound of the door once more alerted Naruto to Ibiki's return. The scared man didn't even step into the room, merely open it and motion with his head for Naruto to leave. With a shrug, Naruto stood up and walked out the door. Hokage-sama was satisfied with your answers and you are free to go, spoke Ibiki, closing the door behind Naruto. Thank you Ibiki-san, spoke Naruto, nodding to the older man. Before you go, Hokage-sama also informed me you wish to speak with one of the prisoners from the invasion, and one of the prisoners has requested a meeting with you as well, said Ibiki, drawing a confused look from Naruto. Who has requested a meeting with me? And why are you even humoring their request? Asked Naruto. The youngest son of the Kazekage, and we are humoring him because the only thing he has asked for is the person that captured him, however you can choose to decline the meeting if you wish, spoke Ibiki. The youngest son of the Kazekage, muttered Naruto, thinking to himself before his memory appeared at the forefront of his mind. Oh, the redhead? Questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Ibiki. I'll meet with him, declared Naruto. Fine, we'll have someone come and get you when we have organized the two of them, declared Ibiki. Thank you, Ibiki-san, spoke Naruto with a nod. The scared man returned the nod. Now get out of here, Uzumaki, we still have people to interrogate thanks to you, declared Ibiki with a slight smirk. Naruto snorted, nodding as he turned and walked his way through the halls of the TNI department. As the blonde stepped out of the building, he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He didn't even need to turn to tell it was an ANBU agent. Hokage-sama wants to see me, questioned Naruto, already knowing why the masked Nin was there. Yes, was the short and sweet reply before the duo vanished in a swirl of leaves. #Hokage's office #. Appearing in the Hokage's office, Naruto was greeted by the sight of Tsunade in the Hokage's chair with Hiruzen and Shizune standing beside her. Thank you, Tora, spoke the blonde woman, getting a nod from the masked Nin before he vanished. So what can I do for you, Kaa-san? Asked Naruto, looking to his adoptive mother. You are here because we aren't going to let knowledge of the Mask of Quicksilver come to light, as something of that magnitude of power could cause an uproar within the village, not to mention what our enemies would do if they knew such an artifact existed. So when asked about your aging, you are to say you were working on a space-time ninjutsu that failed, catastrophically resulting in your aging, declared Tsunade. Fair enough, it's a good thing that the Uzumaki relics have faded to legend, spoke Naruto with a nod before a look of confusion crossed the blonde's face. What happened to the mask, by the way? Asked the blonde. Tayuya-san asked that we collect it after you used it, and it has been sealed in the Senju vaults where it will remain, declared Tsunade, getting a nod from Naruto. Anything else? Asked Naruto. Yes, actually, thanks to your efforts with the invasion leading to minimal damage to the village's infrastructure, we will be continuing the Chunin exams, declared Tsunade. Naruto blinked before nodding. The matchups will be announced tomorrow and the actual finals will be in a few days, declared Tsunade. Chapter 32. So you are the one who captured me, spoke a monotone voice as Naruto stepped into the interrogation room. That I am, replied Naruto as he looked to the owner of said monotone voice, a red-haired boy with dark black rings around his teal eyes. I was told you wanted to speak with me, Gaara. What did you do to me when you captured me? I can no longer hear mother's voice, questioned the youngest son of the Kazekage. I created a better seal on the Ichibi so he can no longer torment you, replied Naruto simply. Why? Questioned Gaara. Why wouldn't I? Replied Naruto instantly. Because I was your enemy. Why wouldn't you kill me and prove your existence? Inquired Gaara, getting a confused look from the blonde before him. How would me killing you prove my existence? Spoke Naruto. The blonde had met some twisted people in his time, but most of them he could decipher at least some level of their logic, but this was something else. How would it not? Others would not be able to ignore the fact of a life taken, declared Gaara psychotically. Naruto shook his head sadly. And yet by me sparing you and helping you has proved my own existence to the point you even wanted to see me, replied Naruto, trying to word his thoughts in a way that Gaara would understand. So you don't kill anyone, you spare everyone? Questioned Gaara, unbelieving. If I could I would, but there are some people that have to be put down, but others like you are misguided and can be saved, spoke Naruto with a small smile. You chose not to fight for yourself but for others, spoke Gaara, confused. Yep, fighting to protect what you care for rather than to destroy what you hate will in my book always make people stronger, said Naruto. But that makes no sense. Fighting for yourself makes you stronger, declared Gaara. And yet I stand here before you a free man, and you behind that table, hands cuffed and chakra sealed, stated Naruto simply. But what if you have nothing to protect? Asked Gaara, looking at Naruto, curious of his answer. No one has nothing they want to protect, replied Naruto. I have nothing I want to protect, said Gaara. What about your family? Prompted Naruto. They don't care for me. Why should I care for them? Stated Gaara. They do, at least in their own way. They are scared of you. You constantly threaten to kill them, but even now I bet they are terrified of why you, and you alone, were taken from your cell, said Naruto. Upon hearing that comment, Gaara looked down at the table in front of him. Naruto stood there in silence while Gaara thought. Thank you, Uzumaki-san, you have given me a lot to think about, spoke Gaara respectfully. It's fine, Gaara, if that's all, I'll leave you to your thoughts, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the red-haired Jinchuriki in front of him before he turned to the door and left the room and the young man behind him. Well, aren't you the little saint, Uzumaki? Spoke Ibiki, stepping out of the observation room to the room he had just been in. He is a lonely child looking for anything to give his life meaning. Why would I hurt him? Asked Naruto, turning to the practiced interrogator. This way Uzumaki, spoke Ibiki, not answering the boy's question. Naruto fell into step behind the man as he was lead to the second reason he was here. As the older man came to a stop next to a door, Naruto stopped and stepped into the room as the door was opened for him. It's been a long time, Giran, spoke Naruto, stepping into the interrogation room. The blue-haired woman's head snapped up when she heard the voice at the door. Uzumaki, snarled the woman through gritted teeth, looking to the young man at the door. I wonder if you would have spoke with such venom if it was Kin or Tayuya who had stepped in, spoke Naruto with faux wonder. You bastard, what have you done with them, snarled Giran, glaring at Naruto. Nothing, I would have thought you would know that I would never hurt them, declared Naruto. I also at one point thought that you would never betray Orochimaru-sama, yet here we are, spat Giran. What has that man ever done to deserve such loyalty from you, Giran, asked Naruto. He gave me a purpose, a place in the world, declared Giran with no hesitation. A purpose? You mean to be a medical test subject for the rest of your life, occasionally going out to get more test subjects for a man who will throw you away the second you are no longer of use to him. And a place in the world? What, that 4-by-6-foot room underneath in Kusa? Come on, Giran, I thought you were smarter than this, spoke Naruto, exacerbated by the blue-haired woman in front of him. Giran crossed her arms in a huff before looking away from Naruto. Why are you even here? The other guys think I'd crack if I saw a familiar face, questioned Giran sarcastically. No, Giran, I'm here to see if I can talk some sense into you for the sake of Tayuya and Kin, or if you are going to join the other Oto ninja at the chopping block, spoke Naruto with a sigh, making the blue-haired woman cast a glance his way. For the sake of Tayuya and Kin, you say that like they're here, chuckled Giran, rolling her eyes. They are here, declared Naruto with emphasis. Kin was part of the team Orochimaru sent here for the exams, and Tayuya came here for the invasion but has been loyal to me over Orochimaru since before I left Oto and abandoned him during the invasion. Kin and Tayuya are both under the protection of my clan here in Konoha, continued Naruto. Don't lie to me, Uzumaki, you're not a good enough liar for that, spoke Giran. Why would I lie, Giran? What do I have to gain? You saw who else was captured in the invasion. There is no information that you could provide that they couldn't, and if you did listen to me, and Tayuya and Kin aren't here, you'd come after me, so why would I lie, inquired Naruto. What do you want, asked Giran, shaking her head looking at Naruto. For you to denounce Orochimaru and Oto. If you do, I will place you under my clan's protection and you can have a new life here in Konoha, a better life, spoke Naruto simply. Why are you trying so hard? What do you want from me, asked Giran. I'm not doing this for you, Giran, I'm doing this for Tayuya and Kin, declared Naruto, turning towards the door. I've said my piece, I'll give you a day to think it over, continued Naruto, opening the door. Wait, yelled Giran, making Naruto stop and look back at Giran. I want to see them before I make up my mind, requested Giran. Fair enough, replied Naruto. A few hours later. Naruto sighed as he collapsed on one of his sofas. He had once more dragged Yugao out of a bar, well, he and Enko had, and Naruto had learned what had caused the kunoichi to start acting as she was. I should have been quicker, muttered Naruto to himself, covering his eyes with his hand. Quicker with what, Naru? Asked a familiar voice. Naruto looked up to see Shizune standing in the open doorway to the kitchen. Nothing, Nachan, spoke Naruto half-heartedly. Naruto, came the stern but still caring voice of Shizune. With Hayate-san, if I had been quicker we might have been able to save him, declared Naruto. Hayate-san? What's brought this up? Asked Shizune, moving to sit next to Naruto, placing her plate on the coffee table in front of the two of them. For the second time in as many weeks I've pulled Yugao out of a bar where she's drunken herself stupid, and Enko-sensei says it's been happening on and off since Hayate passed, explained Naruto. Naru, there was nothing you could do, it was a miracle that we could even give him the time he would have had, declared Shizune. But. Not buts, Naru, there was absolutely nothing you could do. I don't even think Tsunade-sama could have done any better had she have found Hayate-san, declared Shizune. Naruto closed his eyes before taking a deep breath. Thanks, Nachan, said Naruto with a half-hearted smile. Shizune pulled Naruto into a hug. Anytime, Naru, declared Shizune. Several days later. Once more a sunny day blessed the land of fire. Civilian, nobles and ninja alike once more filled the Konoha arena to observe the finals of the latest Chunin exams. I am sorry about the delay in these finals, but it's only thanks to the bravery of several young Oto shinobi who told me of the Otokage's planned invasion that we can even have these finals here today, so I must delay these finals for a few moments more to recognize these brave shinobi who we can now count amongst our own ranks, spoke Hiruzen, his chakra-enhanced voice reaching the ears of everyone within the arena. On the arena floor stood 5 formerly Oto shinobi, the ones to be officially credited with the information that led to the thwarting of the invasion. As Hokage, I thank you on behalf of Konoha and all of her people, Kintsuchi, Dosu Kinyuta, Zaku Abumi, Tayuya Uzumaki and Giran Kazuki, spoke the Hokage, causing the crowd to whistle, cheer and clap, much to the embarrassment of the former Oto ninja, who once the cheering died down quickly left the field. It is at this time I must also announce that due to the untimely death of the Yondaime Kazekage, the Suna ninja have all bowed out of the finals and left to return to their home village, spoke Hiruzen in a somber tone, lying through his teeth very skillfully. As such, the matches have been rearranged. The remaining matches will consist of Naruto Uzumaki Senju Yuki of Konoha vs Chojuro Shio of Kiri, Shino Aburame of Konoha vs Tenten Higurashi of Konoha, Fu Uzumaki of Konoha vs Haku Yuki of Kiri and Ino Yamanaka of Konoha vs Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha, Dosu Kinyuta having opted to bow out at this point, declared Hiruzen. As the matches were listed off, murmuring broke out throughout the crowd. Uzumaki, Shio, you two are first, declared Genma, chewing on a sanban as he stood on the arena floor. Chojuro leapt over the bars from his place in the competitor's box, landing in a crouch on the field. Naruto smirked as he stepped out onto the field, having been waiting in the hall knowing he was first. He had been looking forward to this since he had been informed of his opponent. Chojuro, the nervous wreck of a boy, that Erasure had trained while helping the Kiri rebels. The blonde redhead was curious how far the boy had come. I hope you are ready, Uzumaki-san. I don't plan to hold back, declared the bespectacled boy with only a slight timid stutter as Naruto stepped up to the center of the arena. I don't plan on holding back either, Chojuro. Come at me with all you have, ordered Naruto with a smirk. Pulling Samanakuya off his back, Chojuro mirrored the blonde's actions, drawing a katana from a sheath at his waist. If both of you are ready, then, begin, called Genma, jumping back.